Good morning. It is November the 11th, 2021. Happy Veterans Day. The time is 9:01 and we are here for, 9:02. We are here for a workshop with our Miss Cindy McClung, who will be guiding us through this process today. And I am just going to turn it over to you. Oh, and all of you, I want to thank you for the last 3 days. That's why you all received these.
Okay.
Forgot to bring them yesterday, but I brought them today.
Thank you.
Thank you and good morning. I don't see a little red dot. Sounds like I'm on though. Okay, good morning. So welcome, glad to see everyone here this morning. And we have quite a day ahead of us. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the pre-organization workshop this morning. I'll start by reminding everyone of the agreed upon norms, which you also have at in front of your seats.
Yes.
Thank you. So as I said, we do have a really busy agenda today. Timing when we have this many items is a guess at best. So we will we'll take a break when we need to. We'll have a 15-minute break. We do have it in here, but if it turns out that we move more quickly and we need to postpone our break a little, that's fine. If we're moving slowly and need to take a break, please speak up and we'll take a break as we need to do so. Okay. Thank you. And we do have lunch scheduled at 12:15 at this point. So I wanted to start off this morning just as a reminder of our vision, mission, and values. So if you'll take a minute just to look at those. And if you could think about what is your interpretation of what it means to be a world-class school system. And that's where we're going to start this morning.
I'm sorry, are you asking us that question?
I'm asking you to think for just a minute, and then I'm going to ask you to share.
Oh, I am so sorry. Say that again. I'm trying to find myself.
It's okay. Think about what is your interpretation of what it means to be a world-class school system. So I want us to focus today on really the system as a whole and how this board impacts the system as you go into your reorganization. So when you've had a minute, then I'll ask who would be willing to share how you think of a world-class school system.
Where's Mary?
She's in the
We're
car.
going to need one more seat.
She was coming.
Okay, anyone who would like to describe how you think of a world-class school system? Ms. Vaughn.
I think it's very important for us to be preparing children for tomorrow, meaning for the future. It's important for us to be looking at all of our children and all of their needs, and that's not just the ones that need the most help in terms of academics. If we're going to be world class, we need to have students who are ready to go out into upper tier colleges and universities and high-level technical jobs. We also, it would be very nice if, as Americans, we put an emphasis on bilingualism and to have students that are truly prepared to go out into the world and leave parochial attitudes behind.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to discuss?
I'll just be real quick because I feel like it's all inclusive. Everyone, all means all students, and the achievement and the success, and we have to be that driver of that, be in the education
Organization
of Lee County. Yes, I mean that we are the driver of that as well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Patrica.
Preparing students to achieve and compete in a global economy.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? So I hear a very clear theme that we need to prepare children to be successful in whatever they want to do, which leads right into our mission of ensuring that each student achieves his or her highest personal potential. So when we go through our accreditation process, we ask our members of our workforce the same thing. You know, what do you see as being world-class? And this is the same common theme that we hear, but people say sometimes it's a little murky. So I wanted to really bring that discussion here today, because it's real clear what it means to ensure each student achieves his or her highest potential. It's a little more nebulous when you're talking about world-class. So I appreciate your honing in on what that means to you this morning. The next piece that we're going to look at are our values. So we came together several years ago and agreed upon 6 values. And I'm going to go to the next slide, which looks at the first 3 with the definitions that were developed by this team when we first talked about the core values. And I know that is really hard to see. So let me read them to you. Okay, so excellence. The definition for excellence says we are committed to continuously improving the learning and working environment in order to deliver a superior education. Integrity, we are honest, fair, and open in all of our interactions. And high expectations, we establish challenging goals for our students and employees. Going on to the next 3, accountability. We take responsibility for our actions and their results. Belief in students, we believe in individualized instruction designed to meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of each learner. And under professionalism, we demonstrate our passion for our profession by maintaining expertise in our field and holding ourselves to the highest possible standard of conduct. So it's really easy to talk about values, but really what we want to know is what brings those values to life. So how do we know if we, as a team, if our employees and our students are demonstrating a commitment to those values? So what I'm going to ask you to do now is to make a short list of what are some actions that demonstrate each of those values. So I'm going to go back to where you can see the full list: excellence, integrity, high expectations, accountability, belief in students, and professionalism. I'm going to give you about 3 to 4 minutes to just make a real quick list of how do you know commitment? How can you see commitment to those values?
Is there a page in here?
No, that was on the PowerPoint that was posted, yeah. And I don't know what she printed for you, so I'm not sure if it's in there.
Each of those with things that we do at the district.
There are actions that demonstrate commitment to those values. Actions that demonstrate commitment to those values. Thank you. Okay, if you'll take about 10 seconds to finish up, and then we'll discuss those, and you can certainly add more to your list as we have our discussion. Thank you. So our first value of excellence, remember the definition was we are committed to continuously improving the learning and working environment in order to deliver a superior education. So what actions demonstrate that commitment? Ms. Morgan.
The creation of a strategic plan and adherence to it.
Okay, great, thank you. What other actions demonstrate that commitment to excellence? Thank you, Ms. Gittens.
Basically, I have that, I don't think you can ever achieve excellence. I think it's something you're always striving for, which means that you're always moving the needle. So the fact that you're moving the needle and moving it higher and higher means that you're striving for excellence. Excellence to me is like it's an ethereal kind of up here that, do we ever exceed it?
So it's that commitment is shown through the continuous improvement efforts of continually trying to get better.
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing, okay? Other actions? Ms. Patrica?
I come to the table as a little bit of a frustrated parent this morning, so I would say encouraging the creation of uniform processes for parents, customer, and user. I think that if the customers are happy, then that leads to at least a sense and a perception of excellence.
Okay, so a commitment to customer satisfaction. Thank you. Any other actions that you want to add to that list?
The outcome of students.
Okay, so when we're talking an action, it would be working towards those positive outcomes and the meaningful outcomes for students.
Right, because like Ms. Gibbs had said, we're always striving.
Exactly.
So as
yeah.
we're striving, and then where's that outcome on that?
Right. And when we look at it, sometimes it's hard to see what does excellence mean. But what I'm hearing from each of you is that continuous work. So it's always looking to get better. And you can see that in terms of processes. You can see that in terms of meetings that parents have with teachers and teachers have with students. And as we look at data to see, are we getting better? So those are things that are visible. Sometimes when we talk values, they are just so ethereal sometimes that you have a hard time looking and saying, are we committed? How do we know we're committed? So these things that you've talked about for excellence are ways that we can really look and see that commitment.
So
Ms. Fisher.
constantly monitoring the progress.
Exactly, constantly monitoring that progress. So let's move on to integrity. We are honest, fair, and open in all of our interactions. So what actions show that?
Happy, collaborative people.
Happy, collaborative people, okay? Ms. Morgan, I saw your hand.
Yep, so I was going to say action plan, responsibility, and accountability. Oh, sorry, action plan, responsibility, and accountability.
Okay, great, thank you. And that goes right to that pursuit of excellence. So when we're showing integrity toward that work, action planning, looking at it, monitoring. Okay. Other discussion?
Transparent.
Transparency, okay? Again, goes to processes. So how do we show the work that we're doing? How do we show our commitment to being honest and to pursuing excellence in all that we do? All right, let's move to the third one, high expectations. We establish challenging goals for our students and employees. What actions demonstrate that? Ms. Gittens?
High achievement.
High achievement. So looking for that high achievement, teaching to the standards. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
So following off of what Ms. Gittens said, so goals are benchmarked to national and international standards.
Which leads right back to that world-class education. So if we are benchmarking globally, then that shows that we do have very high expectations for our students, and it shows that we are in that pursuit of excellence. Perfect. Any others? Ms. Fisher?
I was just thinking, supporting quality professional development ongoing.
Terrific. So if we expect our teachers to be able to provide the instruction that's needed in order for our students to be globally competitive, then they need that training, right? So that professional development fits right in there. Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
I don't know, I keep thinking about when you said teaching to the standards. First of all, that gives me a little bit of like,
That's fine.
Gwen,
huh?
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay, I will speak up. Is that better?
Yes.
All right. I said I'm having a little bit of angst when I heard Cindy say teaching to the standards, because it has a connotation of several different things. And I understand the standards, setting the expectations, but when I said high achievement, in other words, reaching our goals, whether we set those standards in line with the state and the things that we have to do, I just have a little bit of twinge when we talk about teaching to the standards, because some people see that as this is all you do. Yes. And it's broader than that.
That's a great point, because it is definitely much more than that. I was thinking in terms of standards as setting those expectations, that level of expectation, but I absolutely agree that it's not just looking at that. It's well beyond that. Thank you.
So I just have, we see a trend of increased graduation rates. That's, to me, that's setting, I mean, that's the bar, right?
Great.
And the more that graduate with their diploma, are successful.
And something that's very visible. Thank you. Ms. Vaughn?
I think we need to keep fidelity to those expectations, because quite frankly, and you know, I know it was the pandemic and it was something different, but we really let expectations down, and not in a logical way. Things like you need to complete X number of assignments, and then some students didn't do that. Well, we'll give you another week. Well, we need to be consistent, is what I feel, and I feel like we need to have some, I don't know, tough love on some of it, and I think that's something that, you know, I mean, it's very logical, it's very understandable, in this time of the pandemic, but I think too many people give excuses on, well, these poor kids, and I'm not trying to discredit any of the mental health, but we really need to be consistent, the same way a parent would be consistent. You know, the kid goes to the store, I want this, I want candy, I want, no, and then, oh, if you'll be quiet, here's some candy. And I mean, I really think that this is an area where we have fallen down in terms of being really consistent and insistent.
Ms. Patrica?
If I may suggest a struggle in that regard, so I agree with you that we should have site-based decision-making, and it's really difficult to have that consistency with the site-based decision-making. I know what you mean by site-based decision-making, but having the experience I'm having right now with 3 high school kids in 3 different high schools and seeing how different common processes are. Like, this isn't about teachers making decisions, but common processes. I agree with you entirely.
Okay, yeah, and I wasn't, although I do agree on the site-based, but I'm just talking really in general, and I think all of us, it's not just teachers, administrators, parents, it's all of us that have begun to make excuses, and some of it we have to do it, and I wouldn't consider them an excuse, but there comes a point where you just have to say, no, we need to tighten up on this, and yeah, that's really what I was aiming for, although I have some site-based decision-making stuff coming up.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher and then Dr. Savage.
Yeah, if I could just piggyback on what my colleagues just said. I think consistency is an issue for us when it comes to high expectations. So I think that we have to, offer a consistent curriculum, and I think that we are a school district. So if we have a district policy or an expectation, it has to go for all, because we do have mobility and other social and emotional and economic issues that sometimes get in the way. But if we keep it consistent, and the reason I'm saying this is because I have heard this for several years from the students in the Student Advisory Committee. So they recognize that need.
The need for consistency and providing supports that are needed. Going to your point, there are some things that have happened, and sometimes students need extra support and able to be able to meet those expectations, but not lowering the expectation, providing the support so that they can meet the expectation was
right,
what I heard.
Exactly.
Dr. Savage.
Well, I find this to be a very fascinating conversation, because this is really a struggle that we have system-wide at the operational level. So one of the terms that Ms. Jordan brought up was, again, outcomes. One of the ways that we really try to understand what are appropriate expectations, what's an acceptable level of variance between schools, is to really understand the relativism of these types of things, really focusing on specific outcomes so that there can be a fair standard, so it isn't arbitrary. It isn't one person deciding this is what it should be. We're always comparing with others, not to compete with them, but from a context perspective, that it helps us understand, well, if this particular school, in spite of all the challenges of the pandemic, in spite of it, is still achieving at this level, aren't we curious about how they're overcoming that? They're not using it as an excuse and so forth. And if this school over here, demographically, really, other schools that have similar issues, and instead of, jumping to the gun of they must be underperforming, really trying to help understand, use that context. So I just wanted to kind of comment on that as well, so thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gibbons.
One of the words that the superintendent said was compete, and I think that's what jumped out at me, because I think as a education system overall in the U.S., we have gone so far over in the pendulum to it being a competition, as opposed to those standards are there to make sure we're teaching Johnny and Susie what they need to know as a measurement, as opposed to a competition. And I think that speaks to what you're saying in different schools, because we set them up for that. you know, this school is an A school, and you want your kids to go to this school, and they're an A. And so I wrote it as achievement versus quality achievement. And it goes back to our goal of, you know, reaching every student at their own potential, their own personal potential. So the personal potential of this student may look to the student at this A school like, oh, you know, you're a dummy. But you're not. You have reached your personal potential. But we set up this competition. I want to work at this good school. I want to be at this good school. I want my child in this good school. And as a whole in a system, we've just set up this competition that is, to me, detrimental to children.
Where if all schools are demonstrating those core values, then all schools would be setting those high expectations and working toward that level of excellence, so we shouldn't have the perception of one school being the school that you need your child to go to, because we would have more, every child is meeting their expectation. Every child is working toward those expectations.
But just, and the last thing I'm going to say is, who's to say that a B school or a C school in a particular area with a particular demographic is not excellent?
Exactly.
It's what they can achieve.
Right.
So and we are saying, oh, but you're not an A. So anyway, I'm done.
It's that perception.
It is, but we have created in the education world that perception that if you're not this standard, and then we're trying to fix it by, you know, saying reaching your own personal potential, but there's still this, you're not an A.
Well, and providing the support so students can reach their personal potential.
Exactly.
And making sure that each school is able to meet the needs of their particular student body.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, any other comments around high expectations? Okay, we'll go on to the next one. So accountability. We take responsibility for our actions and their results. So what actions demonstrate that? Ms. Patrica?
The actions are measure outcomes based on strategic plan goals, require change where goals are not being met, and scale up programs that allowed us to meet those goals.
So looking at the data, what's really working, how do we know it's working, and what are we doing to fix it if it's not? Okay, other comments? Ms. Gittens?
One word, change.
Change.
If it's not working, change it. If it's working, change it in another school to do that as well. So,
Replicate it.
change, yes.
Okay,
So back to what Kim was saying, right, or Dr. Savage was saying.
any other comments around accountability? I kind of summed it up. Okay, belief in students. We believe in individualized instruction designed to meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of each learner. What actions demonstrate that belief in students?
So really doing it, because we have to focus on our mission, and the conversation preceding this, I think, is indicative of where we are not really demonstrating our belief in students, because one size does not fit all. So how do we say, okay, Jimmy, you have a C average, great. He's got maybe an 80 IQ, you know what I'm saying? So I think that it's like, how do we talk about it? How do we tell that story? And because we hear that all the time, well, how is this helping kids? What is good for the kids? And we believe in individualized instruction designed to meet the needs of each student, but I don't think when we report out that we're demonstrating that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jordan?
Thank you.
Back to
Ms. Fisher.
Gwen's
I think
comments
that's great,
about the
because it's like, how are we
competition.
lifting that child up regardless of where they're at? And we keep speaking about how do we meet them there, and we speak on all, means all.
So we have to provide the support and the resources, yeah. But then again, I think the part where we aren't doing it is when we talk about it, because, okay, this school is in A, they're great, all the kids are smart, they're all straight A students. That's not reality.
Right.
So this one, I'm going to put a little, oh, go ahead, Dr. Savage.
No, please, Cindy, I'd like to hear what you were going to say on that, please.
I was just saying I'd like to kind of put a little twist on that and think about how do students know that we have a belief in them? Not just how do we demonstrate it to our public, but how do we, what actions show students that we have that belief?
So we ask for their input, and we
That's
include them in the decision-making, because they know better than we do what their needs are.
So this is something that I perceive that this one particular area, that individualized instruction, is really the future of where we will one day be. I think it's very fair to acknowledge that we are not nearly close to where we'd like to be. And I think it does begin with, students being a big part of having agency in it themselves, having their parents, their families be a part of that process as well, having that context that we talked about earlier of really holding very high expectations for all students, but understanding there isn't a one-size-fits-all. And I think for me, this is the kind of the aspirational part that is, for me, a huge part of why I do the work. So I think it's wonderful to have this front and center. There's just a lot of opportunity here, especially now, kind of holistically looking at what we've been through and what our children have been through and what our society's been through, that this is a real opportunity for us. I don't know that there are many systems. I try to look for systems that are doing a lot of the work that are closer in this idea because at scale, systems, we always talk about systems and processes, but I've come to kind of realize that, the new term that I'm kind of using is an ecosystem. That it's a living system, it's a human system. It isn't a cog, a factory where you have very flexible people, you have humans inside this. So it's much more akin to an ecosystem, where it's a living system that has different life cycles and all sorts of forces that are acting on each other in a way that's lots of dynamics that are very hard to sort out. So I think that it's really become, through the pandemic, very present in my mind that our new work can't mirror what we've done in the past. And this may be a reason why so many states have struggled. There are some states that have attempted to move towards more of a mastery model where they really allow students to pace at different times. They don't lock everyone into an 180-day concept. They really try to look at it from a more dynamic perspective, that you have various ebbs and flows where students are on a rapid trajectory of learning, and then they may plateau, and then not. You may, all sorts of different things along those. So it's far too in-depth to go into here, but I just wanted to highlight that this is the work of the future for us.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn, then Ms. Gittens, and then Ms. Fisher.
As you look at education from my first year, which was 1969, 1970, and you go through the various years, there's that pendulum. And I think that's the huge mistake, because we take a look and we go, oh, no, we're not giving them enough of their own individualized, whoosh. And it's a balancing act. And to me, this is why our veteran teachers, our seasoned teachers are so valuable, because you have to be flexible enough to take the new and to make those adjustments. But in doing so, what is the old throw away the baby with the bathwater thing? There are things from the past, and one of the things that we are losing as we go to more individualization and all is communication, interactions, people being, I'm really afraid that many of our students are losing the ability to really hold discussions. And, we put them in group work, but often the group work is very, do this, this, this in your group. We can't get rid of the creativity. There's some things that can't be measured. These are not little widgets coming off an assembly line in China. This is why we need the teacher training, because a good teacher won't be just so hung up on, oh my gosh, we didn't hit an A. Well, are his or her kids happy? Are they learning? Are they challenged? Are they feeling creativity, how's their mental health, and all of those things. So I think that's the thing moving forward in education that we have to watch out, because the pendulum will swing back. It always swings back. So
Thank
we
you.
just have to be careful.
Ms. Gittens?
Well, and she touched on what I was going to say, but the fact that the stand and deliver teaching is like an art, and it's kind of a lost art to an extent. My question is, how are our new teachers being trained? If you were trained as a stand and deliver teacher, you can shift, because you understand if you're looking around at the room and there's some eyes glazing over, some heads kind of down or looking at you, you have to shift. But if you are taught in a different methodology, this happens now, this happens now, this is the standard, it's harder to pick up on that shift. You know what I'm saying? It's not as easy to do it if you don't have that kind of experience. And personally, I think that's how we lose a lot of the newer teachers in the beginning. If you come out saying, okay, I'm going to have everything right here, check, 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 and all of a sudden that just blows up in your face. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm out of here. This isn't what I signed up for. So somehow, again, it goes back to accountability and change. How do we reach the newer teachers and teach them the shift?
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Fisher?
So a couple of things. I think, first of all, we have to provide a safe and healthy environment for kids to learn in, or else they won't be. But speaking about change and the history, if we look at education versus healthcare, for a period of time, we were not keeping up with it. And if we look now at even the last 10 years, which I think has happened in cycles, and I taught my first class a little before Betsy, but so I've seen that pendulum swing, but I've also seen the changes that occurred and really spilled over into community life and the workforce and just, you know, the development of the community. So I think that we have to adapt to change, and we have to be willing to be flexible, because without that flexibility, we are not doing our job. We're not preparing these students for their future life, and that's why I think it's really critical that they do have input.
Thank you. Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, so I want to piggyback what Dr. Savage said and pick up the thread of what you all are talking about. It seems to me that we know that our paradigm doesn't work. And so the shifts are between different ways of trying to force the paradigm to work. We need a new paradigm, one that starts where kids are and then creates a path. So I'm just trying to pull that all together.
Thank you. Any other, Ms. Jordan, and then Ms.
I was going to
Juvenile?
say, just listening to what Ms. Vaughn and, well, everybody, and walking around some of the schools last week and hearing that from some of the teachers about the checklist, which I thought was kind of, that Ms. Gittens just said that, because they sometimes believe that there is an issue with trying to be the best that they can be in the way that they need to teach, but yet they're concerned about who's going to walk in that door and who's going to start the checklist. And if they're not where they're supposed to be on that checklist, then they're going to have a problem. So they're trying to do this, but then they're trying to do the checklist. So I thought that was kind of neat that you just said that, because I heard that several times last week. So, yeah, that was,
Scripted.
it made sense.
Yeah, routine is what I was thinking.
It's scripted, and I like a term that Gwen used, art. Teaching is an art, and honestly, looking at the new textbooks that are adopted, I feel like, gosh, I don't know if I'd have fun anymore with this, because
Exactly.
here's the video to introduce what we're doing. Now, let's do this. Now, let's do that. And it's so scripted. And again, a veteran teacher will go, I don't need this one today. I'm going to do this, or, hey, I used to do this. But somebody who's newer and feels like somebody's going to walk in and they're not all on that same page, same paragraph, they're going to get marked down. It's an art to get to your kids.
Thank you.
That's what happens.
And Ms. Giovanelli was first,
And
and
real
now
quick-
goes Dr. Savage.
I had wrote down this, and it was so funny because everybody went around saying everything. I've got meeting them where they're at, and then bring them all along, and then with support and resources, which is Mary said, but then I had listen, and that's something I learned this week. So a little bit more listen, and then we have to communicate it. But then I had flexible, and that's when she brought that in. So I think that it's just truly listen, and then. But you have to be flexible, and that's what's so interesting, because I think about, everybody had a favorite teacher in school, right? I mean, you remember that teacher. I mean, I've had several, actually, but you just remember them by something they did that touched you. And I think that goes with a child forever. So that's how important teachers are. That's all I have. Thank you.
Dr. Savage, and then Ms. Fisher.
That is, I have to share, just because I was hearing you kind of unpack this. One of the benefits that I had is that I got to teach in a lot of different districts. And I was in one particular district, it was a major metro district, where they scripted everything. Every teacher in the district, in every single classroom in the grade level, had to do the same thing because they were part of a larger research project. And so there was no freedom. You had to do exactly, in fact, all the bulletin boards had to be exactly the same, all the exemplars. And when I remember going through it as a teacher, and that wasn't my first year, that was my fourth year teaching in a different city. And it was really eye-opening for me. And then just in case you didn't know, like my whole family are teachers. And when I started out, I thought I was pretty good. But it wasn't until I really became an administrator, had the chance to see that I really had a better sense of how much better many other teachers were. By the time I had to see hundreds of classrooms, I really had more respect for the variance that you see in our schools, from school to school, from room to room, even in the same hallway, even in the same grade level team. It's a tremendous challenge that we have, and our teachers come from so many different backgrounds. I did have 2 years of that was my major when I was in school, but my youngest brother, for example, he went to school as a civil engineer, had no formal training in it, read no books on education and pedagogy, had no background in any of it, but I would argue is a vastly better teacher than I ever was, because he worked at it in a lot of the things that he was able to innovate and learn by trial and error. Now, if you were to reconcile it with research, those are some of the highest yield strategies, but he came to them from a completely different perspective. And so this is a very passionate area for me, so I'm enjoying this, and I'm gonna back out of the conversation for a minute.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher, and then Ms. Patrica.
So I was just going to say, when Kathleen said about the shift, we need a different paradigm, because I think when we're focusing on data walks and collection, and especially some of our newer teachers who have come up the last 30 years through this type of a system, they don't really know how to be innovative. And I'm just going to use a brief example. One time at school I was at, we had a teacher have an emergency, a 5th grade teacher. So one of the 1st grade teachers had an intern, so we asked her if she could go down and take the class for the rest of the day, 5th grade. She came back and she was in tears. She said, "What happened to my kids?" She said, "They used to be so full of curiosity and energy and were able to think things through and solve problems, and now they just sit and wait for someone to tell them what to do." And this is going back a few years, but that stuck with me, because when we put the focus where it really doesn't need to be, like collecting data, and we have built-in progress monitoring, teachers figure out how to do that, and they do it all the time. I mean, when I first started teaching, we would just have somebody read a passage, and then we'd check, their speed, their understanding, and it was a more simple thing, and the kids weren't stressed out about it. So I think that if we can do that, like free teachers to kind of figure it out for themselves, because again, different things work for different people. It depends on the personalities, and the students are not always
The same.
at the same place.
Thank you.
Where
I
they're
was
at.
just going to
Mr.
say, I would
Treacat.
argue that your brother is one of the best teachers in the district. And it was 5 minutes of exposure to him with a whiteboard and a dry erase marker that made my daughter choose his school. I mean, he's the reason she went there. So,
Awesome.
has nothing to do with the conversation, but it's a workshop, so.
But it kind of does, because when we talk about actions that show belief in students, if a teacher is not able to show a student that learning is fun, then how are they going to buy into the importance of education?
But the key there is it's not formulaic, because the teacher we're talking about here is crazy high energy. And her other favorite teacher, you wouldn't even know that he breathes. You know what I mean? Like, he's really low key, but is able to reach the students through his own unique style, so.
So I think it boils down to a question that we have on our strategic plan, and that is that what percentage of the students believe that there's at least one adult in the school that cares about them? And when we talk about belief in students, if a student believes that you care, then they know that you believe that they're capable of doing what it is that you are asking them to do. And we show that in different ways, and I think the discussions that you've had today talked about that. The teachers are different, and people are, the way that they show their belief in things is very different. But as long as we're putting those actions out and the kids can feel that, that's going to make a huge difference in how our students succeed. Because that shows that where your expectations are. It shows that you're willing to work toward excellence and reach that personal potential for every student. So I love this discussion about how that comes out in so many different ways. And our last one that we're going to talk about, our last value, was professionalism. We demonstrate our passion for our profession by maintaining expertise in our field and holding ourselves to the highest possible standard of conduct. So what actions did you say represented that? Ms. Morgan?
Well, first of all, I have a question, because from our conversation yesterday, several people objected to the use of the word. Maybe we need to think about another way to state what it is that we're trying to represent here. Did anybody else get the impression that professionalism or being professional had an unpleasant,
Negative.
Connotation?
Yeah. So I'm just tossing that out. I mean, I love the expression, but I'm not sure it's got the right label.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gittens?
And I don't know if I was part of that, but I understand what you're saying, because it's like your mother saying, sit up and be professional, and fix your shirt or do whatever. It does have that kind of negative follow the rules and stay in line, and, what is professional? Is it not something different to me than it is to everybody else? Probably. Could it be different? It goes back to your highest potential. Yeah.
So very individualized, you're saying?
Yeah.
Personal interpretation. Okay, thank you. Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, and I don't see it that way at all. I say, what is the mark of a professional? You think a doctor. Doctors have their own professional groups, and they make their own rules, and what do we do as doctors? I don't know, Hippocratic oath, and we do this, we don't, those kinds of things. And when we think of the professions, we tend to think only of, college educated, post-college, those kinds of things. But anybody on any level that has a particular career can be a professional, a chef, a professional. And so, again, I go back to, what is the hallmark of being a professional? A professional always has input into their own career, no matter what it is. And their supervisors, if they have supervisors, should have, they should have respect
for the expertise of the people that are actually in that career. And so, again, I go back to what I've been saying since before I got on the school board. And I usually say teachers, but it's not just the teachers, but that's the easiest one to illustrate. And when I talk about meaningful input into site-based decision-making, I'm not saying they should change. To me, there's certain things, why do we have a district making rules if we're not going to follow it? There's certain things that have to be standardized on the district. But within that, you have cultures at schools. You have cultures in carpentry and maintenance. You have cultures in the drivers of bus. I mean, there has to be a respect for the expertise. And of course, whoever is the supervisor in these different areas, I mean, they have to, we're not talking about somebody who's been driving a bus for 2 days, but when somebody who's been driving a bus for 10 years says, this is just not working on my route, why can't we? That person needs to be respected and listened to, just like a teacher who says, I think can we explore that? And so that's how I see professionalism, hallmark of actually having real input into your career.
Thank you. Dr. Savage.
There was a state-level committee that I was working on back when I was at the DOE, and we worked with college professors, and one of the college professors took a very similar stance to what you were just describing. And his belief was that for education to take the next step as a profession, it would have to be with educators taking a more pronounced leadership role. That one of the unique, from some of the trades that you mentioned, specifically like if you're looking at the medical field, attorneys and so forth, they have their own professional associations that really set the standard. It's not dictated from a state level apparatus. It's not dictated from the legislature. It really comes from the folks who are part of that profession. And I think that's one of the challenges that we are, to use the word earlier, striving as educators, because we have experienced staffing shortfalls for quite some time, because many of our folks who are teaching are retiring, that we are pulling a lot of folks from a lot of other careers. People who've had no formal educational training whatsoever. So from an expertise standpoint, they're really bringing raw materials, they're bringing their own experiences, but they aren't necessarily bringing an understanding of that area. So it is a challenge for us, but it's just noteworthy. Some of the things you use, the hallmark of that profession is that they are able to self-evaluate, that they are helping to develop how they are evaluated, what truly is. I wanted to echo some of what you said.
Yeah, teachers are hard on each other.
Thank you. Ms. Patrica.
So what I have here is be the example for our staff, parents, students, and community. And what I mean by that is we have rules for our staff, and we expect them to follow those rules, and if they don't follow those rules, there are consequences. We have rules for our parents. I'm not sure there are consequences for parents if the rules are not followed, but parents can't just walk onto a campus, for example. We have rules. We have rules for our students, there are consequences. And we have rules as a board. I don't know what the consequences are if we don't follow those rules, but if we set the example by following our own rules, then I think it's easier to justify expecting people in the community to do the same. How would we expect a student to behave at the board table? Demonstrate that, like live that as an example. How do we expect the community to behave at board meetings? Demonstrate that. Expect and demonstrate civility. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Ms. Jordan and then Ms. Fisher.
I was just going to say that Ms. Morgan was corrected when we were speaking yesterday. It was like, let's try to find another word other than professionalism when it came to when we're at the board, act professional. So it's like, what does that mean? And it was like, maybe we should not use that word, but in fact, we should definitely be using it because it is engaging in the profession in which we are doing at this time. I mean, I just looked it up as well.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher and then Ms. Gittens.
So I think that we're not doing it because we wouldn't be where we have been the past week. And so I think this provides us with a really good opportunity. And I had written down following protocols, rules, and having, gathering information, having ongoing learning, being experts in what we're supposed to know. And, there's a myriad of opportunities for us, and we each have different areas of interest. So as a group, we could really cover the gamut, I think, as far as representing that to the public. And we wouldn't be looked at as we are now if we were acting, whatever the interpretation is, of professionally. And I see the word conduct up there, a high possible standard of conduct. So I think that's where we're falling down, and I think it's pretty clear that we can figure out what we need to do next. But we cannot expect behavior from the community, from the students, from our staff, that we're not, like Chris said, demonstrating ourselves.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
I kind of look at it a little bit differently. I understand and hear what you're saying, but I also look at professionalism as a relative term. Betsy mentioned a doctor. Well, there are some doctors that wear jeans and cowboy boots and, no tie. And there are other doctors that, depending on where they are, will have on a tie and a suit. Professionalism can be very subjective in that it's focused on your personal, definition of it. I guess most people in here have on, like suits or whatever. Today I've got on a jean jacket, but it's a white one. So some people will say, oh, that's really cool, she's wearing a jean jacket. Others will say she's not professional, she's not wearing a suit. So, when we talk professionalism, and I think I go back to what Ms. Morgan was saying, we can't just box everything and everyone into our definition. And yes, there are rules, and yes, there are things to follow, but it's also fluid, and it goes back to judging and perception again.
So I'm hearing a lot of conversation around that as a value. So not today, but I'll come right to you. If you want to think about when we come back to our the next time that we review priorities for workshops, if this is a value that you want to have more discussion around in terms of should that stay on the list or should it have another title, we can put that at a workshop, because I am hearing some discussion around that, and so you can think about that and decide to go forward. Ms. Giovanelli.
Well, and so I looked at it a little bit like what you're all saying, because I think that it's all about the staff and their personal interest or engagement, and how they should be respected because of their level of education, basically because they are the expert in that field. So I looked at it like that. So my respect is they're the educator, and that's why you'll hear me say that a lot. You are the expert. So I rely on that information from the experts. So I respect whatever, and that take that to the janitor, the bus driver. They're the expert in their field. And so I look at it like that. And so that becomes like, what's the standard in their field? So I think that the bar shouldn't be, where they have to achieve that, because we need to respect them where they're at, and they know their students, they know their school. I think that's what we have to give. We have to engage them, keep them engaged in there, and give them the power. And that's what I take in the professionalism, and respect that. So I don't know if that takes it a little differently, but that's just how that was my notes, is that, we have to have all staff buy in. If you have that one staff that's not with you, then you're in trouble. I think that's your weakest link again. So where are we at? Why can't we grab them and get them on the same page? We want them to be, if they're a greenie, we want them to always be a greenie, right? I mean, when they're in that school, I think that's the mentality I'm saying, And if they become a Raider, all right, they join that, and you'd be a Raider. You know what I mean? So Garnet and Gold, go. So I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Is just that, That's the professionalism, where you're at and where do you take it when you're there? Does that make any sense? I don't know what you're saying. I mean, I don't know if I'm saying it that way, but, so that's why I wanted to, it's just, and it's back to respect, and like that personal interest in their, whatever their job is.
Thank you. Dr. Savage.
So for those who may have met Dr. Raleski when he was here, he's a national consultant. He's done a lot of work all across the country, really across the world. And when he looked at our evaluation instrument and he picked up on one indicator, he said the most important indicator in the entire one was actually professionalism, which is one particular one. He said in his words, I can't remember exactly, but it was something along the lines of, it's to what you were saying, Ms. Giovanelli, it's how you see yourself. Everything else in his estimation could be taught, but how a person saw themselves in their role. They're paid to do a job, but if it's just a job, it's one thing. If they truly see themselves as a professional, then they derive pride from that, no matter what the work is that they're doing, and everything else can really be developed. But how you see yourself is really that foundation that everything else is built upon. And he challenged all of us as leaders, think about a single person you've had to let go. You've had to terminate out of your organization. And without exception, you'll find that they had issues with professionalism. Either they didn't see themselves as a real professional, or they struggled with the professional behaviors. He gave us that challenge. And I remember trying to prove him wrong because I thought, I didn't agree at all initially. But then I really tried to think, and I could not think of an example where he was incorrect on that. So it was to your point, and it didn't matter what you're a lay principal, or it didn't matter if you were a custodian, it didn't matter if you're a paraprofessional. The people, how they carried themselves, how they believed about their work, they set the standard on that piece. So just really wanted to share that just because of what you had
Thank you.
said.
That's exactly what I was trying to say.
Ms. Vaughn.
But that makes so much sense. If you're a teacher and you look at a kid, make a judgment, and you're seeing that kid is stupid, the kid's going to be stupid unless they rise to, like, I'm going to prove her wrong. Yeah. But they're going to see themselves the way you do. And so in a school, if the principal sets every single rule, and if the teacher breaks, I'm not talking about some huge rule, but I've heard of teachers being picked on for the dumbest little things, and nitpicky things. Well, that is showing what you think of that person.
Exactly.
And it's the same with all the different levels. And if you have no respect for the expertise of someone that's in the career, what do you expect? And finally, honestly, I don't know how the discussion for a while was just focused on us as a board sitting here. We could sit on the dais and be well-dressed and super polite and all of that, then leave the dais and do some pretty crappy things that are unprofessional, but yet, look, that's a Chanel suit or Armani suit, and they look so professional and they sound so good.
But are they really?
The worst principal I ever had was somebody who was always sharply dressed and talked high, and he was the biggest, he was. And he wound up away. But, so you really have to look at a lot of things. Sometimes what you see is not what you get.
Thank you, Ms. Gittens.
And it goes back to what I was saying, though, about the preconceived ideas. I think for a group or an organization to be successful, if everyone starts out assuming in their mind that everyone else in that organization is professional, which is why they are there. And then based on behaviors and whatever happens, you can go up and down on that scale. But if the assumption coming out the door is that everyone is a professional, regardless of how they dress or they look or how they speak or whatever, that assumption gets us to a starting point that we can work from.
Thank you. So did you have something?
No, I was just saying, yep.
So I think a lot of that revolved around the actions, when we talk about the actual actions, is demonstrating respect for others and expertise in your area. So when people demonstrate that expertise, that is a demonstration of that professionalism. So I really appreciate this conversation. I think as we went through those 6 values, you really brought out the connectedness between them. And I think as we look forward, going into our strategic plan, being able to demonstrate these and understand what those actions are that really show the commitment to those core values helps when you look at, so how do we make our strategic plan come to life? So the next part that we're going to talk about is our strategic plan. Envision 2030, and the little logo up there is just a reminder of our personal, passionate, and progressive being the things that we are committed to as a district in order to ensure that our strategic plan is accomplished. We have those 3 main areas that feed into our overall objective of meet the academic and social emotional needs of every student, of each student. So what does that look like? What does that mean? And the first area is mastering core subject matter. The second one is getting that social and emotional foundational skill development. And the third area is making sure that our district is sustainable. Because if we are not using, going back to the process discussion we had, if we're not using sustainable processes within our district, then we will never be able to meet the needs of our students. So those 3 areas all feed into that meeting the academic and social emotional needs. So we have 5 long-term objectives. The first one is the one that we tend to think about the most, because when we think of an education system, we automatically think of student achievement. And so our first objective is increasing that academic achievement with students. But in order to be able to do that, we need to have students who are ready to learn. So our second one is the increased kindergarten readiness, because we know that we do not all come to school at the same level. So helping students be prepared to learn. The third one is increasing college and career readiness. And we've had a lot of talk about how we do that from all levels, all the way up to our technical colleges. Increasing workforce success, and that is our internal workforce. And you had lots of discussion here just a few minutes ago about how do we prepare teachers in order for them to be successful. Because if they're not feeling successful, then obviously their students are less likely to be successful. And then the 5th one, looking at increasing our operational efficiency and effectiveness. So these 5 big areas each have many goals within the strategic plan. We're not going to go into each of those goals today, but we do want to look at some of the strategies that we are using in order to achieve all those goals. So when we put this together, we had it broken down from the very beginning, from I believe 2018 was when this first came out, so we had 2018 to 2020, and we have now passed 2020, which was still kind of scary. And we're looking at the next band of strategies from 21 to 25. So those increased focus on meeting the needs of the whole student, continuing to focus on instructional alignment, continuing to foster a culture of high performance, continue focus on physical and emotional safety, expanding the key technological innovations, continue focus on business and community partnerships, realigning divisional structure and resources, and continuing deployment of systematic processes. So just looking at those, a lot of the conversation around values really went to those areas and some of the strategies that we have said that we're committed to in order to achieve those overall objectives. Is there anyone that wants to comment on any of those before we move forward?
Well, I'm just thinking of last night's CSI meeting where there was a lot of conversation about that and the importance of the family as the shell of the student, and how can we more support and educate and include our families through the student. So I thought that was, I was encouraged by that conversation. Yeah. So I
Thank
think
you.
that.
Yes, it was just through a little different perspective on it. He said, we always talk about how many students we have, but do we know how many families we have? And how do we impact families in order to be able to help the family as a unit instead of always concentrating on the individual student? So that was a really good
Yeah, 'cause
conversation.
that would be a key factor in supporting student academic success.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he was right on.
I don't
Ms.
know,
Patrica.
now is the time to talk about this, but we all have a piece of the strategic plan.
That's coming up in just a few minutes. Thank you. We will get right to that. So first, we wanted to review our Big Five goals, and each of the Big Five goals is related to one of those long-term objectives. The first one looks at the expanded learning opportunities for students. So we have two areas around that. The overall goal is that 80% of students in need of extended services are enrolled in a program. And that's a huge challenge. It really is. First thing is we have to identify who those students are. So we've been working on that. We finally said that those would be identified in the short term as level 1 and 2 students, because we know they're not quite as successful as we would like them to be. So those students, we're looking at providing level 1 and 2 elementary students with a safe, intellectually stimulating environment before and or after school. So we know that the students are in a safe place, that they are getting homework help, that they are being provided with maybe enrichment opportunities depending upon the program. And then at secondary level, we're looking at providing those level 1 and 2 students with expanded opportunities to master standards and earn missed credits, because we don't want students always having to go through summer school in order to make up those credits. So how do we have those other opportunities for students to catch up? And especially right now, I mean, when this was put into place, this was pre-COVID. So, and think of the number of students that now need that assistance. So that is our first Big Five goal. The second one revolves around that readiness for kindergarten. So it is increase pre-K capacity by 200 seats. And some of the strategies around that were increasing capacity at James Stephens, which has happened. Renovating Franklin Park Elementary School, which is happening. Evaluate potential expansion spaces, so they're looking at all the new schools having pre-K seats available, and then research and evaluate program models. So is it more effective to have a pre-K at every school, or is it more effective to have pre-K centers where we have bigger pods of pre-kindergarten? So there's a lot of that research going on as well. Our third goal is around career education. And so we started looking at students that were being placed in jobs in our community, because this really is meeting community need. And the goal is to increase total student placements by 100% by 2030. And some of the things that are going on around that, right now we're looking at expanding Cape Coral Tech as well as Fort Myers Tech, and then of course the expansion of the annex out into the east area, and then relocating our public service academy. So we have some ongoing conversations around those, and we'll be bringing back some plans around that as we look into the new year. The fourth goal is around our workforce. And so this one is making sure that our workforce is still here. Right now, that's really tough for regardless of what organization you're looking at. There is a huge human capital shortage. So we're trying to increase our retention of all regular employees. And part of that is, how do we engage our employees? How do we help them to feel that they are needed and respected, and provide them the supports? We talk a lot about providing supports for students so that they can meet expectations. It is just as important that we provide those supports for our employees so that they can meet those same expectations. And then our fifth one is looking at our proximity plan. We've had a long time of looking at some data around that and getting feedback, and you've seen the maps that are out there. Next week, you'll be hearing more about some possibilities for the lottery process. Then we'll be looking at some specific policy development, going and getting even more community engagement and feedback on that. And then the eventual goal is that 75% of students will attend a school within 5 miles of their home, or the school that is closest to their home. Ms. Gittens, did you have your hand up?
No.
Okay. Okay, so those are our areas. And then the next piece is what Ms. Patrica had spoken about, is that each board member, I think it's been about 3 or 4 years ago, has said, you know, we would like to take a piece of that strategic plan and really focus on that. And they've changed a little bit, but pretty much have stayed the same. So you can see those. Social and emotional health of students has been Ms. Fisher from the very beginning. Kindergarten readiness, I believe, has been Ms. Morgan since the beginning. Ms. Fawn and Ms. Giovanelli, I believe you traded at one point. Ms. Fawn, for at least the last year, has been working with providing those additional opportunities for student learning. And Ms. Giovanelli had switched into building a future-ready workforce. Ms. Patrica's focus has been on increasing school safety. Ms. Gittens preparing for future growth, and Ms. Jordan was increasing business and community partnerships. So I'd like to open that up for discussion as to, you know, the work that how you feel that work is going. Do you want to stay with the area you're in? Are there other areas that you think we should explore and maybe have a champion around that area? So Ms. Patrica, since you were about to speak to that earlier, I'll begin with you.
So there's not much that I can do in the area of safety and security because so much of what we do has to be done in the shade, right? So, I mean, I can go out and say we're safe, but I can't tell you what the plans are for safety. My particular focus and sort of excitement or interest in this area has been computer safety. And I've had a lot of conversations, and I think I have a pretty deep understanding of what we're doing to keep us safe. But again, I can't talk about that in public because then you're giving
Defeats the
our
purpose.
enemies a clue. So I would like to switch or create a new one. Is there any chance, Ms. Jordan, that you would be willing to? I would love to get into the business partnership thing.
I think that really could be split. I mean, right now, because I am steadily working with community partnerships on their board, as well as Southwood Village, Franklin Park, Fort Myers Middle School. So all of that combined with United Way and all of those and the business community. So I'm kind of like entrenched in that right now.
So is the
But
board
I
okay?
think that there's always
Yeah.
room for more help increasing business.
Is the board okay with us sharing that with an understanding that if we ever have a discussion about it, we would sit with Attorney Dupree Bruno to make sure we're not violating sunshine?
And the reason I'm saying that is because even like Ms. Giovanelli, she was working on SOS. But in doing that, I still was doing that as well, because as I'm going around, it doesn't make sense for me not to promote our students and do this. So we're all actually doing this together. That's how I look at it. This is not the one-man show. It is not. It's about all of us participating in making sure that we get these priorities and do what we need to do. And that's as well as the CTE and everything. So we're working together, collectively to make all this stuff happen.
Okay, so I heard a request. If the board is comfortable with them sharing this, we could break it out if people are not comfortable with the sharing, but it is really hard to differentiate between business and community when we're working toward those partnerships.
I think it's a good idea, and I think that yesterday I had read some stuff that I researched, and it says our identity is with the community. So, and we all have different opportunities to advocate for and support programs that we're offering in our own areas, because we don't all go to the same places. And so I think that it is really more of a collaborative activity in supporting the strategic plan priorities.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Anyone who's opposed? Dr. Savage, you have a comment?
Well, just more of a question for the board for you to consider. One of the things in education that we often do is when people go out and do trainings or they go out and speak to groups, they often work in tandems. And so just because you're mentioning some of these are very broad bucket areas, I know that the idea is to have an individual champion, but one of the other thought processes that we've done kind of at the staff level at times is you have strategic partnerships where you really have more than one person on critical areas so that it isn't just one person's responsibility. It also allows potentially board members to work together, to divide and conquer, to team up when it makes sense to do so, and it might be an opportunity. It's less individual, it's a little bit more collaborative, but it's just something that I wanted to throw out there because we do it in our educational space. Pretty much every time there's one person conducting training, the other person's working the room, getting questions. They can flip-flop. It also helps when you're in an audience. It takes less of the individual pressure on one person. It keeps more lively. So I just wanted to bring that up as something for you to consider, just because of this one that kind of presented itself as an opportunity.
Well, and originally, this was, if you go back for when it started, it was Miss Dr. Carlin over there, and she was my counterpart of this, because we were all connected with someone. And then it went from Dr. Carlin to Miss Cindy and I, and then there was no one. So then it was Miss Davis. So Rita and I
Right.
we've kind of put all that together as far as the CTE, community partnerships, and increasing business.
Yes, what we tried to do was to match each board member with a staff member that was, if not a director, but at least intimately involved in each of those areas. So I believe with Ms. Fisher, it was Lori Brooks. With Ms. Morgan, it was Jeannie LaFountain, and then Marcia, and now we get the new person, Ms. Romo. And with Ms. Vaughn, additional learning community, I believe that would have been academic service, and I don't know if that ever got transferred.
Staff partner.
Right, so it was Kaylee for me, and Kaylee Rodden, and I never, and it goes back to, I don't know who you had,
Yeah,
so I
'cause
never had anybody either.
Because what
So
I was
neither one
doing
of us-
before was,
Ms. Rivera.
actually, it was HR that I was doing,
Okay.
and I'd attended.
So that explains that, okay.
Like some of the meetings, I sat in on some of the meetings that they had on recruitment, like Suzette Rivera, and they actually came and met with me, and we talked and shared ideas. But, and I blame myself, I kind of let the ball down after we switched.
Yeah, But
I
I think though, when they first started this though, it was like we were given these, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong. We
Yeah.
were given these, and then we could be engaged. We had that person that we were kind of like blessed with, so we could either do as much, that was our go-to person that we could have conversation with, but we could do as much as we wanted or as little, but we were there kind of like as their extension of their arm. If they needed help with doing something, we were that person out there in the community, which would be, that would assist them. That's how I think this was formed back
It would,
years ago.
and, yeah, it's been several years. So if maybe we just need to refocus on how we want it to be. So if we could talk about what would you like to see this become? And how would you like to work with staff, or are you still willing to be a champion for a specific area? Okay. Ms. Vaughn, did you have a
Oh,
comment?
wait, no, yeah, but some of these are, okay, so if you're doing, business and community, for instance, that's pretty clear cut, because you can go out and
Right.
meet. But if you're doing something internal, I don't write the curriculum here.
Right.
So, and frankly, there've been a few times when I've asked to sit in on things, and somehow the invitations don't come. And I'm going to put most of the blame on myself, because I have not been good at following up with that. I'll be the first one to admit it. So but see, you said you worked with Kaylee,
Yeah,
but that's not really
I get it.
how I see it. I would have thought it would be somebody from academic services that was actually involved in, I don't know, I guess SOS would be an example of that.
And that's really the
I believe
involved.
that's where
was the
Ms. Rodden
whole-
was involved, was with the SOS.
Exactly.
Okay.
And remember, we don't have to stick with these. We have lots of areas in the strategic plan. So if there's an area that you're passionate about, and you said, I would really like to be a champion for this specific goal or this specific area of the plan, then we are certainly able to change that. These are not set in stone.
Yeah, well, I love programs like SOS, so I just need to, but again, we scaled back 1 year
Well, it was because of COVID.
on that because of
Yeah.
COVID.
Pandemic
So,
stopped us.
But as I said, I'm putting most of the blame on me, because I haven't been diligent in following up.
Okay. So just in the interest of time, I would really like to bring this one back and give you some time to think about, is there an area, we've heard what Ms. Patrica and Ms. Jordan would like to do, and I think everyone is fine with that. So if the rest of you want to think about, is there an area that you really want to bring forward, and who it is, we'll work with you to make that match with staff to make sure that you're getting the information that you need, and if you need help preparing the presentation when you're going out to groups, we can certainly be part of that. Ms. Gittens.
My experience and situation was with this, and yes, this was another of my, so check number 2, okay. It was my suggestion, and the purpose behind the suggestion is that all of the strategic plan areas would be covered in some way, not as an expert, but like you mentioned, when people go out, then participating and all that. I did not have that experience, and I did request information. I think I spoke with one person at one time. Preparing for future growth covers a lot, and yet I have not been included in any of it. And a lot of the information that I did request, I did not receive. And, just laying it out there, people will say, you ask too many questions or whatever. The reason I chose that area was to be able to, with the blessing of the board and the superintendent, to find out some of those questions, to see, okay, I'm told staff works very hard. I know they do, and I just wanted to see and to understand the questions that I have. How do you get to this? How do you do that? And that's why I chose the section I did, but it has not been very successful. I was not, I think I did attend one meeting after I asked the superintendent if I could. It was a Zoom meeting, but other than that, I do not want to stop. It's still an area of great interest and concern to me, and perhaps we can start the clock for the, whatever time is left, and feel that I'm not a threat if I ask questions, that I am asking for the purpose of getting answers and being able to say that in the community.
It sounds like we need, when we set these, we need to set some goals around what it means to be this champion. So what are the things that you want to be able to provide to the community? What are the reasons for being a champion? As you said, you wanted to be able to explain to people, how were these decisions made? So I think this is a whole new workshop. Oh, did I just add a workshop? Shame on me. So, but I think it is. I think it's a big discussion around what does it mean to be a champion for a specific area, what are those goals, and then what are the needs in order to be able to do that, so that we can determine how best to work to make it happen. Because we want it to work. We don't want don't want you being frustrated, and we don't want staff being frustrated. It's a way to really promote the strategic plan to our community. And if we're not doing a good job of that, then we need to figure out how to do it better.
Well, and actually a suggestion of mine would be, before we make a change, maybe put the caveat out there that each of us has an area right now to have, before we have this discussion, for each of us to have that discussion with whoever our group is, was, should be, and say to them as staff, what does it look like to you? I think it's going to be a disconnect if you guys go to staff and say, okay, what should this look like? It's a break in the communication.
Oh, absolutely.
I think that the communication should be between us and our specific areas, and say, okay, well, not this is what happened. How did you see this? How do you see it going forward? And then we all come back and bring that information back from our specific group. The staff may say, well, yeah, we started doing it this way, but actually we see that it should be this. And I think that should be a conversation with us and the team.
Okay, thank you. I will add that to our our parking lot list of topics that we need to bring back. Thank you. Okay, so we have reached a point where I know I could stand up. I imagine we all need to stand up, so we have a 15-minute break built in. Before we do that, do we need chargers set up for computers? Does anyone? We do, okay, so we'll see if we can work on that during the break to get some whatever we call them, extension cords down here so that we can get chargers charged.
Are we going to be more than 7 hours? Just saying.
That's up to you.
Just saying. So that's an excuse to say we have to stop our computers or
There we go.
Do we all know, well, like Ms. Gittens was saying, so do you know who your person is?
Not really.
Okay, so I think that would be it too. So before we were able to have that conversation, we would need to know who
That person is.
people are to
Okay,
have that
I will go back and
conversation.
find the list that had those connected.
Yeah.
And if it's not the right person, we'll fix it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if we can do like 13 minutes, we could be back at 1:45. So we'll be back here at 1:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
We're live again. Thank you.
I do that today. My husband's pulling out of the driveway. He's like, how'd the car get in? And I was like, oh,
We're live.
We are back.
Okay, we are back. Thank you.
They don't care.
Apologize, I did not realize that I had not sent the PowerPoint to Jen and that it was not posted. So I have sent it to you on email in case you want to follow through, follow along. It is in your email, and it will be posted to Board Docs as well.
Thank you.
So at this point, we will start reviewing the protocol manual. I had asked people to send any items that they wish to have reviewed to me in advance. And that said, I know sometimes that you were a little busy the past week. So if we do have additional ones, we certainly will do those. But we'll start in the first area. And the first item that we had come up was a request to talk about campaign materials. And there is a line in our protocol that explains that campaign materials may not be shared on a school site or through the Pony. And the request was to add that they should also not be shared through district email. Yes, ma'am.
We're here now.
We're in protocol, yes, yes. The procedures manual.
Are we changing the cover sheet, by the way? It still has Dr. Atkins.
Yeah, yes, we will. Thank you.
Notice that.
Thank you for that catch. We'll be making notes as we go along about changes that are required, and also Ms. Thomas will be taking notes as well. So between the two of us, we will get all of those.
So can you tell us, I'm sorry, are we on, what, page 4? Ethical conduct, or where are we, so we can follow?
The page numbers.
So we're skipping over ethical conduct and going to operating?
We were going to the page about the campaign materials. Those were the first things that were brought to my attention, that were sent to me. And so we'll do those first, the things that were sent first. I'm getting ready to pull it up. I'm sorry, I did not pull that up. So let me get to it.
Okay, so we're not following the book, we're following the,
We're in the first section of the book, and we'll do the things that were sent first, and then we'll ask if there were any other changes.
okay, and sorry that I'm slow, but, and the part about campaign is where, maybe there's a,
7, I think, in the print.
Up right now, I'm sorry. So we can get here.
Yeah, see, I printed the pages out, but that doesn't.
Yeah,
I know.
it doesn't show that at all.
I
Okay.
saw it somewhere, but,
Okay, let's see.
It is page 7.
It is on page 7.
Yes.
Under correspondence from board members. Okay.
I mean, it's almost outdated. The mail Pony.
Yeah.
True.
Where it says correspondence?
that's
It's
what
under
they said.
correspondence from board members on page 7.
It's right above Roman numeral 2, and the very last sentence under correspondence from board members reads, "School board members may not distribute campaign materials on Lee County school property or through interoffice mail." And then the request was that email be added to that.
So the question I have, where is the part about, is this just for us, because where's the part about the public displaying campaign materials, et cetera?
This is us.
Policy. Yeah, these are the board protocols that the board has agreed upon. Now, there are some things in here that are part of policy as well, but not everything in protocol is also part of policy. Yes, ma'am.
So we could just say school board members may not distribute campaign materials via systems owned and maintained by the school district or something along those lines? Because that allows for future innovations while still covering.
Well, I'm sorry.
Ms. Gittens?
School board members may not distribute campaign materials on Lee County School Board property in any form,
School board resources, or school district resources.
using school board resources, in any form using school, or using any school district resources.
or using any school district resources.
Right.
Okay. Any comments around that one? Is that acceptable? Okay. Anyone who can't live with that wording? Okay, thank you.
Can I, we're looking at this to change things because we don't like the way that it's worded right now, because it clearly states that it's not to be done. So we're just emphasizing on it more?
The thing is that in the language right now, it does not include email. And so the request was to change the wording so that email was also included.
Oh, okay.
That's all, yeah. So if we say district resources, that would include the Pony, email, any other way that, okay, thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
A little off, but the policy for the public, I remember when I was running and I wore a button and sitting in the back, and Mr. Martin said, you know, I had to take it off. I had forgotten that I had it on. And I don't know, and for your sake, do people know that? Do we need to say that during campaign season? We had someone come in with, you know, presidential regalia on once, and so I think it goes back to communicating to make your job easier, to make sure that people are aware, if you are involved in campaign, this is what our rules are.
And we can put a sign up to make sure we have a list of rules, so we can put that up.
So that's part of the rules that are distributed by the elections office, that you don't just
Right.
campaign or put any signs or anything, or hand out any handouts on government property.
But there have been people here that have done that.
Right.
They have distributed and worn and everything else, so.
There's an additional caveat, because I know the first time I ever ran, the government buildings, some of the government buildings, you can get, if you're doing signing petitions, you can do that. However, because I was looking to have teacher friends of mine help out with that, the very first time I ran, and I got a clarification, it was Mr. Martin at the time, that that's not allowed also in the school buildings, the petition signing, but it is allowed in some government buildings.
So our policy is 2.04 that completely talks about campaigning on school district grounds, and they're very limited. Thank you. The policy is 2.04 that talks about campaigning on district grounds, and it's prohibited, and there are some exceptions, so.
Yeah, I know.
What are the
You want me to go through the exceptions?
That'd be nice.
It's gonna come up, 'cause I know last time there were maybe teachers running or people that had in the parking lot. I think that was okay, because they had campaign signs like in the windows of their car in the parking lot.
Okay, so the policy is 2.04, campaigning for a candidate for public office on the grounds of every school district facility is prohibited with the following exceptions. The superintendent or designee may approve the use of any school district facility to conduct a candidate forum during non-school and non-work hours in which all candidates for the same office are invited to attend and speak. Campaigning is allowed on school district grounds on election days when the grounds are used as a polling place. But of course, you have the additional rules in terms of how far you can be, how close you can be to a polling place.
I don't think do we use any schools? I don't think we do. Yeah, so that's irrelevant, but.
And then the next exception is campaigning activities on school grounds by students for candidates for student office obviously is not prohibited. And then no restrictions on place on the ability of individuals or employees to place signs or stickers on their personal vehicles endorsing candidates for public office while on the grounds of the school district.
You said there's no prohibition.
On your personal vehicle.
Right, no, I know, because there was an issue with that last time.
Yeah.
And people were told to take the signs down off their cars.
On your personal vehicle?
On their personal vehicles,
No.
they were told to take them down.
If you are using a district vehicle, you cannot put any political insignia,
Right.
but on your personal vehicle pursuant to the policy, that's okay, that's an exception.
So could Governor DeSantis come to our school board meeting and announce himself as candidate for governor and give a campaign speech at our school board meeting based on that policy?
No.
Okay. Because that will come up in upcoming school board meetings, and so I'd like us all to,
If you have, if the governor, all of the people running for that same office, and we make a special forum for them, that's one thing.
Oh,
But one
yeah.
person coming in to discuss, no.
not discuss, but
To announce whatever, it doesn't matter.
No, everybody has to be invited to the table.
Exception that if he got it approved by the superintendent, that could happen.
Without inviting
If it is
everybody.
approved, the superintendent will approve the forum.
Everybody would have to be invited,
Everybody has to be there who's a candidate for that
don't show
office.
up-
because we're not part of.
And if they don't show up, they don't show up, but you
Doesn't matter if you
have
sent,
documentation saying that they were invited.
doesn't matter if you sent it to the wrong address in Alaska, but it's okay.
Any other questions on that? Okay. Oh, and then just one other thing, just to make sure everybody knows this. All school board employees are prohibited from campaigning for a candidate for public office in any manner while on duty. This prohibition includes the wearing of buttons or other apparel endorsing candidates for public office while on duty.
So when are we not on duty?
Well, you 24/7 for certain people.
My point precisely.
Thank you. That was the only area under Roman numeral 1 correspondence that I received anything about. Does anyone have anything additional under correspondence? Okay, thank you. The next area that I received a request around was Roman numeral 4, meetings of the school board. And this is around the roles and expectations of the governance team and the board attorney. And Attorney Dupree Bruno, I don't know if these conversations took place over the last 3 days or if there are specifics. Okay, so then I'm going to go ahead and, I know that you had some expectations around the decorum and expectations. Did you also have anything around the role?
Yeah, I was only going to, when I get into the part of decorum, I was going to talk about just the expectations from the board chair, the parliamentarian, and then sergeant at arms for that topic of decorum.
Are there any comments with regards to the roles and expectations of the governance team and board attorney? I mean, do we understand the role of the collective school board as a body?
I hope we do.
We're still a work in progress. but
Yes.
we're
This is
making some
4
progress.
that you're talking about, right?
This is, I'm not sure what page, I'm looking at the slide.
Yeah, 4 on page 8.
So this
Page
is,
8, Roman numeral 4.
this is a continuing work in progress. It's something that we are working on. I don't know if we necessarily need to go through it here. I think it's more about the decorum and the expectations. And I think the role of the parliamentarian in the decorum and expectations is part of that too, right? So if there's nothing else with regards to the specific roles and expectations, we can move forward, Cindy, because I think you noted we are working on that.
So it's interesting though, if I may, the last one is maintain a professional demeanor. Saying, just threw that one in there.
It is, and I believe the other items have been discussed, in this forum before. So as we go on, if there's anything else you want to bring up, we certainly can. Yes, Ms. Patrica?
this is not something we vote on, right? We don't ever vote on our protocol manual.
No, we come to
Let me
agreement.
throw it out there for people to consider. Please don't reject it immediately, but think about whether we want to bring this in front of the board for a vote, leading to more accountability. Because there's not necessarily accountability on a consensus vote, but there is accountability on a vote, right? So if we vote as a team to accept every item in this and to discuss with the team any changes that we want to make in 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, then it might lead to more accountability for taking ownership of these rules individually and as a group. Just something to please think about.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher and then Ms. Gittens.
Yeah, I was just going to say, my understanding when we started the collection of protocols was that these are suggestions, not necessarily policy, which we do vote on. So I think the more rules we have, the more resistant you get. So I think that we need to let these be suggestions, and we all professionally agree that we're going to be respectful and follow these suggestions. That's just my input, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
I did think about, I think fast.
Ms. Gittens.
My days are numbered.
And we would never want to say, I should have thought about that faster, right? Yeah. Okay, anyway. My comment, though, is about the professionalism. And I think that's where professionalism comes in, that we should, when I mentioned earlier about assume that people are professional until they prove that they are not. And assuming that we're professional means that we understand this and we abide by it.
So could there, rather than maintain a professional demeanor, could it be act in accordance with the agreed upon core values that define professional demeanor?
This is fine, I think.
I think it's fine.
You're okay with, oh, so you weren't saying change it?
I wasn't
You were
saying
just
change it.
Okay,
No,
thank you.
no.
Okay. Ms. Giovanelli.
Thank you. And most of these reference a board policy, so I think that we're covered. I don't know why you would double up on policy
Right.
it's kind of,
Redundant.
yes, thank you.
So here's where the dilemma happens. Polls, we're supposed to have so much time for polls. And if you're polling, you're supposed to send a memo to your fellow colleagues to let them know you're polling. Or if you're going to make a motion, you're supposed to let your fellow colleagues know you're going to make a motion so that everybody understands and can do whatever research they want to do. And this is an issue that consistently comes up. And again, these are suggestions, and certain board members see it as hard and fast rules that you're a violation of the rules. And some board members are seeing, especially there's language in there that actually says, try to, or if possible. So I think that's where the dilemma is, and that's where sometimes the strife happens, because you're not following the rules, but the rules aren't really rules.
I saw Melissa's hand.
That's
go
okay,
up
go
at the
ahead.
same time. So I was just going to say, this is where to me, this is where professional demeanor comes in. It's, yes, there will be opportunity, there won't be opportunities. There will be situations where a poll comes up at the last minute because of new information. But I think to be respectful of both the board members and staff, the expectation should be that polls, enough notification is given of polls. So I think this is, okay, you don't want to make it a hard and fast rule, but I think that is part of professional courtesy.
Ms. Gittens.
So I try to make every attempt to do that. However, like the perfect example is the last meeting, that gentleman spoke, and I felt compelled to bring it up. I wouldn't have if he had not spoken. So I think that we have to have some flexibility, and that comes with respect and professionalism. Thank you.
I think we have been speaking about this too, this part with the good of the order, equal balance, and the self-monitoring at the end of the meeting for our comments. So I don't know if there's any discussion on that as well.
I think that's on the agenda, right? Time?
Yes, it is. Yes, so we will get to that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and just along the same lines, one of the things we do in staff level work with executives, directors, and everyone is as you come together with groups, one of the first things you do is you really establish norms. And one of the norms is almost always, how do you hold each other accountable in a way? And so I think for me, the question that I have as I read this is that how do you as a board, mutually agree on how you will hold each other accountable while ensuring that whatever method of accountability you use imbues that respect that is so essential. But what are the mechanisms you have, even with guidelines? If these are mutually agreed upon, then that means it's a reflection of our professionalism, but how then do we also put teeth without it being teeth that is really allowing one person from their maybe implicit bias to kind of judge another person's actions? How do you do it in a way that we all kind of know and can signal so that it isn't furthering to undermine your ability to work together? So I just asked that question. It doesn't even have to be answered, but it was just something that, as I was reading it, I just wanted to make sure that was addressed.
So as you're doing root cause analysis, prevention and accountability is the last step. So.
Do you mind if we share this one so we don't lose that? Okay, we'll do it this way. That way we don't move that one back and forth so much. Thank you. Okay, so any other discussion around the role of the collective board, the superintendent, or the board attorney? Everybody's good there. Okay, so in that case, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Newland to talk about board decorum and expectations around that.
So one of the things I was thinking about, I want to start off with a little something different. When I talk about decorum, before we get into specifics, I want to talk about why do we have decorum. I think sometimes it's good to be reminded why we have decorum. It's not about us. So I wrote down a few things I wanted to bring up for conversation. I think it's important to remind ourselves of other things, how it affects outside of this room. So we have decorum for these reasons. We ensure meetings are conducted in an open and safe and orderly manner during these meetings. That's why we have decorum. Persons that sign up for a public comment have opportunity to do so in an orderly and respectful manner and without being interrupted. We want to provide that opportunity as well. Persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the school board without distraction and interruption. Bless you.
Thank you.
That students and the young audience members who attend or watch the meetings are not subject to inappropriate language or conduct. These are the examples we set. School board members and school employees or other agents can transact the business of the school board and school with minimal disruption. So I start that out by reminding all of ourselves, a lot of times it's not about us. It's about the public. It's about who's watching the meetings, setting the example. We talk about education. I look at that point as we are educating the public, we are educating our youth of being professional, being appropriate. Why we do what we do, to provide the opportunity for the public to come here in a safe manner, to be able to speak what they want to say, but speak safely without interruption, but also in an appropriate manner, appropriate behavior. So I want to kind of start off with that first before we talk about decorum. We talk about the expectations. So we know what decorum, we look at board policy 1.11. There's a segment on page 4 that talks about when there's a public comment, that when the person, unless they're making inappropriate behavior, inappropriate comments, that person can obviously be warned, and obviously, unfortunately, if they keep it up, it'd be have to leave the meeting if possible if they don't adhere to our policies of decorum, if they're having inappropriate comments or attacking a certain board member. So that's part of it on board policy 1.11. The big part on page 7 is decorum. We get down to decorum is specifically as far as inappropriate comments, as far as talking about outbursts during a meeting, because these are all the things we're trying to maintain. There's those 5 points I brought up of why we have decorum. So the expectations are for the board chair, obviously, and by policy for the school board attorney parliamentarian, is you have and by policy, you're the ones that would give that warning to that person for perhaps of an outburst, something that's said inappropriately that may disrupt a meeting of what we're trying to conduct. It's as Sergeant of Arms, it's my responsibility as well to help all of you to pay attention to that so we can stay with our agenda, get to the end of the agenda without having disruption in a meeting. A lot of times you're busy looking at the agenda, paying attention to, going through the different information, and it's hard to sometimes pay attention to what's being or maybe what's being conducted outside here into the crowd. So part of my responsibility is to assist with that, is to make sure that I'm helping move the meeting along in a very professional manner without less disruption as possible. So just a reminder sometimes that obviously from the chairperson's responsibility, the board attorney's responsibility, and even myself, is the things we're looking into to make sure that those are the points we want to make sure we maintain during a meeting with less disruption, because we're setting that example that these are certain things we want to provide an opportunity for the public to speak, but in a safe manner. So it's not about us, it's about the public. So obviously, I'm always going to do my part to make sure that if I see that somebody's in a violation of a policy, we're going to give that warning, but then after that warning, if it happens again, that person unfortunately will have to leave the meeting, because we have to make sure that we are trying to conduct business in this meeting. We're here for a reason, and there are people that come here that want to have the opportunity to speak. They want to feel safe. They want to be able to listen to the meeting without disruption. And I think that's what we're trying to provide. So I think it's very important, again, to remind ourselves of why we're doing what we're doing. And it's not about us. It's about the public. And I think sometimes with certain things in decorum, with violation, I always try to make sure that's a clear violation before we give a warning, before we actually, unfortunately, have to have that person leave the meeting. We don't want that to happen, obviously, but if we have to stay with the rules that we have in policy with 1.11. So saying all that, I want to make sure too, is there any questions as far as decorum goes, as far as maybe interpretation, anything that I could be doing better, or anything that you would look for future meetings that we need to change?
Actually, it's a kudo. Thank you for listening about the lights in the parking lot and making sure that we do have those extra lights put in there.
Absolutely. Yeah, we are working on all those things right now as well, so that's a conversation we're taking place. Anything as far as any other thing any interpretation, any confusion as far as decorum that we need to clarify possibly, that you may have thought it's a violation, we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, or anything that we need to change? I just want to make sure there's any confusion or anything, anything that I could do better to help out for the meetings to assist what we're trying to achieve.
The only thing I would ask is that if there is a speaker speaking, that we do give them our uninvited attention, because that is why they are here. So if we could do better on our side, is to make sure that we are focused on who is speaking, regardless of if it's good, bad, indifference. They're here for that reason, and we need to make sure that we are doing that. And I think that would help you as well, because they know that we are focusing on what they're saying, and I think that'll help.
Yeah, and I want to provide that opportunity as well, obviously. Again, as long as it's within the guidelines of it's not inappropriate behavior, we want to give, that person should be provided the opportunity to speak, as long as it's not being interrupted as well, too. And that's what we want to avoid from the crowd or anybody else, that you give that person the opportunity to speak what they're here to say.
Okay.
Yes, I don't know if we need more clarification, but like in 1.11, number 7, that addresses decorum, we say booing, hissing, clapping, shouting, cursing, or disrespectful comments. I mean, how do we interpret that for the public? Because I think that part of it is like we've had this conversation before. Sometimes it's not what you say, it's how you say it. So if someone comes forward and they're yelling and they're really agitated, is that decorum or is that not? I mean, is that out of order? So.
And you're talking about public comment when they come up. Yeah, that's sometimes. I think it can be hard sometimes, depending on why we've heard why sometimes they're speaking loudly.
Right.
But I don't have a problem with telling the person, obviously, if I think they're speaking loudly excessively, maybe they're upset, maybe they don't realize they're speaking loudly. And I don't have a problem reminding that person, listen, we can hear you fine. Can you please just lower your tone a little bit? We have the microphone, and it's not to take away what they're saying, but just to, lower the tone. So I think I try to pick our battles to a point where, I want to give that person opportunity,
And I think
obviously.
I think that's important. I really don't even like the words "shall not be tolerated." I feel like that's, pushing against when people are upset and they have a concern. I mean, I think it shouldn't happen, but I don't think it's on all of us. I think it's on them to manage their own behavior. So, what we could say, that is considered, these things are considered disrespectful and are not recommended, or something like, just changing that word a little bit. So, Kathy, I know you're going to tell me it's in statute.
No,
No.
no,
Oh,
I'm not.
okay.
Actually, that's no, I'm not going to say this. So we are in the process of working on revising this policy.
Right.
But just to be clear, so everybody knows exactly what we're talking about. So item number 7A, improper conduct at school board meetings includes booing, hissing, clapping, shouting, cursing, or disrespectful comments to school board members, school administrators, or other individuals shall not be tolerated, nor shall the school board tolerate other behavior which the parliamentarian or chairperson considers disruptive or improper, including the use of placards or signs. Applause is acceptable only when an award is being presented. It puts me in a very difficult position because I'm expected to enforce that particular policy. But here's the issue. These are judgment calls. What's a disrespectful comment?
Right. That was my
These are
question.
judgment calls. If there's a spontaneous clap because a student is here but didn't get an award but said something great, are we in violation of the policy? So these types of things are always judgment calls, and they're very, very difficult to make, especially when you're doing split-second decisions. I have had one-on-ones with all of you and have expressed my concerns about some of this and how we're going to move forward. One of the things as public officials, you're elected, and your constituents obviously have the right to come in and tell you what they think, how you're doing your job. Is that a personal attack? I'm leaning towards no, because you are a public official, and they have the right to come in and basically tell you, I think you're doing a good job, here are what my concerns are specifically to the particular individual. The other thing that's here, whether or not they can come and yell about a school principal or a teacher or something like that, that may be a different scenario. They're not public officials. The second thing here is with regards to presenters shall confine their remarks to educationally relevant issues. Attacks on individuals and abusive comments shall not be allowed. Speakers who fail to follow this rule shall be ruled out of order by the parliamentarian or chairperson. Any speaker continuing with such remarks shall be required to relinquish the lectern. So I'm expected to enforce this. However, what is an abusive comment? Again, split-second judgment decisions. So that's why, we're going to move forward and trying to revise this policy. I went to my conference with my colleagues. Everyone is saying the same thing in their scripts. Levels of enforcement vary from district to district. People have the right to come in and tell their government, this is what I think. This is where I think you're right, you're wrong. How they do it, yelling and screaming and cursing, is not acceptable. You can come in, be respectful. Dr. Savage, I don't agree with this decision that you made. But yelling and screaming and cursing and threatening is not acceptable.
Well, and that's why I'm hoping that we can revise this to the point where we can enforce it, because we have not been enforcing it. And it has not helped the professionalism or the decorum of our meetings, and other governmental agencies locally do enforce it, and they don't have that kind of overt behavior that we have had. And you're right, I mean, you can say what you say, but it should be I mean, we have definitions for words like decorum and respectful, and so.
I think, and this is why Dave, Mr. Newland and I thought that it would be really helpful to have this discussion, because we are trying to figure out what's the definition of enforcement means. Because we're making
Exactly.
judgment calls. He's on the floor as the sergeant at arms, getting the temperature of the participants and seeing, you know, if I take this person out, am I going to make matters worse?
Exactly.
Or, you know, and at the same token, I'm here as the parliamentarian and trying to see, okay, is this a personal attack? Did they go too far? Is this far enough? You know, so it's these are very difficult judgment calls that we're trying to make, and at the same time, keep the temperature down so we don't get into more of an explosive type situation.
Exactly, and that's why I think definitely that this needs work and that we should be compliant with the statute, yet have it be more enforceable, you know?
And my message has been, I've been trying to make sure that, you know, it doesn't matter to me what that person's come here to say, as long as they're
Exactly.
it's appropriate, no, it's not disruptive, they don't have to yell to say certain things. It doesn't matter to me. But anybody that has a right to come up there and speak whatever side they're on without being disrupted. So if I don't agree with you, I shouldn't be disrupting you because I don't like what you're saying. Everybody should provide that same opportunity. That's what we're trying to do. We want you to be here. We want you to come here. We want you to come here and say what you want to say, but just follow decorum. That's all.
Right.
We're kind of maintaining a safe environment so people feel safe coming here. And that's all we're trying to do.
And so that's the other comment, I was just going to finish with that, is that some people in the public and some of our colleagues around the county have said that they no longer come to school board meetings here because they don't feel safe. So we need to work on it.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens, then Ms. Patrica, then Ms. Giovanelli.
Okay, a couple of quick comments. One, I stated when we talked about 1.11 and 111 and all of that, I still feel the perception of creating another policy. The perception is saying to the public, you're not doing what's right, so we're going to create a policy to keep you where we think you should be. So my suggestion before, when it was brought up, is to combine it, you know, and I know you say it would be 15 pages. I don't think so. If it's overlaid and we put the new things that we need, and if it is, it is. But I think the optics of saying everybody has watched the progression in things that have happened, and if all of a sudden we bring in another policy, I don't think that it's showing good faith to the public. And also, I agree with Ms. Fisher, will not be tolerated. I don't know how you can say that without inciting, okay? It's like, instead of saying to the child, I really, you know, I want you to follow the rules, and would you please sit over here? Or you sit down here. It's hard to make those words even come out in a acceptable way for some people. So perhaps the way that's stated, so you don't have to say, you know, this will not be tolerated because you're reading the form, that we could consider changing that. And Ms. Fisher mentioned, and I've heard this before, the professionalism of our meetings. When we go back to professionalism, are we putting that on the public and saying you must be professional because our meeting is professional? Or are we saying that we are the professionals and it's how we accept and treat you? You are the public, so we can't say and assume that you're professional. We can assume that you will act with decorum and, you know, kindness to everyone, but professional behavior that's us, that's not them.
So Mr. Newland and I have a shared concern as the Sergeant at Arms and the parliamentarian, is that sometimes we kind of lose steam at the end, because if you are personally attacking, if you are being disrespectful, if you are doing these things, it's hard for us to tell the public, you're out of order. It's very difficult because they, you know, they're telling him he's a hypocrite. They're looking at me, are you crazy? Do you see what's going on up there? So it puts us in a very, very difficult situation that we're enforcing rules on them, but there's not the same decorum at the dais. So I don't know if you want to add to that.
And I have to speak to that because, in my opinion, and I can only speak for myself, things that I have brought up regarding other board members is in the realm of not following a policy or a statute or a procedure. And board members taking that as an attack, to me, that's where the issue lies. If someone is, you know, you run through the red light and you get stopped and you ask, did you run through the red light? Well, it was a rule, a law, that you stop at the red light. So the discussion should be, if that occurred, how do we handle that? Because otherwise, everyone can run through the red light. And it is not an attack, at least on, like I said, on my part, I'm saying we have rules and laws and everybody says we follow the rules. So if someone if it's perception that someone doesn't, then I think we need to address it. And that is not an attack. And that's what we need to get to. But anyway, I just had to say that part. The other part was, I hear board members saying a lot that we, other than the chair, no one is allowed to address comments that are made by the public. And is that actual fact, or can we not? Because at the end, during my comments, I was under the impression I could say what I want to say. And if I am referring back to someone that spoke earlier, and I'm not the chair, that's still within protocol to do.
So,
Okay.
so within protocol, your time as in the board member comments or good of the order is your time. You do what you want with your time. Now, I will say this, a lot of districts, when the public makes their comment,
Yes.
they do not respond to any of the comments that are made. And if an individual wants to have further discussion, they'll make an appointment, or they send an email or what have you with whoever the board member is. That's how a lot of districts are doing it, so you don't have the back and forth with the
Yes,
public.
but there are some as well, because I just watched some, that do allow response to within a limit during public comment. They do allow, you know.
I will tell you that from the Florida School Board Attorneys Association, their position on that is that there should not be back and forth between the board member and the public. Now, having a comment at the end, somebody makes a statement, and then you want to, you know, say, thank you for making that statement, here's what we're going to do about it. I mean, that's one thing. But having the discourse between the public and the board member, that's completely frowned upon during the meeting.
And the ones that I watched, that was not a discourse, but on certain topics, different board members were able to speak to that situation at the time. And which to me, I thought it was good, because then a lot of people didn't stay during the whole time, and they may not hear the answer, or they may leave thinking that, yes, this board member thinks this, or this one, whatever. But anyway, that's it.
And I do know that there are some districts too, when the comment is made, they will have staff come and answer whatever that question is immediately once if there's somebody who's available to answer the question, so.
Right.
Thank you. Ms. Patrica?
So I wanted to reiterate or emphasize what Mary said about the public not feeling safe coming to our meetings anymore. Dr. Savage, you and I had a conversation recently. I'm not going to bring up the subject matter, but I told you that parents were going to come to a school board meeting. Do you remember that? And I was calling you to give you a heads up that I wasn't organizing these parents to come.
Okay.
Instead, they had, one of them had called me on behalf of a group and expressed extreme dissatisfaction with an element of operations of the district. I'll put it that way. And they said, I called the school, I called this person, I called that department, I called this, I did that. To whom should I complain? And I said, the school board. Like, that's who you complain to. If you've gone through all of the appropriate steps, you complain to the school board. And he said, okay, well, I'm going to get this group of parents together who are thinking about doing this, and we're going to come to the next school board meeting. He reached out to the group. None of them would come to a school board meeting because of what they've been seeing in the media. Some of that is our fault. Some of that is the way the media depicts what's happening in our boardroom. And I just wanted to emphasize, it's been my experience as well, that people don't want to be in this room anymore, so.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli?
So, I've been listening to the conversations, and, you know, people can come here and be very passionate. And that could be loud, you know, so I think we have to be really careful, you know, and how do you determine, we don't really know some of the people, so you don't know, the regulars we kind of know, but we don't know some that, like the one instance where the woman had a hearing disability of some sort. I mean, we have to be somewhat respectful. I think I get louder as I get more passionate about something. So I experience that all too well, personally. I think one of the things that we keep getting, that I know the public has spoke to me about, is about being consistent. You know, we clap for some, not for others. I mean, so I think we have to be, there's that fine line, and then we have to be very careful because we're not consistent. And no matter what, in order for people to get it, we have to be consistent. I mean, I think that's so important. It just sends the wrong message if we aren't. The other thing that I think it's really important is no matter what, we should not be attacking the public or the parents or students. And that has happened on this board. And in order to set the example, we have to be the example. And we have not done that. So I think that's where it starts. It starts right here. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Savage.
Well, and I'm fairly new to this, so I've kind of had to learn through this experience, and so I just kind of want to make a comment, but I want to ask kind of some questions as well that kind of highlights a number of what folks have said. You know, when I was trying to orient to the role specifically in this kind of nature of the work that we do, one of the things that occurred to me is that it almost appeared that there may not be clarity on the point of the meeting itself, that there was a little bit of an identity crisis of the meeting itself. So I guess in my mind, if there's a lack of clarity around that, is the purpose of the meeting to be a town hall or a brainstorm or feedback session, open public forum where there's just a lot of back and forth, or is it intended to be a business meeting where the work of the group is working, but then, and that is really the focus is on the matters at hand with this group, but then there is an opportunity for the public to comment, not an opportunity for the public to engage in dialogue, not an opportunity for the public to engage in a potentially emotional tirade, but truly just to comment. And I think the verbiage used of a comment is different. It's limited. There's a time parameter associated to it, that if there's more if there is a desire to more deeply engage with public sentiment, that you all as a 7 are elected, that you have a body, folks are behind you, there are people who give you lots and lots of dialogue, but you are duly empowered to speak within the constraints of your role, that there isn't an 8th board member that shows up in the board meeting. You know, that's kind of the conceptually that now, or I may have an incorrect conception of this, that maybe it really is designed to be a broad, you know, feedback session, you know, give and take, back and forth. Let's just hash it out here in this setting, because it is set up like an auditorium. But in my mind, I've tried to filter it almost as if there's a curtain here, or maybe a two-way glass where we are here in the bubble and people can see us as an opportunity for open government, so they can see what's going on. There's a clarity of it, but it isn't, in my mind, I kind of have viewed it that way so that I can kind of focus on you as board members, you as individuals, trying to really keep my blinders on about the work and not so much about whatever is there. Because often, you know, and the other piece of it is, just it's been brought up several times, when there's an emotional charge to the moment, that impedes my ability to really focus on the substantive comment that is being made. So when a person comes and they want to speak to an issue that they've had in a school, or that they're concerned about a policy, that I really want to be able to focus on the substance of that comment, because that's truly what the comment, I believe, was probably intended for, not as an opportunity for us to vent, not as an opportunity for us to just, to have that. Now, I don't know. That may be a misunderstanding of the scope of these meetings, so I just kind of wanted to put that out there for, either legal analysis or just board member conception, how you felt about that.
Attorney Dupree, Bruno, and then Ms. Gittens.
Well, let's have Ms. Gittens first and then.
Okay, Ms. Gittens, she's asked that you go first.
Oh, okay. No, the comment I was thinking when you were revising 1.11, and one of the things that you mentioned was having, after the meeting was over, Attorney Bruno, and then letting people speak on any particular topic. Have we considered doing a shortened version of that before rather than after the meeting? And the point would be, perhaps it would diffuse some of the high charge of the meeting, since everyone is saying the meeting is the action meeting and this is what we do. So to me, doing that before would be, I think, more palatable. And like I said, then maybe people would get it out their questions and their statements then, and the meeting would be the meeting. Because otherwise, my fear is if we limit and limit and limit when and why and how, everybody can't come to a briefing meeting. And a briefing meeting is confined to just those topics. And at a workshop, they can't speak. So I don't think it's the time and the temperature to limit more than making it seem like it's, we have more rather than less.
Ms. Vaughn?
I feel like right now we're into debating policies and focusing on policies, which is really, really important, but it's just marginally attached to our task at hand. And that brings me to when under expectations of board members, I've only served as a vice chair, so I've only done facilitated briefings. But one of my huge frustrations, besides the fact that the amount of time that we're given for topics typically is not enough time, and the briefing meeting is basically the only meeting that is comes right before an action meeting, and we need the time. But what happens is when we and I think this is the source of a lot of well, I don't know if anger is too strong a word, frustration, anger from some of the board members is, if we want to go through what we need to go through on an agenda, the board chairperson needs to be very cognizant, and this is really hard to do, of not only time and equal distribution of comments, but as we talk about different things, that we're not way off base. So for instance, just as a for instance from a briefing meeting, if we're going through a policy at a briefing meeting, and it's a really long policy, and as the chairperson at that meeting, I say, okay, there's too much in this time period for us to go through, but let's just focus on paragraphs 3 and 4 right now, and then see if we can come to some agreement on that. But then somebody starts speaking about the end of the policy or the middle of the policy or something else, and then if I stop the person and say, could we please just focus on these 2 paragraphs right now, and then time permitting, because you have to remember, the chair
that's an onus on the chair to keep things moving along and keep what we're talking about relevant. And I think it helps the public follow along, and it also helps me to follow along, because sometimes I'm like, I'm listening to conversation, I'm thinking, were we really talking about that? Or how did we get on this? And that's what I'm wondering right now is, in front of us is expectations of board members, and we're getting into, well, let's do this for a policy. Maybe I'm just kind of a hard ass with this stuff, but I really think it's incumbent upon the board chair to keep things moving and to keep the members focused, and for the members to please not get upset with the board chair, like, oh, you're not letting me speak, or, oh, I mean, is that too much of an expectation on the board members? And I know most of you have served in some capacity as a vice chair or chair. Is that overstepping? Is it overstepping when, and I know I've overdone it a time or two, but when we have parliamentary procedures, raise your hand, wait to be recognized, ask questions through the chair, all those things. And when the chair sees that, I mean, everybody here now has been on the board at least 3 years. And, when people are not abiding by that, and as I said, I'm very guilty of getting too annoyed when it doesn't happen that way. But is that too much to expect of board members to please stay on topic and listen to what the board chair says? We're only looking at this right now. Time permitting, we will get to the rest of it. I'm interested in everybody's feedback on that.
Thank you, Ms.
Ms.
Vaughn.
Ms. Jordan,
We are going to focus. We are going to go back to focusing. And so, Dave, Mr. Newland, I'm going to get this back to you so you can proceed on what you need from us.
Ms. Patrica did have a response.
Sorry, Ms. Patrica.
I do think that if we look at page, and I don't know if we're at this point yet, but page 10 and beyond, it does talk about board meetings. And I do think that what Dr. Savage said was absolutely, absolutely accurate. We are here to do the business of the board. And I also believe that Ms. Jordan was elected as our chair, and you were elected as our vice chair, which means we turn over the conduct of the meeting to you. And whether I appreciate the way you do it or I don't appreciate the way you do it, you are empowered to run that meeting, and you run that meeting the way that meeting should be run. So I'm agreeing with you entirely. We can't, when you cut someone off because the conversation has gone off topic, that's your job. That's what you're supposed to do. The other thing,
go ahead.
The other thing I will say is I don't think we allow enough time for briefing meetings. And I believe that if we could allow more time for briefing meetings, perhaps they have to start at 10 o'clock in the morning, and then we have a lunch and we finish, we could get to our board member comments in the afternoon and not drag that into the night when staff does not want to be sitting here at 10 o'clock at night. They do not want to be sitting here at 10 o'clock at night, and we're giving comment after comment after comment after comment. I'm telling you, those comments are not being heard at that stage in the night. So if we could keep our board member reports to those afternoon meetings and just minimal comments at the end of the night, conduct the business of the board, and then we go home, that's kind of the point. So that was my response to you.
Thank you.
We'll be discussing meeting, when we talk about the calendar and possible times for that. I did want to address one item that Ms. Vaughn brought up as to, we're talking policy, and yes, technically, we did get off of procedures manual and policy, but that's because the decorum piece really isn't specified in our procedures manual, and it is specified in policy, and there was there was a request to discuss the decorum piece so that we could clarify those roles. Then as a group, you can decide, does that need to be added to the procedures manual, or are you fine with it staying only in policy? And I did not make that clear ahead of time, so thank you for bringing that back.
Ms. Brown?
So to Dr. Savage's point in terms of what's the purpose of the meeting. So your guideline is the statute. Florida Statute 286.0114 talks about public comments in meetings. Subsection 2, members of the public shall be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard on a proposition before a board or commission. In other words, you can talk about an agenda item prior to the board voting on that agenda item. That is what is required by the statute. The opportunity to be heard need not occur at the same meeting at which the board takes official action on the proposition if the opportunity occurs at a meeting that is during the decision-making process. So, in other words, that you don't have to give the opportunity right there, right before you vote, so long as they've had an opportunity to speak during the decision-making process, such as in a briefing. So that is what is required per statute. And it can't be like a year later that you're making the decision. It has to be in close proximity. The other thing is that this does not prohibit this section to allow the public to speak on a proposition. It's not a free-for-all. It's not come in and talk about anything you want to talk about. It's on a proposition, an agenda item. This section does not prohibit a board from maintaining orderly conduct or proper decorum in a public meeting. The opportunity to be heard is subject to rules or policies adopted by the board. And then the statute says, when you are creating these rules or policies, subsection 4, rules or policies of a board which govern the opportunity to be heard are limited to those that, 1, provide guidelines regarding the amount of time an individual has to address the board, so like our 321, prescribes procedures for allowing representatives of groups or factions on a proposition to address the board, rather than all members of that group or faction addressing the board. Prescribe procedures or forms for an individual to use in order to inform the board of the desire to be heard. That's our blue comment card. To indicate his support, opposition, or neutrality on the proposition. You're supposed to write on the blue comment card, I'm here to talk about item J2, student code of conduct, and I agree with it, I don't agree with it. That's in the statute. And to indicate his or her designation of a representative to speak on the behalf of the group, if they want to do that. And then the board is allowed to designate a very specific period of time for public comment. That's what the statute requires. So like in our briefings, you can only talk about the agenda. The proposal for our action meeting was also the same thing. Come in and talk about the agenda because that's what the statute says. However, we have a long history in our board policy to allow the public to come in and talk about anything related to the school system. So that's why there was an intent to try to move that to another location so that the board can actually do the business. People who want to talk about the actual agenda, what you're voting on, can come in and talk. And then if you want to have everybody else come and talk about anything else, they're free to do so. So we could do it in the beginning as suggested by Ms. Gittens. We can do it at the end. Maybe the beginning is better, and then you start your meeting and then do your agenda items. But that is what the statutory requirement is for public comment in our meetings.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens.
And just one more, and maybe we can look at doing a consensus or something on that. I really think we need to move forward with whether we're going to do the before, the after, or at least to try it. But the other thing I wanted to say is I think part of our issue with what Ms. Vaughn was saying and some others is that we do not give enough time for us to even discuss things, and our workshops are just not timely. This is not pointing a finger at anyone, but we have this list of workshop items, and I'm not sure how we can look at the scheduling again, but items on the workshops and briefings need to be more timely. There are things that had to do with the pandemic that never were discussed and never came up. So I would suggest we look at what is our process to prioritize workshops. When we do it every, week or so, we're reprioritizing workshops. But things get pushed aside because it was important back then, and all of a sudden it's not important, so everybody goes, oh, no, let's put that back down to 10. And we never touch on a subject that is important to someone on our board. So I just think that scheduling some way, we need to look at how do we do it, when do we do it, how do we prioritize, and set something up for that.
Okay, thank you.
Cindy, you want
Ms.
to
Jordan.
respond to maybe some of that? Because I know, as far as and we're getting off topic for a moment, because when you all look at these workshops, you're looking at what is coming up and what we're discussing, and then we add that in there, what our requests have been. Because we could literally have a workshop or briefing 3 or 4 times a week. We could be here. Now, is everybody's schedule going to permit that? Probably not. But we have so much going on that we could definitely, I could see that taking place. Am I correct?
We could most definitely have an extra workshop a week, and right now, there are so many things on that list, that is part of the reason that there is less time for discussion during the time. So this afternoon, we talk about calendar. I'd really rather put this discussion off until then, because I think that is a consideration of, do you want to extend the number of hours for those meetings? Do you want to change the day of those meetings? I think that's a whole nother discussion. And then we'll talk about the topics then as well.
Excellent.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you. No, Mr. Newland, do you have additional things for
Just a couple more things, we can move on. I want to respond to a couple questions. One came up about, I think we have rules in our decorum, obviously, but yes, I do believe in showing empathy, showing compassion. Sometimes when people come up to the public comment, I won't mention names, but are people that have have been affected personally by this, certain things. So yes, we definitely want to show empathy to those that have done that, and we have done that as well. I do think from where we started to where we're at now, things are safer, the protocol we have put forward. I would be interested to know that if there's certain public members that are not comfortable coming to our meetings, that does bother me. I'd like to know what do we need to do different to make them comfortable, or can we? So I'd be interested to hear feedback at some point, maybe not today, but if there are certain responses, specifics that we're not doing to address safety, I would love to know that as well. The last thing I'll mention is that the school board meetings, obviously this is what's happening nationwide. When I look at safety, when I research this before bringing things forward, from talking to other counterparts that are dealing with school board meetings throughout the state of Florida, even out of different states and outside of Florida as well, this is a very common theme right now with school board meetings and how they've been, the safety aspect and what they've had to do to put things in place to make things feel safe. It's unfortunate they have to have these conversations, and unfortunately we have to put safety protocols in place, but that's the reality of things. All you say, safety is not meant to be convenient, but it's meant for safety. So whatever I can do, I'm looking forward to getting feedback to make things better. I want the public to feel safe coming here. I know we all do. So I'd be very interested to find out again, if there's something that we're missing, not doing, appropriately. We're always looking to adjust. We've been doing that from the very beginning, so very open-minded to hearing any feedback from anybody. So that's all. I just wanted to communicate that to everybody for future reference.
Thank you for that.
Dr. Savage.
Yes, just want to add one last piece, and it's just for you as a board to be aware. I think we, as a district, and I will say this from an operational standpoint, we have an obligation, I think, to do even more than what we've done in terms of engagement with the public. I mean, the whole concept behind adding the strategic engagement side was not communication, not us just talking out to them. but to listen more, to get more input from lots of key stakeholder groups, because these are very difficult times, and we want to make sure that families are heard, we want to make sure children are heard, we want to make sure staff are heard. That's a huge evolving body of work that we have to continue to do. So this isn't the only venue to receive public input and to get that feedback. It's one that's established, but I just want to make sure that if it's, and that's the reason bringing it up was entirely because of the specific focus on decorum, that we realize that people are emotional, but we want to validate that there's a reason why they're emotional. We're not trying to say that they shouldn't be. That's not fair to the people who come here. It takes, for people to set aside their personal time to come here and speak at these meetings and speak from their heart and talk to other folks who are like-minded. That's a lot of effort and energy that people are expending, and I don't want to invalidate that is important, and we have to be responsive to that. But there are, as a district of this size, we have an obligation, I think, to put in more structures. I think especially now, coming off the pandemic, when things are so divided, we want to make sure that you as a board are also seeing all sides of this, that we're hearing directly from our children, we're hearing directly from our workforce, and there's just a lot of work to do there on our end, and we continue to do that work. I just want to make sure you're aware of that until I feel like that I can tell you how kids are doing right now at the various different levels, in the various different zones, I can tell you definitively how our support staff feel right now. That's very difficult to do, other than just anecdotally and situationally from what we've observed in conversations. I want to bring you data on that. I want you to feel like you have a lot of opportunity for those listening posts, very mature listening posts that are getting a lot of this piece. And we're just not there yet. So it's an apology on my part that this has been, it's continuing to be an evolving body of work, but I don't want us to try to solve all of it through this one mechanism either.
Okay, Mr. Preet-Bruno, Attorney Preet-Bruno, and then Mr. Patrica.
And just to go along with what Dr. Savage was saying, we talked a little bit about, I'm not sure if we even talked about that, but I did send an email about fiduciary duty as board members. And remember, we were talking about the corporation and your shareholders are your shareholders are the constituents, and your fiduciary duty and obligation are to your constituents. So I think that goes along with what Dr. Savage was saying in terms of trying to find out how to reach everybody so you can hear their voice.
Thank you. Ms. Patrica.
A comprehensive communication plan that puts onus on board members, I think, is important too. So I remember, I don't know, it was a few years ago, I had a town hall at Pinewoods Elementary School. 6 people showed up. I couldn't get my own mother to show up. Like, just nobody cared. And I held a town hall probably 6 months ago, and the room was full. So our public needs it right now. So we should commit to making ourselves available to the public outside of board meetings, so that they can come and express their concerns. And, perhaps with the superintendent's permission and with the chief's buy-in, we could ask you for the provision of some safety and security at those meetings. And just if we commit to that as part of a larger plan, then all of the onus isn't on staff, and it gives the public the informal access to their elected officials.
Thank you. Do you have any additional comments, Mr.
No,
Miller?
that's it. Thank you.
Okay. So the question in terms of protocol is, are you comfortable leaving this as policy, or is there any piece of it that you want added to your procedures manual?
What's your suggestion? Should it be added?
So I'm going to continue to work on 1.11, and I'm also going to look at our current civility statute. That was something else that came up during our Florida School Board Attorneys Association conference, is about the civility statute. Give me an opportunity to look at both of those policies, and then I'll come back to the board with some recommendations.
Thank you.
Could you tell us what statute that is?
Which statute is what?
The civility one?
Oh, for us, our civility is,
I thought you had it up there.
it's 2 point something, let me find it. Yeah, it's 2.02. It's civility conduct of parents, guardians, visitors, and staff.
Thank you.
That's our civility policy, but the last time it was updated was, it was recently updated, 2019, but I'm going to look at it again because I think a lot of the school board attorneys are using the civility statute as well in enforcing the rules and protocols.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Patrica.
Would you please add to the parking lot discussion regarding a comprehensive communication plan?
Yes.
Thank you. I think Attorney Dupree-Bruno may have sent us an email about that, or maybe it was, I think it was you.
let's go ahead and get that.
Well, that'll come back before us, and then we'll say.
Okay, just for the list. I just want to make sure that we're following our protocol.
Yes, parking
That's
lot.
what we do.
Yeah, there we go.
We'll bring it back to before us.
Thank you. Okay, so our next, I'm clicking on mine like it's going to click up there. No, it's not. So this is just for my use, a quick plus delta of the morning in terms of anything that we need to change before this afternoon session. I'm happily amazed that we are right on time. So that's a neat thing. We are to break for lunch in 10 minutes, and this shouldn't take 10 minutes. So just nothing formal. I just like comments back on what worked well this morning, what helped you with the conversations, things about structure, and then anything that we need to do differently this afternoon so that we continue to move forward in the job that we have to do today.
Pluses first, Delta second, or?
Doesn't matter. Yes, Ms.
I'd
Patrica.
like more heat and less air conditioning. And I think if you look around and see how many crossed arms and shawls there are, there would be some pretty widespread agreement.
I'm good. Be sweet.
And I'm not sure, I don't know who has control over that, but I can assure you it's not me. Okay, thank you. Talk to Dave. Ms. Morgan.
Yeah, so I have two pluses. One is the focus. We sustained the focus on the agenda. And I like the fact that almost everybody participated today to some extent or another. So I thought those were good things. It was a good meeting.
Anything else, and anything that you want to change in terms of the structure of the afternoon?
No, I think the agenda was good, and I also felt like everyone had an opportunity to participate, and I appreciated, I was going to call him Chief Newland, Mr. Newland being here
He'll never leave
with
that.
us, and thank you for arranging this.
Ms. Patrica?
I appreciate you, because, you know, I don't think we have the reputation of being the easiest group to work with. And you came in here today, and you have done a phenomenal professional job of walking us through this agenda. And you didn't appear too scared when the day started. So I just, what am I appreciating? I'm appreciating you. Thank you.
Not my first rodeo with this group, but thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, if there are no other comments, we will be back at 1:15, so enjoy your lunch.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, good afternoon. We are back from our lunch, and we are continuing on with our board pre-organization workshop of November the 11th. The time is 1:18, and I will be turning this back over to Ms. McClung.
Thank you. Hope everyone had a good lunch, and we will continue on with our agenda. We are still in the area of our protocol manual, so the next discussion is around resolutions. As you know, we did have a list that the board had agreed upon. We had a list of many items, and some were designated as being simply acknowledgements, and others were designated as being resolutions. And at the time, the agreement was that the resolutions would have the action of being read during a board meeting. But then there was some discussion around whether they were actually being voted upon or not. So I want to open that discussion and come to a decision today, because we actually halted the resolutions at that time. So I think we need to have a discussion about where do you go forward with this? Do you still want to make that distinction between acknowledgements and resolutions, and how would you like to handle it? So I'll open it for discussion.
Thank you. And I think if we could maybe go back to how we got here. I mean, I know I asked for us to postpone all of these because I felt that with the board voting on these items, the perception of people being against, one culture or next was not a good thing for us as a district. So I felt that we needed to put a stop on it for now and then bring it back for further discussion. Because, and it has been stated multiple times already where this person voted that and this person did not. So that's why we're at the situation where we're at right now.
Okay.
So I don't know if anyone else.
So if resolutions and recognitions were part of the introductory piece of the board meeting where we have our invocation and our pledge, I don't know that that's something we have to vote on.
So they would not be part of the consent agenda.
Right, it wouldn't be on the consent agenda or any special part of the agenda.
So the school board attorney's consensus on this is to not have resolutions, but have proclamations. And then the proclamations are put at the beginning of the meeting as part of the Pledge of Allegiance, and all of that stuff in the beginning, and it's not voted on.
Right. I think that's the way it used to be.
Okay, so I hear that as an alternative. I don't either. We were trying to remember that a little while ago. Ms.
I'd like to
Patrica.
offer yet another option, which is if there's a resolution that's important to a board member and they want to read it, be given an opportunity at the beginning of the meeting to read it. And we don't need board consensus surrounding that. In our individual comments, we can say, yeah, I appreciate that resolution, or say nothing at all. My concern is if we do it as a board at the beginning of the meeting, it's imputed to all board members. And I've got an issue with some of the resolutions, I just do.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gittens, did you have a comment?
No, I agree that we should be able, sorry. I agree that we should be able to, as board members, to read, resolutions or whatever at the beginning of the meeting during that time. There have been a couple of times that I personally have recognized staff members or families of, deceased people and that type of thing, and not to have them sit all the way through the meeting if they don't care to.
Any other discussion?
I was going to say, in doing that, though, there was advance notice that you wanted to have that exception made for you to do that, so that way the family or whomever was here would not have to stay the whole entire meeting. Because, of course, we can always, at the board member comments, can always say, do anything,
Right.
say what you want.
And if I may, I understand that we can do that during board comment, but I think it should be an option to do it in the beginning when everything else, in other words, so each time something like that comes up, I shouldn't have to ask for special permission to do that for this situation. But if we, like Ms. Patrica was saying, if we're able to do the same thing in the beginning of the meeting, I think that's equitable to everyone.
Go ahead, Ms. Fisher.
So that still sounds inequitable, because we can choose to do a proclamation if we want to in our comments, but we have a non-discrimination policy, and I think that it seems like it has to be all or nothing, and our local other governmental agencies do recognize those things that are national holidays. And I'm just going to, I see something here that says add Celebrate Freedom Week, Florida statute.
That came down as a Florida statute. Holocaust Week is another one, or I believe it's month, that is also required by the state. So there are a few items that are required by the state to be recognized by governmental officials, particularly education.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What was the other one?
Holocaust, Celebrate Freedom Week, and then Holocaust Week or month. Disability.
Yeah.
One option that, from taking some of these, might be that the ones that have been agreed upon are listed on the agenda at the beginning, so that they're not voted upon, but they are part of that Pledge of Allegiance piece of it. And then whichever board member would like to read it would have the opportunity to read it, and they could ask in advance to read that it be assigned to them to read, and that way it wouldn't have to be all board members reading, or to Ms. Patrica's point, it wouldn't be that it was a whole board. It was, this is here because these are the things that are happening this month or this week, and this particular board member would like to read it.
Right, or the student representative.
Or the student representative.
But then, historically, we have always done resolutions, proclamations, recognitions with those agencies that we partner with, and with the groups, the predominant groups in our community. And I think that anyone who might get left out might feel offended, and that's not what we're here for. And I think personal comfort or discomfort really is one of those things that it's not about you, it's about us as a board, or the majority of the board, making an agreement that we are going to recognize all the people in our community, regardless of race, color, national origin, gender, age, or disability, et cetera.
Ms. Vaughn, you had a
Our
comment?
own policy.
Yeah, and
Which
I
complies with federal law.
agree with Mary. What I was going to ask is, so for the ones that are now mandated by the state, so to speak, they actually have the resolution that we read. They have already
Provided that? That I don't believe so. I have not seen that.
So where does the, where do we get the resolution for Celebrate Freedom, for instance, or for Holocaust Remembrance?
We have to draft it. I think we have the Holocaust, because that came up, I think, last year. So some of them we already have. The statute's language, generally speaking, is basically you need to recognize this during this time period of the month, or this week and this month. That's all they give you. They don't give you the actual language.
Okay, so regardless, we are going to have some resolutions that by statute we're going to read. And what's the list of the ones by statute? Do we have that?
Does it say we have to read them? We have to,
I
we don't have
believe
to
you
read
need to-
them, we have to have them posted.
Have to recognize it, I believe is the
Just
language.
Okay, I
Recognize.
was
Yeah.
unclear whether it was by statute we had to read, or that we just had to recognize.
Recognize.
And it says
Fisher.
here, 2021 Florida statutes, Celebrate Freedom Week must include at least 3 hours of appropriate instruction in each social studies class as determined by each school district.
That's action. Which is
And what's the
resolution.
time
And I
frame
talked about all
for
of
that?
3 hours.
I mean, no, I'm sorry, the dates?
Believe it was in October.
What month is that?
I'm looking in the statute and I don't see it. Oh, yes, the last full week of classes in September.
September, okay.
I knew it had passed, and I was thinking it was last month, but I guess it was
Yeah.
actually September.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do we,
All about the Declaration of Independence.
so is there a suggestion as to how to move forward with this? Ms. Morgan?
Okay, so I'm a little confused. Right now, we just have them, oh, I'm sorry, thank you. So right now, we just have them listed, right? And then the board chair reads the recognition, just the names of the recognitions?
We just say, right, currently, that's what we've been doing.
Yeah, but it's part of the agenda, so we approve the agenda, so it's considered a voting.
It's prior to
To the
the
agenda.
agenda.
Oh, it is, well, then what's I don't understand.
We're still voting on it. The board is still voting on this particular.
That's where I'm,
So the reason that this came up is Hispanic Heritage Month, for example.
Right.
I don't remember exactly when the board started voting on the resolutions, but the one that comes to mind is Hispanic Heritage Month, where we had 2 board members vote against Hispanic Heritage Month, 5 voted for it. So that was the concern that, if we're having a resolution celebrating a particular month, we have board members who are not supportive, so that's why this discussion came.
but why are we voting on it?
Because there was a request to have the board vote on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, sorry, I've forgotten.
But this is, that's the problem. Nobody remembers when that happened, and nobody can go back and even,
I remember.
when it was voted on.
Made the request.
And not only that, but when we,
happened to avoid, sorry.
Please don't.
No, it happened,
so, but when we went back and looked at this,
yes.
if I remember correctly, I think it was a while back. Now, it came, so let me go back. It was a while back, I want to say in 2017, if memory serves me correct, that the board was actually voting the month before the actual month. Like Hispanic Heritage Month is in September. In August, the board was voting to do the resolution, and I think that goes back to 2017. It goes back a little ways. But then in the spring of this year, there was another request to have it pulled from the consent agenda that was part of the vote, because they wanted to have a separate vote on it, and they didn't want to pull it all the time. So have a separate vote for that.
But it's not part of the consent items. Like
It's
if you
not,
look-
it used to be part of the consent items for the month so Hispanic Heritage Month in September. At the end of August, you would vote as part of the consent agenda to have Hispanic Heritage Month a resolution. But then it got pulled out of the consent agenda because some board members did not want to vote, pull it each time because they wanted to have a separate vote.
Ms. Patrica?
So I believe that the discussion here shows that there's a division surrounding these resolutions. I believe that we reflect the community, and there's a divide in the community surrounding these issues. We are supposed to be nonpartisan. We are not supposed to be dividing the community further. And I know that if we continue to vote on these issues, it is going to be divisive. And therein lies the reason why I don't want to engage in a resolution that is not directly related to education. We are an educational institution. I hear what you're saying about other government entities, but other government entities in Lee County are not in charge of the education system. We are in charge of the education system, and I don't feel comfortable resolving to recognize anything that is not directly related to education or required by statute.
Ms. Gittens?
I believe it was Ms. Fisher or someone that was saying that other entities and all of that, and we are a very diverse community. We just are. That's who our community is, whether we're educating everybody in this community or not. We are diverse, and I honestly believe that to stop any of the issues, that we would have to just, do a representation for everybody. I don't see how, to me, we would get into the situation you're talking about if we pick and choose. To me, the vote should be, are we recognizing everybody or are we not recognizing nobody? And if we recognize nobody, I think we're going to look not so well in the community. It looks as though we are picking and choosing, and we are afraid to recognize people in the community because these people or this person doesn't want us to just recognize everybody. I don't see recognizing nobody.
It's not the recognition.
Not the recognition, but just the,
Resolutions.
it's not the resolution piece. It doesn't
It's
have
the
to be a long,
acknowledgement.
drawn-out thing. It can just be even stating it with one paragraph. This is what this is, and just a definition of it. We don't have to say, we resolve to do this, that, and the other. It is, such and such month, and this is what that month represents. When I gave that paragraph about the Hispanic month, and when I gave my statement a couple weeks ago, I mean, it was short. It was, this is why this happens in the middle of the month to the middle of the next month. I had so many people that were so appreciative of just that paragraph of recognition and of understanding what it was about. And that was it. It took a couple of minutes. So that's my stance on it.
So, to piggyback off of what Ms. Gittens just said, one of the reasons I had the concern is what's the difference between acknowledge and resolution? For me, resolution is an action. So what action are we taking? What are we doing? Define those two things. Second thing, if we're not going to, I don't want to be exclusive, I want to be inclusive. I don't want to eliminate anyone or exclude anyone. So that was my concern. It's all or nothing. And I don't, if we want to have maybe kids do a presentation at that point and put it back with the students, because, hey, that's why we're here, right? Why does it have to be a board thing?
Right.
It doesn't have, does it? I don't know. These are questions I'm asking. Why does it have to be us? Because who do we represent? Lee County. So why not have the students of Lee County represent whatever the month acknowledgement is or resolution? That's my 2 cents anyways.
Ms. Fisher?
And we could say, or recognition, because we don't, want to be in violation of our own non-discrimination policy. We want to be respectful and inclusive to all the members of our community. So it says, we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month to recognize achievements and contributions of Hispanic American champions who have inspired others to achieve success. And it says, why are Heritage Month's celebrations important? They're important in providing the space to teach and learn about cultural history. Honestly, I think we include everybody. We have a Department of Diversity and Inclusion. We have a policy. We represent everyone in this county, whether they're Irish, Italian, Afro-American, Hispanic. I don't think we can pick and choose, and I don't think that we should end our own traditions of recognizing the residents and the students in our community at this point in time. This is, I think it's highly detrimental.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
So I have to say, Ms. Giovanelli, I really like your idea. So I immediately went to, so we have a diversity inclusion department, why don't they arrange for child to be videotaped for a recognition, and we have a montage at either the beginning of the meeting or the end of the meeting.
I love that. It's a great idea.
It was your idea.
No,
Thank you.
You took it to the next step.
I like that. I like the students. They're.
Ms. Jordan and then Ms. Patrica.
But then, when we're saying all, we have to do all, because when you start thinking about every single, like you said, Italian, because we've never celebrated the Italians. I'm Italian. We've never celebrated us.
I can eat spaghetti for
I
you.
celebrate every day, but I'm saying, so we've not had the Italians, the Irish. So we're really getting into every single person. So I don't know if we have like one that's maybe a video of kids doing multicultural.
So one time.
Or multicultural affairs. Yeah.
One time we had something like that where we had, it was kind of like culture around the world. In fact, I just brought a book in here the other day, which was something like that, birthdays around the world, different. So I think that, I like Kathleen's idea. It could be a snippet of a couple students doing it for each month. Wouldn't take long. They would probably enjoy it, and I think the community would really
But we need to
appreciate
be
it.
careful that we're not missing out, like the Polish,
Right,
Hungarian.
well-
I mean, it can go on, Iceland, it can go on and on and on.
Yeah.
We cannot, we have to make sure that we are not omitting or forgetting.
Right.
You know, an accident.
Well, we literally have data and numbers about who our residents are in this county.
Correct.
So-
Well, we know what our student population, but that's what they mark them as, but what are their background? Like, my kids are marked a certain thing, but that's
Well,
not
yes,
who we
okay.
are.
So, yeah, so I'm of Italian and Polish descent,
Right.
but my kids are Americans.
So just to add a little bit in terms of guidance, when you're looking at the Governor Ron DeSantis's definition. So what is a proclamation? A proclamation is an official document issued by the governor to commemorate a specific time period, day, week, or month for the purpose of raising awareness about an issue or celebrating a milestone. And then the guidelines pursuant to the governor's website, guidelines for proclamations. Proclamations must convey a statewide significance to a broad group of Floridians. The individual making the request should be part of, et cetera, et cetera. Proclamations are generally considered for the following: to raise public awareness about issues affecting a large number of residents. This must be specific to Florida and have a statewide significance, and to commemorate special milestones of significance to Florida history or cultural heritage. That's per the governor's website.
Ms. Patrica?
So I can't remember the numbers on the slide, but when we were doing the hot penny sales tax thing, we had a slide that showed the number of different languages spoken by our students and the number of different countries from which our students hail. So not American with, Irish background, but students who've moved here from other countries, and it was in excess of 100.
Yeah.
So I don't know how we include everybody. We don't have enough meetings in a school year to recognize everybody.
But if we did it with a group of kids and a culturally,
Ms. Morgan and Ms.
Oh,
Vaughn?
no, I don't have my hand
Oh,
up,
okay,
sorry.
sorry, Ms. Vaughn.
I think we're,
Aren't these traditionally, when we're talking about different ethnic or racial groups, hasn't it been traditionally contributions of minority group members or maybe marginalized, I mean, I'm 3/4 Italian, but I'm not going to get, I don't know how many Italians out there are going to get upset. You're going to, I mean, I don't know. There's certain ones that, like Women's Month. Is that a problem? Is that, it is a problem? And see, I don't understand why at least a resolution, because the Women's Month, corresponds with getting the vote. And I mean, there's most definitely some educational aspects to it. I'm for just getting rid of reading therefore, blah, blah. I mean, that gets really long. I think what Ms. Gittens said, and I like the ideas maybe not for everyone, but for some of them have a child at a school reading and just saying, why do we recognize Hispanic? And that Hispanic's a huge umbrella of all the different Hispanic cultures, Asian, of all the different, I mean, we have, I honestly, sometimes you get too politically correct and you go too crazy with, well, this is going to insult some. I think just acknowledging, I mean, we used to acknowledge something that I always found funny as a high school teacher, National Sleep Week, when high school started at 7:05. But, I mean,
To the 180 days.
what?
Kick Butts Day, stop smoking. I mean, those are important messages. I mean,
Yeah.
And I don't know why we can't recognize that. It's part of what we teach.
As a recognition, I don't see the problem, and in the vast list of things that we might recognize, if there's one here or there, to me, it's not that big a deal that we need to really
Thank you,
beat this dead horse.
Sorry, Dr. Savage has not had a chance to speak.
Well, I just have a list here, staff sent me, it's over 50 of them, between the acknowledgements and the resolutions that were planned for 21. And just to give you an example, like the first 4 resolutions, which are in that category, were, starting in January through March, were National Career and Tech Education Month, National Black History Month, Irish American Heritage Month, National Women's History Month. On the acknowledgement side, there were National School Choice Week, Celebrate Literacy Week Florida, National School Counseling Week, Drug House Odyssey, Read Across America Day, National Day of Unplugging, National Foreign Language Week, National Sleep Awareness Week, and Arts in Our Schools Month. So those are just examples of, and that's just through March, but there's over 50 of these particular pieces that fall into either category. So I have the full list. We can have that.
They have the list.
Oh, great.
It was part of backup.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens and then Ms. Giovanelli.
Okay. The way I look at this, in the last couple of days, we've talked about boardsmanship and what we do. And a couple of times, there has been the discussion, when there's a majority vote, it's a majority vote. And I can understand what you were saying in the beginning about, some members standing out if they vote a different way. But the way I look at it, if we vote generically, yes, we are going to recognize, or no, we're not. Whoever votes whichever way, that's one vote. That's one time. It's not like you're picking out, this week I'm not going to support this group. But we as a board vote once whether we're going to do this or not. And then no one is singled out if they, don't adhere to one group or another.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli, then Ms. Morgan.
So I think we're just making this harder than it needs to be. I think that, honestly, when it's Black History Month, why does it have to be all black children? It needs to be anybody that they get together to do it. So I think we want it diverse, and it needs to be that. So a group of students gets together and they do a presentation. And we can make it even a school thing, and it might be a little bit of a competition, and then the one gets to be at the board meeting, but the other ones are on our website that people can click on and see, or our Facebook, and people can click on it and see it. So it's no one's excluded. Everybody gets to play, right? So I mean, I think we're just making this way harder than it needs to be. And recognizing, not every month we're going to recognize everything, but maybe they did in their little, commercial or whatever, and let's just open this up to, and see how it goes. I think you'll see how creative our students are, and I think all it does is put a spotlight on how wonderful they are, and that's what we should be doing, and it brings in, everyone in together. It's all about being a team. I mean, including our kids with us.
So it seems, there are 2 issues here, whether we're going to do anything and whether we're going to vote on it. I'm not keen on voting on it. I am keen on doing something. I would love to see maybe the Equity and Diversity Department come forward with a proposal, something that involves students. We don't have to determine here. We can, anyway, those are my comments.
Thank you. And Ms. Fisher.
So a lot of the cultural recognitions are part of our social studies curriculum and our history curriculum. So I think that we need to at least have an acknowledgement, and it can be delivered without a long drawn-out proclamation that says whereas now we say this is whatever month. But I think that involving the students will really be unique, and it fits right into what we do as educators in our community.
To Ms. Fisher's point, that's exactly what I was going to say, because there is your Florida Statute 1003.42 regarding required instruction, and that's where the Holocaust comes in. It has lots of very specific things that need to be taught and celebrated. One, of course, is history and government, et cetera. But the other thing that's really significant, let me find it. With regards to the Holocaust, there's a whole paragraph in terms of the Holocaust and what needs to be taught in history, and this is where it says that the second week in November shall be designated as Holocaust Education Week in the state, et cetera. Then it talks about the history of African Americans, then it talks about kindness to animals, but then it talks about the contribution of women to the United States. It talks about the contribution of Hispanics to the United States. So a lot of that is in this statute. It doesn't specifically say, for example, with regards to women, that you need to have a Women's History Month, but it does say that the study of women's contribution to the United States has to be done. It does talk about African Americans. It specifically talks about the Holocaust. So there is very, very specific things in the statute. In addition, there's another language that says that character development in the curriculum must be stressed, and that includes patriotism, responsibility, citizenship, kindness, respect for authority, life, liberty, personal property, honesty, charity, self-control, and then it says racial, ethnic, religious tolerance. So it's in the statute.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jordan.
I am okay with acknowledgement for everything and children being a part of that, or how that is done. That makes no difference to me, but I think that's a great thing to bring our children into what we're doing as we are bringing them back. But to me, when we have a vote on that, and that is that split, or even just one person or a half a person, it does not look well for the district. I think that creates hurt, and I hate that. So I do not want, I personally would not want to have that as a vote.
Could we get just, an indication of agreement around not voting, but doing some sort of acknowledgement, but not having it on as a voting part of the agenda?
Right, yeah.
Okay, so that's half the battle right there. Okay, and then
Ms. Fisher didn't.
I'm sorry, Ms. Fisher,
Thumbs up, I didn't see you. Did you thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways? I didn't see you.
I didn't.
Right. So I wanted to make sure you were on
I'm
board.
sorry. Yes.
That's okay.
You're okay with that? Okay, thank you. So then I also heard a suggestion that perhaps the diversity department come back with some sort of a recommendation, and they can talk to communications, because I know it may be difficult for communications to be part of that, but I can certainly see if there would be ways to involve the family and the schools. And so they could work with strategic engagement to talk about that and come back to the group with an idea. Do I see agreement around that?
What do you think? And I know that they're shorthanded in production at this moment, but.
Right, that's why I say I'm not sure that communications would be able to take part of that, but there may be some other ways.
We're happy to assist in whatever way. Plus, there's always the opportunity to work with student advisory as well. So we want to get student input. So we're happy to take this direction. I think I feel pretty clear with what you're asking. I just want to make sure if there's any follow-up, would the board designate someone that we follow up with to kind of work on this, or just bring it back to the board for more discussion?
As a whole.
Okay, great.
Okay, okay, thank you very
I
much.
didn't want to speak for you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right. The next item was presentations during board member comments. And if you look at the protocol manual, let me find the page number, you'll see that that is in blue because there was no final agreement on that item.
What page, please?
I'm trying to pull it up too. Thank you.
There it is.
17.
Thank you.
17.
Going right past the blue part on my, 16 and 17, thank you. Okay. So I wanted to come to agreement around that. This was during board member comments. Right now, it says that completed presentations should be dropped into board presentation shared folder no later than an hour prior to the start of the board meeting. And you would have the option of creating your own presentation or asking a board secretary to assist with that. You can see the things here. The staff, production staff would make sure that the PowerPoint is up and ready to go. A board member would be responsible for running through the slides. And then if the board member wishes to share a video, they would need to get that 24 hours in advance just so that everyone's prepared. There was also a request to add a time limit that came from one of the board members, that we might want to include a time limit on presentations during board member comments. So I'll open this up for discussion. Ms. Vaughn.
Yeah, I'm the one that said a time limit, a reasonable time limit, but something that didn't strike me before, that's striking me now as I look at it. A board member has the option of creating his or her own presentation or tasking a board secretary to do so. I don't think that's right, because if a single board member says, I want to do a presentation on square dancing, and here are a bunch of pictures and information, hey, LaTanya, make a PowerPoint. That's just not, it's just not fair. It's one person directing a secretary, and it can be time consuming to do the PowerPoint and get it just the way that board. So I would also say that we should strike that part out, and that the board member should, if she needs extra help in creating it, she uses Debbie's daughter, or wasn't that the one that,
Or Google, that's what I use.
or one of us?
It's a conflict of interest, do not, yeah. We're not using Mike.
No, and you know what? I know how to do a PowerPoint. Heaven knows I've done a lot, but it is time consuming to do it, and I just think it's not fair to task, especially that word task, an individual tasking a board secretary. I don't think that's right either.
But I think this came because, remember, we used to have to give, like, when Miss Susan was here, we'd give, if we had pictures, we'd give them to her, and then she would send them forward to us. That's where I think
And
that.
I believe this draft came from the communications department in response to some items. Ms. Patrica.
I'd like us to consider whether photographs as part of a board member report might be appropriate for an action meeting, but an actual presentation is more appropriate for a briefing meeting. So I'd like to see this perhaps limited not just in time, but in terms of which meeting we are allowed to use.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens.
Okay, I think we're, in my opinion, starting to over-dictate. The board presentations, as stated in statute, are your presentation, what you choose to present, and when you choose to present it. Different people will say at a briefing or a workshop, okay, I don't want to do this now, I'll do this later, or I'll do it in another meeting. It is our individual choice as board members to present what we would like to present during our board member comments. And whether it is visual, or it is verbal, or it is written, it is our choice as an elected official to present what we want when we want to present it. I don't see, and maybe you can tell me if there's a statute that polices whether or not a board can vote on what each individual can say. We are all elected officials.
So I've always maintained the board can say what it wants to say during your time. I think the question is, I think the question was about the presentation and whether or not you wanted to make an agreement on that. But in terms of what you can say and when you can say it. I've always said that.
Well, and let's go to the pictures and all that type of thing. Everyone knows some of our meetings get pretty hot and heavy. And why not end some of our meetings with pictures of kids and things that are happening in the district? I really don't see anything wrong with that. And it's the last thing at the end of the meeting, and we get to see and bring it all back around full circle. I'm going to take this down. full circle to the fact of why we are here. I really don't see anything wrong with pictures.
Ms. Gittens, and just to clarify that that's not what you are taking from this, I don't believe this was in any way related to trying to prevent board members from presenting anything they wanted. It was just a suggestion of how to make that go more smoothly.
No, and I think that we have someone has spoken with communications. They have given us an outline of how to make that smooth and how it works and where we put it and when we put it. I don't think that's the issue that Ms. Patrica is bringing up. It's whether we should show pictures. And if I am.
At action meetings, that's fine. I asked if we could please limit presentations to briefings. That was.
See, but then you're still limiting someone. You are defining what someone feels is a presentation or not. That's
Attorney DePree-Bruno.
So maybe, Ms. McClung, we can look at page 10 of the protocol manual, which talks about the school board meeting overviews and discusses board member comments and the parameters of board member comments.
Okay, so let's take a look at those real quickly. So during a briefing, board member comments, report on advisory committee meetings that they've attended, share information about school visits or community events, discuss briefing topics shared by the superintendent and staff, request items to be placed on future agendas, request information from the superintendent. Let me find action meetings. I believe they're up top.
Right above.
Action meeting is address items that were voted on, address comments made by the public speakers, bring forward new items that need to be shared with the board, and then if desired, and I remember this from a prior conversation, basically the items that came from the briefing, reporting on the advisory committees, sharing information about visits, for additional guidelines, refer to the superintendent and board relationships. And again, I believe, and if I'm incorrect, please correct me, Ms. Patrica, but I believe the recommendation or the suggestion was made not to try and limit people, but to put more of a time frame on comments during action meetings that would be shorter and during briefings that they would be longer. And if I'm incorrect in that, but that's the way I took that, not as an attempt to limit someone.
Ms. McClung, if you can also go through workshops.
Yes, ma'am. So workshops. Free discussion amongst governance team and new items may be brought forward under good of the order.
Can I follow up?
Yes, please.
So there is absolutely nothing in statute that prevents us from doing or saying whatever we want to do or say. I think we're having a discussion today to solidify our way of work. And I made a suggestion that perhaps the action meeting, based on what I said earlier in the morning, staff doesn't want to be here until 10 o'clock at night. It's counterproductive. If I'm getting a long, fact-based presentation at 9:30 at night, I'm not consuming it. My brain is not consuming it at that point. And so it seems to me, as we read through these school board meeting overviews, the workshop would actually be the most appropriate place to do it. But whoever the chair is will have to make sure, like, there has to be some coordination there and make sure enough time is set aside for, if that is something the entire board decides. I simply made a suggestion. I just made a suggestion for discussion, and if the board goes that way, great. If the board doesn't go that way, great.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli?
So,
Mary as well.
so the problem here lies that we haven't had the time for workshops and briefings to even make comments. So we rush through it to get to the meeting. So that's our first problem. So I agree with you, Ms. Patrica, it relies back on the chair. So, and allowing enough time in the scheduling. So our schedule has not reflected the time to do that. I don't think that we should put any parameters on what someone does or, during that's their time. But I understand it's to aid to staff and getting the information to them prior to. I think that's what we're trying to recognize at this point and figure that part out. Am I right?
No.
That's what this.
Well,
That's not what
that was the
hers
part
said.
that was.
That's not what she said.
Well, that was the part.
No, but that's what we're trying to accomplish, right? I'm trying to get back on what we're trying to accomplish.
So the first part was to either agree to or edit the draft language that was in there. And then the other part was if there were additional pieces that wanted to be added to that, which I believe is where the suggestion from Ms. Patrica came from. And Ms. Fisher, I know you've been waiting.
I think I'll wait a minute.
Okay, thank you. Did you have something? Ms. Gittens?
Okay, the elephant in the room is that this came up as a result of me doing what the board members defined as a presentation, because it was a PowerPoint. And I was, as I've said before, it did not last but 12 minutes. It was timed, and it was in when it was supposed to be, and I presented it. Some board members disagreed with when I presented it. That was the time that I chose, the time that I had to do it. So again, I think we're just kind of looking at overkill to do a whole section and spending this amount of time on a presentation when it was a PowerPoint. I don't think, very clear and simply, just like Cindy just said, we're just talking about if we want to amend how we do the process. No one should be saying that we shouldn't do it, or, you know, beyond the fact of how we work with communication to get it in. After that point, it is up to the board member what that looks like, whether it's pictures or whether it's PowerPoint or whatever. And I hear you saying about the time, and, you know, I'm kind of torn with that, because the time piece is not equitable. It goes on and on for some people, and for others, heads are spinning around because you're over 10 minutes. So we're not equitable with this.
Ms. Vaughn?
Okay, two things. Maybe one thing we can actually all agree on is the designated secretary. If a single board member wants something, the designated secretary, that might be something we can agree on. And
Yes.
I suggested, when I put this out, 10 minutes. I just put it out there. It doesn't have to be 10 minutes, but Mrs. Gittens, this is not about what happened in the past. It's about moving forward. And if we have, if we're doing this for a presentation, for lack of a better word, we probably should, for the most part, limit ourselves just in general. I've said this many times. I'm guilty of going on. And I know that if there's a rule and we have all agreed we're not going to go over 20 minutes or whatever, I'm going to have a little stopwatch out there, and I'm going to stop myself, and I'm going to figure it out. But for any of us, like me, who's guilty of it, it might be helpful. And nobody's saying there shouldn't be picture. The pictures are easy, quick things. You know, they go along with, you're talking about a school visit. Hey, look, here's the classroom, here's the teacher, here's a project they did, that kind of thing. To me, that's not a presentation. That's talking about a school visit. I can honestly say, going back in time, since I did the mask drive and also was in charge of the census at that time, if you'll remember, we did little mini things where, you know, the census already had little videos to show, but at that time, our communications department, but that was kind of a district-wide thing, that was a time when we sat down and talked. It was kind of a little committee, and they did a super job putting together a personalized for our district. I mean, to me, they're always, you know, there are always other things like that. I don't know, but even, you know, we might even think as a district,
those of us, as we have pieces of the strategic plan that we want to do, we might even be able to, either ourselves or maybe it's something that communications could get in on if it's, district-wide, like little commercials for, hey, we want you to come out and, I don't know, I'm just saying, but I hate to put, this is it, but we've got to do something, and again, I need to do something. I need to put my stopwatch out there and go, oh, Vaughn, you're talking too much. Well, I may not look. If I'm really into something, I'm not looking at somebody going like this, but I will look at.
Stop right now, the clock.
And I'm done.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher, did
So
you?
my sister has this little dog collar and a remote. So that would be, no, all kidding aside, I think that if each one of us speaks for 10 minutes at the end during our reports, whether we're reporting on our advisory committees, sharing our school visits, or, yeah, I guess that's really it, right? And community events. So we can do that however we want. We can sing it, we can put a little video up, we can put pictures up, but we should adhere, because then that's over an hour at the end of the meeting, at the end of the business meeting, where we can talk to the community and each other about what we've done, including our assignments with the strategic plan. If we each take 20 minutes, that's then 2 hours and 20 minutes. So, and I think one of the considerations should be the audience and certainly the staff, because it is late in the day, they've been at work early in the morning, and like Chris said, once you hear so much talking, you kind of, oh, I'm tired, I want to go home, what's the traffic going to be like, and let's wrap this up. So if time is what we're really talking about here, the equity in time, so if one board member takes 5 minutes, does that mean that the next one can take 15? I don't know. But I think if we just have our 10-minute window, and you can tell a lot in 10 minutes.
Absolutely.
I just did all that talking like in 2 minutes, so, yeah.
Thank you, Attorney DeFreeburg.
So one of the things that keeps coming up is equitable time distribution. And one of the complaints that keeps coming up, and because board members will call me, text me, and say, this person went so long, this person went so long, or the content of whatever the topic was. So I need some guidance. I need more guidance from the board, because you look to me to enforce the protocols, or at least to send out reminders. I need more guidance. So I have 2 questions that I would like. One is in terms of the board member comments at the end of the action meetings, at the end of the briefing, and at the end of the workshops. I need guidance in terms of how long and what is the content of that. What is it that you want to talk about? The statute says you can do whatever you want to do. It's up to you to decide those parameters, because then you're going to look to me to enforce whatever those parameters are. And in thinking about the board member comments, I would ask that you also think about what's the purpose of the comment. Is the comment to be able to share, this is what's happening in the community, this is what I did at my school, then maybe that's action meeting. But if the comment is, board members, I want you to consider this and take a look at this and let's discuss it, that may be a workshop. So I'm just throwing it out there, but give me guidance, please.
Thank you. Ms. Jordan and then Ms.
I
Gibbons.
just want to just say, it's like the story. What is the story that you're trying to tell? And is it a story? And are we focused on here, or are we going back somewhere? Sorry, Betsy, Texas. But I'm just saying, I know, as soon as and it's a lot of good information when you go to Texas, but you gotta come back to Fort Myers.
I know.
Because I know that you're very passionate about your life there, but then when we come back, it's just and I know you do that to bring us on focus on what's happening here, comparison. So I think we have to make sure that what is it that we're trying to tell at the end. What is our truth, what is our story, whatever that looks like. But I think time is definitely a factor there as well.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens.
I still go back to two things. One, professionalism. I have a real issue with sanctioning board members and not allowing them to make professional decisions, knowing the parameters of time, knowing who's in the audience, knowing all of that as well. But to sanction board members is an issue for me, and it also goes back to, there is a statute that says, because I read it before I did my presentation, as you guys defined it, that said board members, it's their time and they are not to be interrupted. And I don't, you know that this whole thing was based on the fact that I did a PowerPoint and an action meeting. That's when, seriously, that's when it came up. This was never discussed as presentations until you guys, go ahead and think what you want. It never came up until I did a PowerPoint at an action meeting. And at the very next meeting, the discussion was, we need to sanction or do something about presentations. So I'm just saying, think back on it. Think back on it. That's when it came up.
I'm just going to say, I'm thinking back on it, and you know what my first thought was? Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I take pictures and put them
Okay,
up there?
but it wasn't you that said, oh, we need to do a workshop or a policy on presentations. I have no problem with time limits. My issue is telling me what I can do within that time, within which meeting, especially if the statute says during board member comments, that's my comments.
Ms. Giddens, can I ask you just one really quick question? And you're right, it did come up after your presentation. I mean, it did. It came up after the presentation. But my question is this: if a concern is raised, be it for whatever reason the concern is raised, and we're trying to clarify policies and processes and protocol, it's appropriate to have it come up and say, hey, let's talk about this. Does everybody agree with it? For example, and I'm going to go back to something I said this week, we're going to have a discussion about the use of logos because something came up. So we're all going to sit there and process that and see how we're going to use it. So I don't think faulting because it came up after you did something or you did something or you did something. It's the fact that, hey, we recognize that there may be some additional discussion needed to clarify a process or a protocol. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing I wanted to ask, what about the time limit? If everyone has equal time, be it the 10 minutes or whatever the board decides, is that something we can do so that everybody's on the same page and knows, I have 10 minutes. If I use my 10 minutes, great. If I use 2 minutes, great. But it's my specified time agreed to by the board, and no one can say, you're over your time, you're taking too long, or whatever they may say, because you have this time and it's yours, and no one can take it away from you.
That's what I just said at the beginning of my comment. I said I have no problem with talking about time as long as it is equitable. And if there is some topic that, like you say, somebody takes 5 minutes of their time and like, you know, I may need 12 minutes. So may I please take 12 minutes, it's time, this is the allotment of time I need. I'm not concerned about the time piece of it as much as I am concerned about sanctioning what is said during that time.
Thank you. Ms. Morgan has been waiting.
Yeah, so actually, I was going to say pretty much what Attorney Dupree-Bruno said. Yes, it is about the presentation, because your presentation raised questions for all of us going forward about how we were going to use that time and whether we were going to be using that time the same way you did. So, and this isn't about sanctions. In protocol, we're laying out expectations, and we have already agreed that the expectations are not a hard and fast rule that people will be called out for if they overstep. It is expectations, and we are going to act as professionals with respect to those expectations. So I don't see anything about sanctions here. I do agree with what Attorney Dupree-Bruno said earlier. Let's talk about the action meeting. Let's talk about the workshop. Let's talk about the briefing. You know, what conversations do we want to have, and what do we want presented to us by other board members at those meetings? So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan.
And I was going to say, yes, Ms. Gittens, it did appear that it would happen right after. However, that on that same day, they were having issues with something that, they were having issues with some of the pictures that I had too. So when I was back there, because we were exchanging discs, because I had permission to go give it to them, at the hour before, they're all, and I noticed that it says an hour, everything else is 24 hours. But then one says 1 hour before. Well, these guys back there, they're trying to get everything done. And now here we are as board members going, oh man, you gotta get my pictures working, you gotta get this, because I really need to show whatever. I think that's what really prompted this. It's about making sure that, I really do believe it is, because I know even that day, they had problems with my sharing, which did not happen because we were just they didn't have enough time. But I understood that because they tried it to get everything working. It wasn't working. It didn't happen. Wasn't on them. But they're trying to get everything ready for us to go out there for the public and get ready for our meetings and our needs. So we have to make sure that we're respecting the time for staff as well, you know, and going through I saw that hour there. I think that needs to be definitely 24 hours as well. Nobody should be given an hour to produce a miracle like that, as well as the changing of the board secretaries, as Ms. Vaughn said. I think those two definitely should be changed along with the time allotment.
Okay, and you're right. It came from not one presentation, but from multiple times of last minute, can you put my pictures in so that I can address these at the end? And so it wasn't against anyone. It was just simply, we don't have a protocol for that, and we need to have one. And so that's how it came about. So let's start with the piece about tasking a secretary, because that was the first item that I heard come up. Do we have agreement that that will be stricken from the draft language?
I think everybody agreed on that one. The secretary's not doing your PowerPoints or presentations.
Well, I'm the one that would need help if I ever asked it, but when it comes to PowerPoint, so.
It's really not that hard to do.
Yeah, I'll help you.
I put together a PowerPoint.
But I haven't ever had to ask, so I'll live with it.
I Googled my way through the whole thing.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
And I believe there's a difference in asking for assistance if it's needed and tasking someone else to do it completely for you.
Tasking
is doing it.
Yes, tasking is doing it.
Helping
Yes.
is not.
Yes, okay, so we will change that language. Okay, the next item is the amount of time, the number of hours in advance to put photos, text, or graphics into the folder. It currently says 1 hour. I've heard 24 hours floated.
I think 24 would be respectful.
24.
At least 20. What do they want? What do they need?
They appreciate as much time as you can possibly give them.
24 hours on everything except for this one piece
Yeah.
that speaks about the folder. But if that's not working, they're going to be frantic in the back in that last hour before the meeting. And why would we put them through that?
Well, I've just been told no. They just told me no, that I couldn't do it.
Oh, then you can't use it then. So then we can do the 24.
So no, seriously. Everyone else, they worked on it. I was told no. It was the meeting and there was deaths and I wanted to show in the family, told the family we were going to do it, and I was told no, we can't do it. So
Is that about-
there are different rules for different people.
Ms. Gittens, is that a specific situation about somebody who had passed away? Is that what it was? Because I remember there was a
Yes.
conversation about that.
Yes, and I even suggested, well, can I just take my computer and sit there and plug it in? And they said, no, that's a special computer you have to have. And I said, well, it doesn't, everybody else takes their computer up there. But anyway, I'm fine with being, I think the way it's set up now, and it goes into the folder, it goes to the secretaries. Once it's in the folder, it's not an issue, in my understanding, for them. And as long as they have it in the folder, there's not any changing or manipulation they have to do. But if it's in the folder, which they take and they load in, I don't see any problem in making sure that they have that the secretaries give them the folder by an hour before, because things do come up.
But the folder is actually part of, it's always there. It's the getting things into the folder, and occasionally there can be problems with that. The folder isn't loaded up, it's that you drop things into that folder, which is always there. And so I'm hearing two different things. Go ahead if you want to address that one specific.
I was just going to say that this topic with regards to honoring community members is probably a topic that the board needs to flesh out a little bit, because that has been a discussion. When do we, how do we? So
Okay,
if we can add that.
to the list. Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Patrica,
What did you say about the amount of time staff needs? Did you say as much as we can give them?
Yeah.
as much as you can provide,
I'm feeling like 24 hours is reasonable.
just in case there is a problem, they appreciate 24 hours notice.
In 24 hours, I can do it at the next board meeting, right?
Okay. Ms. Gittens, can you live with 24 hours?
I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
Okay, so we will switch that to 24 hours for photos. Are there any other changes to that language that anyone would like to see?
Well, the public comment time.
The
I don't know if
time
that's
is-
in there or if that's
And I
something
think Ms.
separate.
Vaughn had recommended 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I agree with
Said public
what
comment, I meant board
what
member.
Morgan said. The professional part is, you know, if generally speaking, we're always following that 10 minutes, and we have 11 or 12 minutes one time, that's no big deal. But if it's like that's exactly, it's expectations, not sanctions. Nobody's going to say, oh.
And
you know,
perhaps
we're
that's
not
an
gonna be the time
offline
Nazis.
conversation with the board, maybe the board chair, if someone is consistently going over, then
Right.
after the meeting, perhaps that's a time when the board chair can make a comment of, you know, I've noticed the last 3 meetings, you've been consistently 5 minutes over, can we try and stay to the numbers? Yeah, thank you. Ms. Gittens?
Now, I definitely can live with that. I appreciate Ms. Morgan's comment about is a professional expectation, and that treats us like adults and not like we're in kindergarten and we have to check off the things. So I appreciate that. And I agree with what you said. You know, if you continue to go to text, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry. But if you continue to do it, then fine.
What you said.
She made a joke about
I made a joke, don't say it.
All right. So would it be appropriate to add, under the table where it has all of the different items around what type of discussion at which meeting, just to add a sentence to each of those that says, board members will contain
Show
comments to 10 minutes
expectation.
per person?
Okay, I have a question.
ma'am.
So superintendent has comments. Board attorney has comments. I don't usually use mine, but every once in a while I may. So what about the superintendent and the board attorney? That's one. And two, staff needs to know that at the end of the meeting, you're adding an hour plus whatever it is for these comments. And is this 10 minutes, 3 questions, 10 minutes for action meetings, briefings, and workshops? I just want some clarification, please.
Okay, I think that's, first thing I would say is staff already knows we're adding an hour. But I think that this would limit it more, which would actually be very beneficial for staff. So I think the question then is, I believe it's governance team. I said board members, but I would assume we meant governance team would each have 10 minutes. So then it's, at which, is it the same for all meetings or does it differ? So comments around that. Ms. Patrica?
I'm going to repeat what I said earlier, which is I'd like to see us be able to get as many of our comments in at the briefing as possible so that the staff doesn't have to sit here for that additional hour and so that I can consume and absorb what's being said. I sit up there at 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night and I'm just not hearing what my colleagues are saying because I'm exhausted.
So would you?
That's just me personally. I mean, there are times that the briefing meeting has run long, and I have had to give my board reports at night, and that, of course, is going to occur. But if we build enough time into our briefing meetings to give our board reports during the briefing meetings, that significantly cuts down on the amount of time that we're here at night for action meetings with staff that, some of these people have to be in their buildings at 6 o'clock in the morning. and that's a lot. It's a lot. So I'd like us to really keep staff in mind as we make this decision.
So are you still suggesting to remain at the 10 minutes or increasing the time for briefings or workshops?
No, I'm suggesting that we sort of commit to trying to use that 10 minutes during our briefing.
Okay, okay, thank you.
And only the necessary stuff occur at night, any.
10 minutes, but try and get as much of your things in during the briefing.
Right, so
Okay,
for
thank you.
example, if the chair gets to me and Ms. Fisher and Ms. Vaughn during the briefing and doesn't get to the other 4 during the briefing, those 4 can use their 10 minutes at the action meeting. But let's try to get as much of this done as we possibly can. I understand that there are things that you want to say at an action meeting, and that's fine, but when we look at the things that are discussed during a briefing meeting under board member comments, it is report on advisory committees, share information about school visits, discuss briefing topics shared by the superintendent, request items to be placed on future agendas, request information from the superintendent. Those are all things that are absolutely appropriate for a briefing meeting, in my mind.
Absolutely. Thank you. Other comments? Ms. Giovanelli?
So I understand where Ms. Patrick is coming from, and I actually agree with it. My only problem is if we, and she mentioned this, that if we don't, not everyone gets, we run out of time because have done that, that's what's happening, then we're not shamed for bringing it up at the actual action meeting because we're really forced to. So we can't be, publicly shamed for that because it's happened. So I think that's where I want to be really careful and cautious on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And just with that in mind, in a few minutes, we'll be talking about your schedule. So you might be thinking now as to how you might rearrange your schedule so that you have additional time and build in that additional time. Thank you. Other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Did you agree then that the verbiage is going to be the professional expectation is 10 minutes and not we will have 10 minutes?
Everyone okay with that language? That the
professional expectation is 10 minutes, not we will have 10 minutes.
Why do we have to have the word professional in there, Ms. Gittens? It doesn't, it's superfluous.
Well, we were just talking.
All of this is professional expectations.
I think it's a courtesy is what you're saying, like.
Yeah, I don't want it be, thou
courtesy.
shalt not take more than 10 minutes.
The expectation is that board members.
The expectation is that board member comments would be 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I can live with that.
Okay, the governance, we'll say governance team since we want to include everyone.
Yes.
So
But if you go
the
11
wording is the
minutes.
expectation.
If I go 11 minutes, or I have to do mine at the 6 o'clock, at the action meeting, like Ms. Giovanelli said, I don't want to hear that I'm, doing that for grandstanding or whatever. So please, let's not do that.
Okay, thank you.
20 minutes, 10 and 10.
No,
Oh, gosh.
She just said if you do yours at 10.
no, 10 and 1.
And done.
She just said you do
10
yours
and
at
1
one
and
time, then you end. Okay, so
so we will
next
add-
time I'm taking 20 and saying, oh, I thought you meant this. I'll be very confused for the next 3 months.
So to finish up this area, we will make those changes, and then we'll add the language. The expectation is that governance team member comments will be approximately 10 minutes each.
Can we take a consensus on that?
Yes, can we, I'm sorry, Ms. Fisher, do you have a comment?
I have a question, just real quick. So is this an appropriate time to bring up, like, discussion during,
Gonna ask.
during the briefing and/or the business meeting? Because we do use a lot of time, at both those meetings with a discussion. And at one point, and maybe I'm making this up in my own mind, but I thought that we had something, and Kathleen, you would remember this if anyone does, that we would have like 5 minutes and everyone got a chance, and then if there was still enough time, we could have a second go-around. So,
I do remember that.
just, yeah, right, because if you really time yourself, you can say a lot in 5 minutes.
So can we get consensus on the last thing, and then that was a subject. I wanted
Okay,
to
thank
discuss
you.
as well.
Okay.
Okay, so I believe we
Last
have,
thing.
The 10 minutes.
The 10 minutes, oh, I thought we did that. All right.
okay, thank
Yeah.
you. And then I seem to
And it's at the
remember.
briefing or the action meeting, not both.
She's doing double thumbs up, she's going to get 20 minutes, it's not working.
She's trying to get her 20 minutes. That gives me 20 minutes.
I know you, Ms. Gittens.
May I just ask for clarification? Will you put the governance team?
Yes.
Yeah, she said
Yes.
Because it-
Yes.
okay.
I'll read it again. It says, "The expectation is that governance team member comments will be approximately 10 minutes each." That way we've gotten we're not going to, if somebody's at 9 or somebody's at 11, we're not going to worry. Yes, sir.
You can't yield time.
Right.
Oh, come on. To the good lady from Lehigh, I yield my 10 minutes to the superintendent.
Just a question, because this has come up numerous times, and I think it's directly related to this. One of the things in terms of scheduling these meetings and kind of plotting out the amount of time, typically the board member comments isn't one of those estimated blocks of time. So if we're putting time parameters, right now, for example, for the governance team, it would be 90 total minutes. If everyone were to avail themselves of the full 10 minutes, that's 90 minutes, an hour and a half. If we were to block out 90 minutes, essentially, of that block of time, then you see that that's a considerable amount. So there's a little bit of variance in if, one person takes their full 10 minutes, another takes 2 minutes and is done, we may find ourselves, the meetings a little bit more time than we have. And so I just wanted to make people aware of that we're happy to schedule it around this idea of estimating. And but that's one of the difficulties of plotting out exactly how much time we'll need.
Maximum then of 10 minutes. Maximum. You don't have to.
Ms. Bond and then Ms. Jordan.
It's been my experience conducting the briefings that the discussion where we have the problem is that there's not enough time within each planned presentation. For instance, and I've used this example before, a 5-page policy, could think of the word policy, sorry, a 5-page policy, 20 minutes. Well, that one little section, the one section that was brand new about having 2 different comment sections, I knew from the get-go, 20 minutes for that is not even going to do it. So whoever's, I had no input into that, and I don't know who had the input, and there just seemed like just people, for instance, the last briefing meeting, at the last minute, there was another 15 minutes thrown in there about the protocols. And not to say that wasn't important, but one more time, the briefings come before the action meetings. Our kids are coming here now to perform, and I contend that we need an hour. We need an hour. They need to set up. We need to just decompress whatever to be fresh and ready for the next. And we just can't. The last one I said, okay, we're going to hard stop at 5 o'clock so we can have plenty of time for that. But this is where our professionalism and our respect for one another needs to come in. Not that we're going to say, well, I'm just not going to talk now at all, but to just kind of gauge it out and say, wow, I'm number 1 or number 2 being called on, and it's already past 5 o'clock. And does that make sense? I mean, that whole thing has caused so much hard feelings, and that has to be solved. And I believe you and a couple other people I heard from said, well, maybe we have to change the starting time or do something. So, Ms. McClung, that's coming up, right?
With your consent, maybe we should go ahead and move that up in the agenda and go ahead and talk about that now, since all of these pieces are related.
Yeah.
And talk about when do you want to maintain the schedule as it is? I know we are also a little over an hour after, almost an hour and a half after lunch. Would you like to move our break up to now and come back and talk about that?
Yes, please.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take, can we live with 10 minutes? A 10-minute break? Okay, thank you. We'll come back about 12 minutes.
We are returning back from our break. It is November the 11th. The time is 2:56, and we are still continuing our workshop. And I am going to be turning this back over to Ms. McClung. Ms. McClung?
Thank you very much. So the one disadvantage of sitting down here is I can't pull up what's on my computer up there. So if you will pull up the school board meeting calendar, the proposed calendar that was sent to you earlier this week, it's also posted on board docs. So we'll start by looking at those dates and making sure that everyone is in agreement on those, and then we'll
Where
move
are we?
on.
You're on
They were
calendars.
sent, I sent them in an email, and they're also on board docs.
Thank you.
I don't know if they.
6, am I right? Number 6 on the agenda.
Don't know, sorry. It's proposed school board meeting calendar.
Yes, number 6 on the agenda.
Thank you.
This is real scary, seeing 22.
It is. So these are
Jeez.
proposed dates for January through December of 2022. Ms. Patrica.
So is this when we should discuss adding time to the briefing meetings?
We'll go to that next. Let's start with these. These are action meeting dates, and then we can talk about briefing and workshop dates and times.
So, I guess I'm looking at summer, because that July time always gets crazy. So this is saying July 26th is the only July meeting.
Correct.
And,
The only one.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's usually at the end of July.
Okay. And I guess I'm just thinking to put some caveat unless needed or something. We just never know what's going to happen in July just before school starts. And I'm just wondering, no, I guess not, because that would put it in the middle of July, wouldn't it? Okay.
You always,
Meeting in August, or start the August meetings earlier if you're concerned about the start of school, because there's
Yes.
only a week between August 30th and September 7th, I think.
Now that's what I'm thinking, is something.
There's an asterisk, it says because of budget hearings.
Yes, that has to be there.
Right.
So if we added
You don't even have to add it, you just move the two up
to the first week, because otherwise that puts us right up on the start of school, and there's so many things that come up. Yeah. What? No, go ahead.
I'm forgetting, yes.
Let's see if Ms. Patrica had her hand up.
February 23rd is a Wednesday, which is weird. Number one. Number two, I already have a DAC meeting scheduled for that night. So is there a reason why it's a Wednesday and not a Tuesday?
Ms. Thomas, can you address that?
Is it President Day or something?
There's got to be a holiday.
That would be my guess. That's
Yeah,
the
Lincoln,
holiday.
Washington.
I don't know, I'm just saying, I'm making that up.
No, President's Day.
That's Ms.
is-
Thomas, if she'll address that.
Day
as she
weekend is the 21st.
She puts the dates
I'm making
together.
it up, I was
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's President's Day, the 21st.
What, the 21st?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes.
The Mondays, it always delays it.
Thomas, is that the reason because of President's Day? Thank you. So if we
shouldn't be a
follow
reason.
the schedule that we have this year of the briefing the day before, then that's why it would be on the Wednesday.
Oh,
And DAC's schedule is off. Well, DAC meets in here. Where do they meet? They meet in here, so we couldn't.
How do you,
So we would,
We meet via Zoom.
so we would either,
By next year?
so we would either, change this date or ask DAC if they could possibly change their date for that month.
Okay, well, there's 7 of us and there's 120 of them, so I'd like to see us try to change it. Could we do our workshop on the Friday before and then do the board meeting on Tuesday?
I would think that, I'm sorry if I may, the Friday of a holiday weekend is kind of tough for people.
Is it tough for the 9 of us? Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Morgan.
The only thing that presents a problem is the agenda review, but we could do the workshop, we could do the regular meeting on Tuesday, do the workshop and, on Wednesday, because it's during the day. The only problem would be that we wouldn't have the review. We would have to be responsible for getting questions to staff earlier than normal, so that they would have an opportunity to respond to us if there were any agenda items.
Or we could do the briefing on Wednesday and the workshop.
In the morning, I do it, yes.
Right, we could do the workshop and board meeting on Tuesday, and then the briefing on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Is that okay with
Say
everyone?
that one more time?
Okay.
We could do the workshop, which has the agenda review in it, and the action meeting on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, we could do the briefing. Because the briefing doesn't dictate what we're gonna vote on that night,
Right.
whereas the workshop does.
Right.
Any other discussion around that? That is, will be based on whether the workshop and briefing days change. But right now, let's put that as the workshop and the action meeting would be on Tuesday, the 22nd.
Yes.
And then the briefing would be on Wednesday, the 23rd. And do we have agreement around that?
Sure.
Okay. Dr. Savage, did you have a question about that?
Looking at the dates, you said, this is February?
February.
Okay, you said that it's Wednesday's the 22nd, Tuesday's the 21st on this, is what it says.
Correct. We're talking about workshop
No, we
action
were
on the
talking about
22nd.
22.
Yeah,
Okay, 22.
workshop action on the 22nd.
But that's a Wednesday.
Wednesday's the 23rd.
Third.
Okay, maybe I'm just looking at the wrong one I've
Are
got.
you looking at the wrong year?
It says this
Yours
is
on
22,
2023.
23. I'm so sorry.
Some-
Don't rush it.
He's fine.
Time marches on.
Sorry. Please
That-
disregard.
It's that chocolate
That's
cupcake.
okay.
I'm looking at the same thing, though.
That's okay, thank you. Okay, so were there any other dates on the calendar that anyone had a question about?
Well, I'm supposed to be at a conference in California on the 29th, but I'm suspecting that's going to be canceled because it's NSBA and I don't think we're participating, so.
Okay.
If I have to call in, I can call in because that's work related, so.
Any other dates? Okay, so the main change to this one is the action meeting for February
For me.
would be February 22nd rather than February 23rd. So that's the change to this calendar. Okay. So now we'll move on to the briefing and the workshop calendar. And you don't have those, this is just for general discussion. That, you know, we've heard a lot of discussion around the lack of time for board member comments, also for discussion around the topics. There have been several times people have said, I don't know how this agenda is set. And I can tell you the basic way the agenda is set is that we go through that workshop list and we look at, is there anything that's really time sensitive? And that goes on first, obviously. Then we go to staff and say, these are the items, you know, when is an appropriate time for this to be brought forward? You know, is there work that is still pending? And then when we have the dates calendared, then we go to staff and say, how long is your presentation? And then we guess, and I'm be quite honest, we guess how long questions are going to take. Because some items we know are hot topics and are going to take a lot of discussion and board member questions, and we expect that. But every now and then, we are totally taken by surprise that something pops up and we weren't expecting it. So the time that is built in is generally based upon the estimate of the time to deliver the presentation, and then our best guess of how long questions and comments will take in that. I will say we probably have not done a great job of trying to estimate the time of board member comments, because, you know, as we said, an hour, that would take up half, if we put an hour and a half every time, it would take up half of the agenda.
Yeah, it's not that, it's the comments and questions on the presentations.
Exactly, so it's our best guess.
Board member
in that.
comments, it's not that, yeah.
No, I meant both of those things.
Oh,
The
okay,
first
I
part-
misunderstood.
The first part I said was that our best guess of comments around the topics.
Okay.
Because if
All right.
if the team that's presenting says, okay, we have 30 slides, we can do that in 45 minutes, and let's say we'll give an extra 30 minutes for questions.
We give 30.
And sometimes we give 15, sometimes we give 30, and sometimes we needed 60.
So if you,
Who do you consult with from the, I mean, you know, the board vice chair is the one facilitating, and why is the board vice chair not brought into this? I mean, I asked that from the day I became the vice chair, and no, that's not, but I think that's a problem, that the vice chair doesn't, because it's the vice chair that bears the brunt of this whole thing, unless we move it much earlier, because, again,
Difficult to be ready for the
back up
action meeting.
together.
Absolutely. And you're right, and I don't, generally, it's Ms. Schaefer puts it on the agenda. We kind of all gather around and talk about how much time what's our best
Accept.
guess on time. So we need to involve, and I know sometimes it's bounced off the chair as to how long do you expect, but for the briefings, it would be perfectly sensible that it would go to you first and say, does this look reasonable?
Yes.
and then too, when you all are looking, because when I've asked that question, when they're looking at it, so if, say, Gwen is giving a presentation, so she's gonna say, my presentation takes 10 minutes, it's gonna take you all 30 minutes to. 12 minutes. I mean, 12 minutes, and it's gonna take all
Is
of
the
you
camera on me or her?
30 minutes to discuss this. They're assuming that everybody's focused on the topic that we're speaking on. There's not gonna be a story, it's just gonna be the question, and everybody will be focused. So in essence, it may very well, if everybody was focused on that particular item, as you bring back people, that it's doable. However, it doesn't happen. So on certain items, which is a surprise, what is a 15-minute presentation turns out to be an hour and a half conversation, questions and answering.
Yes. So we have two items here. One is that, yes, we need to consult to get a better guesstimate of that time. The other is, do we need to consider changing either the time or the day of the briefings and the workshops? And I believe Ms. Gittens and then Ms. Morgan.
Okay, here's my suggestion, that, and it kind of goes back to the conversation earlier about, you know, the long days and staff being tired and all of that. And previously, we did have all-day Monday. The morning was for the agenda review and the, you know, that workshop. The afternoon was a briefing. And then 6 o'clock the next day, we came for an action meeting. Now, along with that, the topic of we're not catching up with our workshops. So along with that, I would suggest a once a month, one day for workshops. And we would have 2 topics in the morning, 2 topics in the afternoon, I mean, as needed, because our list right now, we could do that. But that would be one day we would come just to catch up on the workshop topics. And in relationship, you know, to what you're saying, that things go on, I think that's the nature of the beast, that because we can't talk amongst ourselves as much, fluid, natural conversation happens, and something that one person says triggers something else. And it's not that that's wrong, it's just that we're saying, okay, we don't have time. But the topic and the conversation itself is enlightening to everyone, because, okay, yeah, I hadn't thought about that, so.
Okay, so I hear a suggestion.
I just wanted to clarify, are you saying an additional workshop a month? So we have the 2 workshops and then an additional one for the topics? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, at least for, I mean, maybe it would be for, you know, a few months to give us an opportunity to kind of catch up and get back on track, because it's fruitless to have a topic that comes up in June and we don't get to it until December. It's not even relevant. So Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like a workshop morning, that gives staff a chance if there's anything that they need to do or fix or what, or we can flip it, it doesn't matter. And then workshop and briefing, then have the 6 o'clock the next day, the once a month to have the workshop, or it could be once a month, morning is workshop, afternoon is briefing, either one. You still have, what, 2.5 days a month?
So I'm hearing a suggestion that briefings and workshops both be held on Monday, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, that the action meeting would still take place at the agreed-upon times, and then one day a month, there would be an extra workshop day or a meeting day, which would help in terms of not needing to put so many topics on the workshops and briefings that were held on Monday, would give an extra day to do a couple of more topics, at least until felt like everyone was caught up.
And then maybe it would be a half a day a month.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Morgan was next.
So I think there's another problem with respect to the briefings. Well, I shouldn't say there's another problem. One of the problems I see with respect to the briefings is that we do get off topic. And one of the reasons we get off topic is because there's something we want to talk about. And then, I've been saying, let's do a workshop, let's move it to a workshop calendar. But it occurs to me, and we had this conversation have had it in the past, but we've never really followed through on it. But it seems to me that a school year or a board year it has a calendar. The budget dates are fixed. We know we have 5 elements in our strategic plan that we need to review periodically. We know we need to review student data periodically. We know we need to review policies periodically. I have long thought that there ought to be, and I know some districts do that, in January, every year, this is what you talk about. In February, every year, this is what you talk about. In March, so that you get all of your strategic stuff scheduled out, you get your policy scheduled out, you get your budget scheduled out. And I think if we're sitting in a briefing and there's a topic and everybody wants to talk about it, and we can look and see, okay, so we're talking about it in October. It's not time critical, but everybody wants to talk about it. It's on the schedule for January. Is this a conversation we can put off till January because we all know it's coming up? That's just something I'm throwing out about, how we manage our time and our responsibilities.
If I may, in conjunction to what you just said, that would work with this, because that one day a month, we can structure it however we want to, but we would have that one day. It might be a half a day because we don't have anything else to talk about, or it might be a full day, but everybody knows that that's on the calendar. So.
Ms. Patrica.
I can't do Monday mornings. I have other commitments to include FHSAA board meetings. I can't do Monday mornings.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, other suggestions? Ms. Vaughn.
Whatever we decide, we're locked into the Tuesday evening action meetings. But whatever we decide, I personally would like to see some kind of consistency, and perhaps there's going to be times when we have a slot briefing meeting, but we really don't need a briefing as much as a workshop. Right. I know I talked, is Jen? No, Jen. There she is. She and I were talking about this, and when I was saying, no, I'm not blaming you, but on the whole thing, can you say what you were saying, your idea about the workshopping and briefings? Do you remember when you and I were talking about the briefings having too much stuff to cover? And you said something, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but you had an idea about, you said some of the briefing things made more sense in the workshops.
We're going to turn you on.
You can come here, you can come.
There are a lot of things that could be put on workshops. Some of the things, like, as far as policies. Some of the policies, when they are pre-briefing, so to speak, instead of it being a pre-briefing, it could be a workshop. There are a lot of districts that do policy workshops where you guys can sit down, get into it, decide how you want it to go, you know, if you agree with something or not. And then once you've been through that process, then you can take it to a briefing for the first reading and then the public hearing at the second reading.
Jen, I like that. That's good.
And that, no, it makes sense, because on the this is our first time into it, but there's at least twice more, right? That it would be briefed, and so there'd be at least 2 more times that the public could speak on it, and the public wouldn't, I mean, there are things that were addressed, okay, at the action meeting the last time, that we had started to touch on in the briefing, and people were saying, and you're looking at this, and I think it throws off the public because they hear us talking about it, and they think, oh, they've already made a decision. And I think really the first time through, what Jen said makes more sense.
I completely 100% agree, because you have not seen the policy yet. So when the policy comes, you have the workshop where you can scratch it up and fix it, et cetera. And then the statute really, the rulemaking process does not kick in until you do the first reading, which is at the briefing. So all of this is pre-brief, and it's not really part of the rulemaking process. It's just to see where the board is if you want to move forward with it. So
that might help just, that might help just a little bit right there.
I bring that up constantly, and I'm told is that we put in a briefing so that we have public comments.
Yes.
Because I said workshops, we need to workshop it so we can get the work done. And then I hear, no, we need to move it here so that way we have public comment.
Yeah.
That's why those things get pushed onto briefings.
Well, the policies have always been on pre-briefed. Some of them go straight to first reading. But I think as we're discussing it, if we do the workshop so that the board can really roll up its sleeve and decide, what they want to do, and then we can even pre-brief it again if you want to. I don't have to kick in the rulemaking process right away. But once I do, then it's moving towards the 28 days. But we can pre-brief it again if you want public to come in and have comment prior to it going to the first reading. But I do like that suggestion about the workshop, because I think it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, Ms. Patrica.
So I'm hearing that we need to do a better job of committing to keeping workshop topics in workshops and briefing topics in briefings. But one thing we haven't discussed is, during a discussion, equitable contributions by all board members, and making sure that as we go around the room, it's not I talk and then Betsy responds, and then Debbie talks and Betsy responds, and Gwen talks and Betsy responds, because that's also eating up a lot of our time,
And I believe earlier today, there was a comment that there used to be a protocol in place where everyone had, I don't remember if it was 5 or 10 minutes to speak.
I think it was 5 once around.
And then it went around for 2 minutes the second time, I believe. Pardon?
I always do 3, and then 3.
3 and 3. So that, if that protocol were followed, then that might help keep that down. So that might be the easiest thing to start with, and then we can move to days. So is there an agreement that you would like to reinstate a protocol that there is a reasonable time limit for the first round of comments, and then if there is still time, that there is a shorter amount of time for the second round of comments? Seeing mostly agreement around that. What is a reasonable amount of time for the first round of comments, Ms. Gittens?
Well, no, I mean, I thought that at least the 5 minutes was fine, because, I don't know. Again, and I know we have to have parameters and, you know, walls and bumpers and everything to keep everything in line. But I still feel that we lose sometimes valuable content from hearing from others. You know, I know sometimes I will come and I'll read stuff and look at it and think, this is the way we should go. And I listen to other people and I'm formulating thoughts, and that may trigger a question for someone else. But, I mean, I understand the 5. If we at least keep it going that way and it's equitable.
So,
I mean, I can live with it, but I think it should be 5.
because one thing to remember is this is per topic. So if you have 3 topics plus your comments, that's a big amount of space, plus staff obviously has to present. So if you do like 5 minutes the first round and then 3 minutes perhaps the second round, that gives you, that's too long?
Maybe 5 and 2.
5 and 2?
That's why I do 3 and 3, because I always time it, and then everybody gets their stuff out. And then if we have more time, then we go back to the other one.
So let's meet halfway and do 4. So if you do 4 and 2? Or 4 and 3? I mean,
And that allows the chair or staff or whoever to better plan the amount of time that we need. And is it going to be that way every single time? No. Will somebody go 4.5 minutes once, and will somebody go 30 seconds another time? Yes, but, I mean, again, we're deciding on our way of work, and we're trying to be a team that's going to follow, you know, the agreed upon sort of guardrails for our way of work.
Right.
And then if it turns out that the first topic doesn't need as much time, there's more for the next.
So I couldn't hear you.
Bless you.
Sorry. I was saying, if it turns out that the first topic, that one topic doesn't take 5 minutes each or 4 minutes each, there's extra time, and then the chair at that time has the parameters to say, we're good on time. If we need to take 6 minutes apiece this time, we have that in our schedule. But at least it's some guidelines. Again, nothing's set in stone, but they're guidelines that, for this, to try and get a better grip on the amount of time that it's going to take for each one. But I'm looking at Ms. Gittens, and I'm not seeing that you can live with that yet.
Oh, no, I can. I mean, yeah, I'm fine with whatever.
Okay, so I believe it was 4 and 3 was the last that I heard. Do we have agreement around 4 and 3?
4 and 3.
4 and 3, thank you. Okay,
Ms.
so.
Giovanelli vote, or give her consent?
4 and 2.
I saw
I did
nod,
earlier.
but okay.
I thought it was 4 and 2.
It was 4 and 2.
4 and 2? I'm sorry, 4 and 2?
Yeah.
Do we still have
Fine.
agreement, 4 and 2? Thank you.
And this is for briefing, actions, meetings, and workshops?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so,
Wait a second.
yes, ma'am.
It was for what?
No, just briefings and
Just
Yeah,
briefings and workshops?
Yeah, because otherwise she's already
I-
going to her 11.
What?
She already has 10
12.
and a half.
No, I just want clarification, well, see, because, if I may, when you have a motion on the floor, you're gonna have discussion, and then you may have more discussion, and then you have more, so I would request as the parliamentarian that we have some parameters for action meetings as well to monitor the discussion at the action meeting.
Discussion. Okay.
So for discussion, not for comment, but
Not
for
for comments.
discussion. So
Discussion.
agreement that this would also be used at action meeting for discussion around motions. Ms. Gittens, can you live with it?
Yeah, then I would do the 4 and 3. I'm sorry, you
If need an
asked
extra
me.
minute, we'll give you one,
No, you won't.
maybe.
See, I told you. I told you you
I'm
would.
seeing consensus everywhere else. Can you live with the,
Yes, yes.
thank you very much. All right.
What is the consensus, so I'm
4
clear?
and 2 minutes. 4 minutes for first go-round, 2 minutes for the second go-round,
Correct.
For all 3 meetings?
for all 3 meetings.
Ms. Gittens
She
is
can
on
live with
board.
it.
She can live with it, okay.
I would really like to speak.
Oh, go ahead.
Never
Please,
mind.
please.
She spoke for me. It's all right.
Did she speak correctly for you? That's the
Speak correctly
question.
for you.
I'll live with it. I'll live with it.
Thank you very
I
much.
think, okay, here's my one question about it. Let's say it's my motion, and I do my 4 minutes to explain my motion. Everybody talks, and then I listen to everybody else. and I only have 2 minutes to respond to all of that. So I'm just thinking with motions, if the motion maker shouldn't have 3. Oh, wait a minute. Why, I'm not just saying me, I'm saying anybody.
Yes.
I was going to request that. That was
Do
my-
what?
As a school board attorney and parliamentarian, I would really appreciate if I can get the heads up on the motions, if you can write it, and then if for some reason I need to discuss it with you or what have you, but, because sometimes what happens with the motions is that they're not properly crafted or worded, and then it gets really, I get confused, to be honest with you. So if I can help you with drafting the motion, I would appreciate that. If we can put that in the protocols, I'll be really happy.
So in the protocol right now, it says 24 hours in advance, if I'm correct, for a motion. And so we could add that draft.
Doesn't say that.
Doesn't
It
say
says
that?
For a consent, I was going to suggest that we add that. It says, for a consent agenda item pull, that should be accompanied by a memo. So perhaps a new motion, we should strive not to make those new motions at the table, but if we are planning to make a new motion on a Tuesday, give board members 24 hours advance with a memo, so that we're all aware of the reason for it, and we're all properly prepared to debate, to discuss. And that way, the motion maker has already had an opportunity to let everyone know the rationale and the reasoning.
Okay, could you say one more time what you would like it to read?
I'm sorry?
Could you repeat how you would like it to read?
Very similar to notify the superintendent at least 24 hours in advance, so it would be notify the leadership team, what is this group called?
Governance team?
Governance team, at least 24 hours in advance, if possible, of the intent to make a new motion or a new proposal during a regular action meeting, and then provide a memo to other board members of this intent, including the rationale for the new motion or the new proposal.
It's just the beginning of that change, and then you would like them to present it in writing or to confer with the board attorney in advance if possible. Okay. So these things that we are changing will be brought back for agreement, so today is not like the final decision, because we'll draft the language based on what I'm hearing and bring it back, so I just want to make that clear.
And of course, as there's discussion sometimes, you may think of a motion. There's nothing wrong with thinking of a motion in the middle of the meeting, and if you need to move it forward, that's Robert's rules, you can do that, that's within your purview. But the more we can advance plan, the better.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
And that is my concern, that something comes up during a meeting and someone brings up a motion because of what is happening right then and there, and they are told, no, you can't do it because we've already agreed that we won't do this, and it's not been 24 hours. So I don't know how you put it in there. I know it says if possible, and I think that we should stick with that if possible, because if something does come up at the spur of the moment and it is equal to a motion, that we should not be stopped from doing that motion.
Ms. Martin?
Yeah, so my thought is there some way, if somebody's going to bring up a motion at the table, that there is a brief recess called so that the person who wants to make the motion has an opportunity to confer with the board attorney?
That's fine. And I was thinking that too.
Yeah.
That if you do it, maybe, you ask what is the motion is stated, there's a second, if it's a second, then we take the pause then to make sure the verbiage is right,
Oh, not if,
and
so,
then do discussion.
so now, I don't even want a second, because then I have to withdraw the motion. So here's my recommendation, is if there's a motion made at the table, and I don't see any problem with the motion, move forward with your motion. But if there's a motion at the table that is not making to me, I need to help with that, then I would request a recess to confer with the board member.
But
Is that okay?
Yes, it is, but I still think, because past history, there was back and forth about, what were you saying? So I agree with the brief pause to make sure that you, of all people, understand and see what that motion is.
Which is fine. Sometimes you're doing a motion to divide or a motion to add some type of language. We don't need a pause for that. That's pretty clear. It's when you're coming up with motions that are a little bit more nuanced, that's when I would think the pause, so.
And that would give time for it to be written, so everyone can
Yes.
see it in writing.
Right, so can we leave it to the attorney to decide and ask the chair, can we please take a pause in order to make sure that we have got that complete?
Well, my only concern is Sunshine not doing anything, and, you know, we're gonna be out here in the public, so I pause over the taking the pause. And second, as long as someone gets a second, I don't know that you can stop someone's motion. Am I correct?
Well, that's what she said.
Okay, yeah, right.
That's what she said.
As long as you have a second.
The discussion would not be with the board. The discussion would be with the individual who wants to make the motion. So there is case law that specifically
with the
says that you
attorney.
can have the one-on-one with your staff.
To clarify the motion.
Just to clarify the motion and then come back to the board and bring it.
Okay, because I've been in that position before, okay.
Right.
I thought that I thought you had stopped us before, that you had stated that if there is a motion on the floor, that you cannot, maybe I watched something on TV, I'm not sure, that you cannot, CSI, or, yeah, or one, that you could not take a break while there is a motion on the floor.
That's,
I think
That
we're
we were
talking about
prohibited, actually
deposition.
prohibited
I could see
from
that.
doing that because it was a live motion. We had to
act on it.
do it.
Yeah.
You could not.
And that's where Sunshine would come
We
in.
still have a motion on the table right now from our last meeting, and that meeting has been adjourned, and we're not still all sitting at the table, so I can't imagine that's true.
Exactly.
I'm
Yeah,
confused.
I think you're thinking of depositions when somebody, I know what you're thinking about. If
Oh,
the-
is that what it was?
That's what you're thinking about. If there's a question
I knew there was
posed in a
something that you could
deposition,
not-
you
could
cannot
and
stop
let it
the
But I
deposition.
can, if I may, I can see that as an issue because people would have, perception could mean if, you know, two or three of you go in the back while, you know, the person is talking, that you are deciding, okay, we're not gonna do this, we're not gonna, you know what I'm saying?
So maybe the thing is, if you have a motion in your mind and you want to just make sure it's clarified, just say, Madam Chair, may we have a brief recess? I
And do
think
it
I want to make a
before.
motion, but I'd like to confer with the board attorney.
Yes.
And then that way,
Right.
Mr.
But I'm
Trickett.
getting maybe I'm wrong, I think the purpose of this protocol is to minimize that exact thing occurring at the table. Because the point is to give our colleagues advance notice,
Right.
be transparent, allow us to really participate in the discussion and not be taken by surprise.
Right, I believe, my understanding was this was only in cases where discussion at the table suddenly brought someone to say, you know, based on this discussion, I believe I have a motion.
That's it.
But in most circumstances, 24 hours notice in writing to the governance team. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Okay, so now let's go back one more time. Go
I
ahead.
have a question. So Ms. Patrica said that she's not available on Monday mornings to be
Where I
able
was
to.
going.
Oh, because I was going to suggest maybe do it, still have your workshop Monday afternoon, but then have your briefing like in the morning and your action meeting, and if you could squeeze something else in, no? Well,
No, I'm just saying, and I was mentioning this earlier, I mean, I live in Lehigh, so, and it's not about me, but if I come in for a meeting at 9 till 11 or 12 and we don't meet again till 6, I'm here. So, you know, and I don't know if you're gonna go back to Bonita. So, if so, I'll go with you one time, you go with me one time, take a tour and a bus, but I'm just saying, it really makes, the whole idea of me saying it is that the evening meetings are taxing enough, and to have been thinking and doing all of this all day and then dealing with the 6 o'clock meeting into the evening, I mean, I agree with like staff, it gets to a point where it's just dizzying. So to be all day long on the Tuesday, to me, is a lot. And we're talking from 9 in the morning till 9 at night. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Other suggestions? Ms. Morgan?
Well, at one point I'm sorry, at one point we did everything on Friday, but the problem with that was that staff didn't have time to prepare. So, I'm beginning to think that no matter what we do, there are going to be issues.
Ms. Patrica?
Could we perhaps leave it up to the chair to determine with staff whether our Tuesday meetings needs to start at 11 with a 1 o'clock break or a 12 o'clock break for lunch and then finish the briefing? You know what I mean? Like, not every week has to start at 1 and end at 5. Some weeks, if we've got a lot on that briefing and a lot of really controversial topics, we might have to come in at 10, break for lunch, come back, and then have our, you know what I mean? Like, can there be some flexibility there based on the actual amount of time that we think is going to be needed for each topic?
Okay, thank you. Ms. Giovanelli?
I'm going to throw a little curveball because I had Googled this one time, and so why do we have to have meetings twice a month? Palm Beach County and Miami-Dade, they do it once a month. And the most important thing is our business, and then that would free up, because our business is where we sometimes we get deviated or you get off track of what the business is. We get the business in so staff can do what they need to do. That one meeting a month might be a longer day, but I don't know, is it less work on staff or more work on staff? And I was just curious if we could get more information maybe about that. I don't know.
Yeah, we'd be happy to provide more information. So some of the higher performing districts actually do once a month, like Collier, for example. That was one of the things Cam Patton, when she was giving me, I have a lot of unofficial mentors too, was like, wait, you meet twice a month? And I didn't know you could meet once a month. It's all I've ever known was twice a month. So there's always tons of questions about that. So we can absolutely get a list, send it out, and kind of show you those pieces. I think there are, of course, always, like everything, pros and cons to everything. I think if we were to do the once a month, there'd have to be more lead time. Like in just to use what Cam kind of explained to me, they really have, just like our 1 July meeting, it's a bigger agenda because you're essentially taking 2 whole months worth. So that's bigger. So you want to give more time for agenda review. You want to make sure that the deadlines for staff, they're getting it early so that someone like Ms. Schaefer, who's having to pile it together, needs plenty of lead time to do that. But it also does correspond to seasonal work, very much in what Ms. Morgan mentioned. There's, we know from procurement cycles, we know when certain contracts are coming up, so it requires everyone to be a little bit more organized in their way of work, not just throwing things on at the last minute. But it can result in very orderly business, big agendas. But then that does give you more time for workshops and briefings where you can really unpack issues and have a lot more dialogue. So we'll be happy to provide that information and to you as soon as possible.
Well, does anybody have appetite for that? Because I'm just kind of throwing it out there.
I would look at Ms. Schaefer pulling her hair out up there.
Like? Yeah.
She's looking at us and glaring, so I think we should hear.
Don't hide. Come out from the
Come on.
the floor.
I just wanted to remind everybody too, because I know when Ms. Patrica was saying about being more lenient with times and everything, that's all on them, where they would have to advertise. So all of that would have to be, and then again, none of you have ever done what they had to do and look at all of our calendars to try to accommodate a meeting.
Yeah.
I know that is draining on them trying to appease all of us. So that's why it's good to have a standard time where we all know, and that's the consistency that everybody was speaking about at the last couple of days. So I would definitely I would ask of you to, let's look at that, because we want to make sure that we are consistent, and we all do have other things that we have to do as well. But
Can we hear from her?
hear from who?
Ms. Schaefer?
I would,
Yeah, he doesn't want her.
the advertisement is really what the issue is. So when we get the calendar for the year, it's advertised. It's all out there, so, and the only other time that they advertise is when there's a special meeting or there's a special something that has creeped up. So to sit there and trust me, to sit there and advertise all of these meetings depending, it's not gonna be feasible for staff. It's too much.
To do one meeting as opposed?
One meeting is fine, but on occasion, we do have to do that, but all of these meetings for the year, like this meeting is gonna start at 11, this one's gonna start at 1, this one's gonna, that's too much. They're not gonna be able to do that, because it takes time to get it to the paper, they need time to process. It's not like you just send it to the paper and they immediately do it. It takes days to that's gonna be very difficult to maneuver all of these meetings.
I'm confused. at what
I
you're
am
saying.
too, because I would think that if one meeting
Less is more.
is less.
No,
No, no, no, we're not talking about that.
We're not talking about the one meeting a month, we're talking about.
It's what Ms. Patrica had suggested, maybe we would just be lenient on sometimes. If we think about
no.
the times, we could possibly change the times. That's what she
No.
was, that's what I was responding to that.
Oh,
Not the
okay.
one, because we've asked Dr. Savage to look into that, so that way he could come back to us and share the one meeting, but that had nothing to do with what I was speaking on. It was speaking on trying to have them,
Have variable times.
yeah, that's just too much.
Okay,
So
Ms.
if we
Fisher.
advertise from 11 to 4, and we finish at 2:30 or 3,
It's fine.
I mean, that doesn't mean that you can't say, or someone can't say, seeing no other business, this meeting is adjourned.
No, that's
more
no,
of a
it's right.
start time.
It's
If
the
we
beginning.
kept if we kept a specific amount of time, number of hours, we don't necessarily have to stay the whole time if our business is finished.
Right.
So I'm hearing from that a suggestion that perhaps the meetings are scheduled from 11 to 4 rather than 1 to 4 with an hour break,
I was just using that as
as an example, but I've heard that from a couple of people starting at 11.
or 12 to 4,
10,
because
or-
people can eat an early lunch before.
That's true, or 12 to 4, yeah,
That's for briefings, right?
for briefings and workshops, yes.
I know.
And then if you're gonna do action meetings, if it's gonna be one day, which not just districts are doing it, but counties and cities, municipalities are doing one day, but, just be prepared, it is a full day, and you're there all day, so a lot of people do that, no objection to it, it's a good idea.
So I'm hearing we will get additional information.
You like that? I like it too.
I might love that idea as much as
Like Miami-Dade starts at 10 in the morning and then goes through whenever they finish. I think Palm Beach starts at 2 and then goes through wherever they finish. So you can start at whatever time at 10 in the morning and go through, when you finish all of the business.
So what happens to student performances and recognitions? That's the only, I'd love to do a whole day, but then that sort of says that maybe in place of the second board meeting for the month, we have to have some sort of recognition time set aside.
Ms. Patrica?
So having watched other board meetings like Miami-Dade, public comment is split out throughout the meeting. And so that allows for people who have to work in the morning to come in the afternoon or at night or whatever. And recognitions and student performances also occur at different times during the agenda. So it can be accomplished. And I would think that that would be part of the pluses and minuses that you would bring back to us in your research, staff's research, and let us see how it's done. It would be a culture change, and it would be a change for the community to get used to, but we can protect public comment and get her done at the same time.
Dr. Savage?
Yes, I have a list. So Miami-Dade's once a month, Broward is once a month, Palm Beach is once a month, Collier County is once a month. A number of these are A districts too as well, just they're, St. John's is once a month, Charlotte is once a month. So our neighbors to the north and south both do once a month. Flagler does once a month, Washington does once a month. So it's just an example of some of the ones on that piece. Now in terms of how they structure it, I think we'd have to dig into that to find out what are their, because this is normal for them, this is just the way they do business, and so how do they address the public comment and the student performances? I'd be happy to get that information. I think that'd be really important to consider as well.
And just thinking timing-wise, we only have the one meeting in December, so if the board were going to change that for the upcoming, starting in January, that decision would need to be made at that meeting in December. So just so we're really aware of that timeline. And speaking of timelines, we have an hour and 15 minutes. So we need to decide if we want to continue this discussion around briefing and workshops, if we want to postpone that until we have more information on whether or not you are choosing to go to the one meeting per month. A suggestion. It's fine.
I say keep it the way it is for now and wait until Dr. Savage has his information. I know in the meantime, I'm going to be watching, and probably some of you have already done that. I have not, but I'm going to watch and look at some of the calendars from some of these, and you know, maybe the public is thinking, oh, they're just trying to get out of work, but this does not mean that in terms of numbers of hours that we're going to be meeting less. We're going to be meeting just as much. And I really think I like the idea. I'm glad you brought it up, Ms. Giovanelli. We can have more time to, as you said, really discuss. And then when it comes time to do the actions, we will have discussed it thoroughly and not feel like, oh, I didn't have enough time, or I didn't get, you know, because we're going to have longer periods of time to really get into the meat, the heart of what we're going to be voting on.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens.
Okay, so then, you know, my suggestion about doing the one workshop day or whatever, you know, we can hold on until we find out about the one meeting.
Yes.
But another thing that two quick things. One, we talk about town halls and getting to the public and all that. And I would like to put out there for consideration that once a month, or it could be, you know, every, 6 weeks or however amount of time you want, that we would have a town hall that all of us would attend, that would be rotated, once in the west, then the next time it would be east, the next time it would be south. But we would all be in attendance for a town hall in each part of the county, and to discuss, the topics that as needed, and listen to the public. The good part about it too, of going, all of us going to a specific area, it does show more unity. It does give the people a chance to see all of us in unison and to hear, and we would all have a part of it, and everyone would be involved, this topic or whatever. But it would be our road show once a month.
Ms. Patrica, and then Ms. Fisher. Oh, Ms. Fisher, okay.
So then, and staff would be involved? I mean...
I know you're going to say that would be too much on staff. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I think I think we did this one time. We had town halls scheduled in each zone.
And it doesn't have, it could be every other month if you want. But I'm just saying.
I'm just thinking maybe quarterly.
But in a consistent basis, that people would know, this is the date they're going to be out here. There may be people that want to come to all three, or some that want to come to one over here because they work over here and they can stay after work and come to this one or do this one. And maybe it would be, depending on the demographic in the area. For example, if we were going to be in South Zone, you've got more demographic that would be available for a morning. But in the East Zone, you would not, or West, because you've got more working people, and it would have to be evening more so. So those type of things that could be worked out. I know comments about it's going to mean that more work for staff. I understand that, and I'm not saying I'm not keeping that in mind. But in the long run, if people see and hear us and get their questions answered more often in a less strenuous situation, then I think in the long run, it helps everybody, because then there's not as many questions fielded, there's not as many this and that, so.
Okay, I believe it's Ms.
So
Patrica and then Ms.
I did
Morgan.
ask that a comprehensive communication plan be placed in the parking lot, and I believe that that would be part of a comprehensive communication plan.
Perfect, thank you. Is there any?
No, I'm going to just withdraw my comments because I tried to speak and ask a question, but I didn't really have that opportunity, so that's okay.
You sure, would you like that opportunity now?
Well, I mean, I think there are some items for discussion, which would be, what are the topics? Is it people come and ask questions? Is it an open town hall? Like, what are we doing? You know, we have to advertise that with some specificity and clarity, and probably quarterly might be more manageable.
Right.
Great, so those would be topics we would definitely bring up at that workshop.
But I like the idea of all of us being present in different areas.
Right.
Yeah, I think Ms. Fisher nailed what I was going to say on the head, so. Because I think it goes along with your strategic plan, and all of you are participating. Remember, who do you have that fiduciary duty to your constituents, and all of you you're all responsible for the district, not the zone, but the district. And it goes along with, I think that was a brilliant idea, Ms. Gittens, because it also goes along with what we were talking about in terms of the communication plan, the overall communication plan with the constituents and the public. I think that all fits.
Thank you. Ms. Jordan?
I was just going to say, we have done this before. It was called it was like a listening tour more than none. And several board members did attend, but it was open for any board member to go. And then we also had people of Creole and Hispanic there as well, for those who did not, interpreters were at those meetings as well.
Thank you. So we'll bring all that back to that workshop
That was
topic.
good.
And I believe Ms. Schaefer needed to ask or say something.
So
Go ahead.
Dr. Savage, how quickly can you get the information in terms of the data, how the logistics of 1 month action meetings are, so that perhaps they can discuss that during?
And could I ask first, is there a date that it has to be sent to the state, or is it possible to postpone that to the December meeting? But do you know if there's a deadline from the state?
I don't know that.
Okay, so we would have to check that,
Not be
okay.
amended.
Yeah, she said
Yeah,
it
she
good.
said that.
Well, then,
It could be amended,
She said it
yes.
I know that won't work, I'm sorry.
It is what it is.
But you'd only have to be here once a month.
But see, that's my other question then. If we're only going to do one action meeting a month, are we still going to do other briefings and workshops?
Yes.
So, okay, so,
So it's not, no.
yeah, that's, as long as we have that information ready to go to the state, we can go back and amend it. I just don't want you to see the calendar on there and say, wait, this isn't what we decided. We're going to go back. So whenever you see it on Tuesday's agenda, that's why.
Okay.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Because that would change.
Thank you. And Dr. Savage, I'm sorry, were you about to discuss the timeline?
Well, we'll be very aggressive on this to get the information. I think, just like you said, it's wonderful to see how it actually plays. If anyone's willing to kind of watch, we'll try to help facilitate that on our end. We'll reach out to all the ones that we're aware of that do this. They're big. I mean, some of these are some of the biggest in the entire state. So it's certainly something, but there's also small ones that do it, medium size. So I just am curious how I think the public side of it, the performances, there's just a lot of questions that we're going to ask. We'll work speedily to get this information as soon as possible to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
Mr. Trichet.
it will help us with our time management, because there's a lot of time certains in those agendas, so it will really help us with
That's
that.
what I thought.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Morgan.
Which actually raises a question that I think I sent to Jen or someone about board docs. Once you set a time certain, can't you
once you set a time certain, can't you peg your recordings to time certains and then index them so that the public wants to watch a certain topic, then they don't have to watch the entire meeting. They go to the time certain in the agenda because it's been indexed anyway.
Wow, okay. That's
Go ahead, Ms.
pro.
Schaefer.
Take each section of the agenda and put in that timestamp into that spot, then go to the next one and put the timestamp into that one. So you're going back through, literally rewatching the video and putting those timestamps in.
But if we're doing time certains, we don't have to necessarily do it for every topic, but we can peg to time certains what is taking place on the agenda.
Yeah, like parents, if our meeting starts at 9 o'clock in the morning and we have a student performance at 5 p.m., parents don't want to watch anything but their kids perform. We know it starts at 5, and so you don't have to watch the meeting, you just peg it then. Like not everything is going to be a time certain, just some things.
Yeah.
And in the interest of time for today, if we'll bring this back when we have additional information, and then knowing that on Tuesdays, this is the schedule that would go forward with that one change of the February meeting date. Thank you. Our next topic is...
I'm sorry. The only thing is that if the board is going to change this, we really do need to know probably by December, because it needs to be advertised. So that's the only thing I would add.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, again, we have about an hour left. We have some pretty big discussion topics. So at this point, I would like to get a feeling of, do you want to maybe cut some of our items and bring them back at another time, or do you want to add time to today's workshop?
I can't stay. I've got to leave.
Okay, so I'm hearing we have some people who need to leave. So given that, I'm going to...
And I'm sorry, I was answering her, but I would like to comment.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I just think we need to move on and get through as much of this as possible.
I agree.
And I mean, we kick the can down the road so many times, and no offense that one person has to leave, but we need, that's why we're backlogged, because we keep saying, okay, we have to stop now. And if everybody's here and continue, at least we can cover at least one or two more things and try to catch up with where we're behind.
Oh, well, I definitely was not going to stop now. I was just going to look at a couple of things to say, if we needed to, if we don't get through them, the things that I would, that I might consider postponing. I would really like to get the consensus decision done first. I would really like to look at the district logo, which are the next things. And then after those two things, if we could go to possibly the board chair and vice chair discussion, because I think those are the most important topics right now. And then the other ones, if not everyone is here for those, then we can talk about whether we need to do those. Is there agreement to move the vice chair discussion up after we have our consensus discussion? Okay, thank you. All right, so the next item was about consensus. And I wanted you to see this. Came from MIT's Harvard Public Disputes Program, and it's just, what is consensus? And it says the key indicator of whether consensus has been reached is that everyone agrees they can live with the final proposal. It's not necessarily unanimity, but everyone agrees they can live with it. That is after every effort has been made to meet any outstanding interest. So when we're talking consensus, the way that it has been used recently is that more like a vote, where people have said, yes, I can live with it, or no. And if there were no's, we just moved on. So that really isn't true consensus. True consensus is we have ups and we have sideways that, we can live with it. I don't know that that's what we need to do, but that's, if we're going to call it consensus, it would be nice to use true consensus. What it feels like it's been used to do is more of, do we have agreement to give direction to do whatever it is? So we'll say, do we have consensus to ask the board attorney to bring back some additions to this policy? When really it seems more like, do we want her to do that or not? And that really is kind of a yes/no. Even though it's not a board action vote, it is more of a decision than it is a consensus. So I think we need to have a little bit of discussion about how it's being used and whether you want to call it consensus or whether you want to call it to, just do we have agreement rather than are we coming to consensus, unless we really are going to come to consensus. So discussion around that. Ms. Patrica?
I'll give you an example of where if we try to seek true consensus, we might not ever get anywhere. We were discussing a policy last week, and it was surrounding board member participation via telephone. And the policy up to this point has always been, if you're out of town on business or for work purposes, you can participate and vote via phone. And a change was brought forward that it has to be school or district business. I can't live with that. So my consensus is this, but that doesn't mean that 6 people on the board aren't going to vote yes. And my lack of consensus shouldn't stop the board from directing the attorney to continue with the rulemaking process, right? Like we're going to have 6-1s.
So I think that's what it is. If we have a 6-1, that is not consensus. That is a vote. And now it's not a binding vote, it's not an action vote, but it really is saying how many of us want her to do this and how many of us don't. That's not consensus. Consensus is let's talk about all of the discussion that we've had and let's get to a point where we can all live with whatever. If we don't all live with it, it's no longer consensus. Then it comes to, it looks like we're not able to reach consensus. So let's do a vote as to whether we're going to move forward with this. And I know it's just language. I know it's just language, but it's one of those things that when we talk and we say we're coming to consensus and then we're really not, to me, it doesn't send the right message, because consensus is, we've worked out the agreement and we've agreed, and everybody might not be perfectly happy, but everybody is willing to go along with. Whereas when we're talking about, a vote, then it's clear, I'm saying no. I'm going to go along with the majority win, but I'm saying no.
So Cindy is absolutely correct in terms of what consensus is and how to use consensus. And there's a legal part to this as well, because you can't vote unless you are taking an action, and that has to be properly noticed that this is an action meeting. So it gets a little bit complicated. So we really need to, one, understand the consensus part, but also understand when are we going to use consensus and for what purpose, because we can't use it as a substitution for voting.
Right.
But I think when we use it, because again, we're not always going to get that 7, no matter what we do, it's just never going to happen. So we can either just say we're not coming to consensus, because the majority of the time, well, of course, we're not voting on it, but it's moving it to the vote. And then at that point in time, then we actually have a action, which is a vote. So do we not even use it to move it to the action if we do not get consensus? Because trust me, yeah, I understand and I read that we are not getting consensus. So do we just stop that process altogether and just?
So it's one thing if you're taking consensus to direct the superintendent or the board attorney to do something, because we're going to do something, we're going to do a product that's going to come back to you for a formal action vote or discussion, and then come back to you for a formal action vote. Also with staff, if staff is working on a project, they come to you and say, this is kind of what we're thinking, this is what we're working on, do you guys want us to continue on that path? And you give them a consensus and say, yeah, continue on that path. Understanding that when things are finalized, it's going to come back to you in that formal action vote. Usually it's through a contract or something along those lines.
Do we not do that right now, though? We do bring it to for an action vote.
Yes.
It never ends up as the consensus is the vote.
You can't. It has to be an action vote.
So then we are doing it.
But I think what Cindy's,
I was misunderstanding.
Ms. McClung is talking about is how you're using, because really the point of consensus is to try to get your team on board for whatever the particular topic is. So if you take a consensus and it's, 5-2, then you look at your 2 and say, Ms. Gittens, how can I bring you along? What is it that we can offer to make this, to get you on board? Maybe we can tweak this language, or maybe we can sweeten the pot with this. That's what a true consensus is, and then that's the whole purpose is, that's the whole philosophy of consensus.
Well, and that's exactly at the point that I have a question, because in the past, what has happened, and let's say it's me, and you say, okay, Ms. Gittens, how can we get you along? And I said, I honestly, no offense, I can't. I cannot live with this. And in the past, what has happened is, okay, well, we have a majority, a consensus, and they move on. And actually, based on what you said, unless there is a complete consensus of everyone, it dies.
Well,
No,
there's two
I didn't
things.
say it dies. I said, at that point, we have to acknowledge we have not come to consensus,
Well-
and then have to decide as a group, we acknowledge we can't come to consensus, so how are we going to?
Right, but you're saying, what do we do from here, because this consensus cannot be reached.
Well, let me clarify a couple of things, because with consensus, you can have two things, two ways of doing it. One could be unanimous consensus. So in order for anything to move forward, I need a unanimous consensus, everybody say yes. If I don't get everybody saying yes, then it dies. And then you can also have a consensus that's majority, still using the philosophy that I want to bring you on board, can I, and really work on trying to bring that person on board. But if you've done everything you can and the majority still wants to move forward, that's another form of consensus.
So
the
who
board-
makes that determination?
You have to make that determination in your protocol manual.
Well, like I'm saying, past history, it's been the latter. And today actually was the first time I heard about the prior. In other words, if everyone doesn't come along. And
I think it's language. And if we get to the point where you have, 5 thumbs up, a thumb sideways, and a thumbs down, and you go to the thumbs down and say, what can we do to bring you to a sideways, and it's, I'm sorry, you just can't. At that point, if it's very clear that consensus is not going to be reached, then it may be up to the chair to say, we are unable to reach consensus. However, we do have a majority that can live with this, and based upon that, we need to move forward. I think what it is a lot of times we come back and we say, we reached consensus on this, and we didn't.
Right.
And so I think that's where a lot of hurt feelings come up and say, well, I didn't agree to that, but we're saying that we reached consensus. So a lot of times it's just language. When it goes to an action vote, then it's very clear, it's a yay or a nay. But when it's at a workshop or a briefing and it's just, do we move forward? Well, if 6 of the 7 people want to move forward, then eventually you are going to go ahead and say, yes, we're going to move forward because 6 of the 7, but we can't say we've had consensus, I think is where the difference is.
So the semantics is just the words, but we still move forward with it. That's what you're saying. So in other words, the chair, whoever it is at that time, will say, we have not reached consensus, but we're moving forward.
You have to define your consensus. So if the board defines consensus as having a unanimous agreement, that's one way of doing it. If the board defines consensus that we're going to do the majority, understanding that we're going to work to bring everybody on board, but if we can't, then we're going with the majority. That's another definition of consensus. Both are processes that are recognized as consensus.
And which does the law that we as governance teams...
Excuse me?
Sorry,
Repeat
but
that.
I've been raising my hand for a long time, you keep jumping in over me. So it sounds like we have one consensus unanimous, another one majority, and then if we can't reach consensus either way, then we have a majority
That is
agreement to
majority.
direct staff to continue with this work, right?
And so that's what you have to decide. What you need to decide is, are we only going to move forward if we have unanimous consensus? Or are we going to move forward, which is what the process has been so far, but it just hasn't been defined. Right now, the process is whether or not we have true consensus, we are going to go forward with a majority. And if that's what you decide to do, that's fine, but it really needs to be clear so that when we go back and say we reached consensus, people don't have that have that thought that, oh, everybody agreed to it or said they could live with it when they didn't. So the first step is, are you going to require a unanimous consensus or a majority consensus when you direct staff?
So majority is this, right?
This is a yes.
Yes, yeah.
That's whichever way the majority's going.
It's a live with it.
Yes.
If everybody's this way. and
No,
we do this,
no,
it's
live with
no,
it is a
right?
yes. A live with it is, I can live with this decision, which is the same as voting for the decision. Stephen Elliott.
So when we vote, we go by majority. What would be the difference in the consensus then? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, I mean, otherwise, you're going to have one person or two people or maybe three that's going to stop progress. I mean.
That's a decision you need to make.
That's my,
yes.
I mean, my thought, and
Yeah.
I'm usually the one of the two or three, but, so, but I think you have to, how do you move forward otherwise? Otherwise, we're just going to be stagnant based on not, if we never achieve true consensus, honestly. I mean, I don't know why I'm going.
That's
the
when you
trick.
call it an agreement instead of a consensus. It's just a
I'd rather
matter
say
of
that.
calling it the right thing. And
Well, and it's making it clear that as a board, you've decided we don't have to reach full consensus, and that's in our protocol. We will attempt to reach consensus. If we cannot, then the motion or the idea doesn't die, but we make it clear that the majority agreed, but we did not have consensus. And I know it is linguistics.
I want to be careful with the language a little bit. Because as Cindy's saying, a true consensus is everybody's on board. However, you can have a consensus by majority, and you can still call it a consensus. It's just that you need to define as a board which philosophy you want to use. If you're going to use unanimous, then my consensus is going to be by unanimous, thumbs up, what have you. Or if you're going to use majority, it's just how are you going to define your consensus? That's the question.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Morgan.
I agree with Ms. Giovanelli. I think that, we have a way we vote, and why would we set a higher bar when we're just trying to agree to direct staff to take it, to do something?
So majority sounds like the way to go.
So that's what I'm hearing is that it will be, if most people are thumbs up or can live with it, if the majority can live with it, then the direction will be given. And then it's a decision of, are you going to call that consensus or not? Because by the technical definition it is not, but there are places that call that a majority consensus.
Yeah, I mean, like MIT actually has two. This isn't the only, MIT's only, I have one on here. It acknowledges exactly what Kathy was saying, because when I was trained on consensus building, it was about that all voices have been heard, all perspectives have been shared, and then that moves forward. But it's very evident. I'm actually on the MIT site right now looking at it, and so there are multiple definitions. It's just about that majority or unanimous perspective. So, I just wanted to highlight that piece. It really, from a semantic standpoint, it's not just semantics, it really is a philosophical interpretation.
Right, so just being clear.
The real thing about consensus, remember what the consensus is. It's the process of trying to get your colleagues on board to be able to move forward. That's what consensus is. It's that process.
Yes, yeah, exactly, making sure that there is that attempt to say, what is it about it that you can't live with, and are you willing to come along? What can we do to help you come along? Ms. Giovanelli.
So now I was going to add to that. I mean, we still want to do the process of not discounting what that person has to say.
Right.
And because I think, if anything, that's the respect that we've talked about this week. And so, because we need to hear their ideas and why. However, I mean, we are still only one of seven, and a board has to make a decision. I don't think it can be one individual making that decision or stopping progress by the one individual. They are convicted in what they're thinking, and I think we still need to respect that, but we still can't stop progress or what the intention is and trying to keep moving forward, because I think it would make us go backwards. The way we vote should be the same, majority, and then it's decided.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is that we need to put we need to add language to the protocol that defines board consensus as majority consensus, so that it's very clear to everyone that is the definition here. So, go
Now,
ahead.
there's one other issue that keeps coming up. it's not a hard vote, it's not an action vote, so you can change.
Exactly.
However, what has happened is this has become a point of contention where a consensus has been taken, and for whatever reason, there's a question or there's whatever is going on to change that consensus. So what are the parameters? What does the board want to do in terms of honoring the consensus of the board?
Ms. Gittens.
You know, as I'm listening to this, a consensus is a consensus, a hard vote's a hard vote. And you can actually, you know, participate in a positive way on a consensus, go back and read something else or discuss something else, and when it comes to the next day and the hard vote, then choose however you feel to vote at that time. You can still vote against it. I think where part of the confusion is, like Ms. Patrica was saying, the you know, a consensus to direct staff. That does not equate into a hard vote at the action meeting. That is something that just happens there. So it makes it different. There's a consensus vote that says tomorrow at 6 o'clock, and this comes up on the agenda as an extra item. How are you feeling about, you know, voting for it? That's one thing. But a consensus to ask the superintendent to, you know, have all the bus drivers do a somersault in the middle of the road, you know, I mean, just something silly, but that is directing staff to do something that does not equate in an action vote the following action meeting. So that's the difficulty with a consensus vote that makes it an actionable item.
And Ms. Gittens, you made a very, very good point, because this is another issue that I have seen, is that directing staff, not just the superintendent or the board attorney, but directing staff to do something. Staff comes and says, we are looking at some instructional materials, and here are some of the things that we're thinking of doing, and we have to incorporate that. Do you guys want us to move forward with it? And you take a consensus and you say, yes, move forward with it. So staff moves forward with it, puts all the energy, the time, the work, et cetera, to move forward with it. And then when they're getting ready to sign the contract with McGrail-Hall or one of those publishers, they come to you and you say, oh, wait a minute. And all of that time has happened and all of that work has happened, and they've relied on that consensus to do their job. That's one thing that's why I'm asking for the parameters. What do you want to be able to take consensus on? I can understand superintendent and the board attorney, because we have to come back to you. But if staff is relying on the consensus, what are the parameters for that? That's what I would like some clarification.
Ms. Fowler.
I think it would be very legitimate parameters to direct them to, for instance, seek information and bring it back to us. The example that you gave, that doesn't seem like something workable. That and I think for the most part we've used it like, let's find more information. We're definitely interested in this. We need to know more. We need to do, you know, look at it. But the example you gave was pretty hard and fast.
Well, that example actually happened because you had.
It did?
Well, not just now, it happened a while ago when they were talking about some statutory language in terms of the curriculum, and there was some indication, like, for example, the Osceola massacre needed to be included in some of the curriculum based on the statute. So they came to you and said, okay, this is what we're doing, and I think there was something that they were trying to achieve also through the state, and so they came to you and they said, we want to do this, 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 this. Does the board approve? Yep, go ahead and do it. It did not come back for an action vote. Because there's no action.
Okay, so that's what I was just going to ask you. Then is that just a flat-out mistake on our part to say, no, this is too, this is going to be too etched in stone, so to speak, to rely just on a consensus? This needed, you know.
This is why This is why we're asking for guidance for the protocol as to what you want to take consensus on. Because remember, most of your action votes happen by approving contracts. That's where your action votes.
Okay, so I would say the best way to use the consensus is the way we've used it quite a bit with, we want to know more information. It may not be that we decide to have one action meeting a month, but there's enough interest here. We're all interested and we want to find out. But when it comes to a contract or something that you're going to sign on the dotted line and it's really going to mess things up if we change our mind, to me, that's a mistake. It should have been brought to an action vote.
Other comments? Dr. Savage?
That was kind of how in my mind, I was kind of listing and trekking, okay, so for my standpoint, I would start with the action. Items that require board action really in no way should be moving forward through a consensus process. Right. They must be through an action process because they require, and those are pretty well spelled out. I think that's pretty important. So I think as a group, every time you're being asked to make any decision at all, whether it's a consensus vote or anything, the question really should be, okay, what are we being asked to do right now? Is on that case by case, is this something that would and should appear on an action item agenda? Is this something, now that doesn't mean the board can't decide to also take an action, a clear action vote on something that isn't necessarily their typical business. I'm not saying they can't do that. You're certainly your discretion. But I think for us, the way we've tried to do it is really during more of that narrowing process where we are in kind of ambiguous territory as a district and we're working on it and we're trying to understand how to narrow our work. That's typically where this process comes in so that by the time we are maturing our work, we're not all the way over here and you as a board wanted us to be over here. I think that's how we've typically tried to use it, is more of a narrowing effect. But that's just, or to get information. How are we doing? Is this enough information? Do you need more? Great.
Right. So let me ask you a question. How does the board want staff to handle situations where they've come to the board with a plan and the board says, yep, go ahead and move forward? They may even have taken a vote on it. But then something happens where there's a hiccup and then staff says, oh, you know what, we can't do it this way anymore. We have to do it this way. Do they come back for a formal action vote? Or do they come back to you and say, there's been a hiccup, here's where the change is. Do you guys want us to go ahead and move forward with the change? Does that make sense?
Mary had her hand up.
Well, sort of like with recent capital improvement plan presentations, when there is a change in prices now universally, so that is kind of a work in progress. So,
but you're not taking a formal action vote on
right,
it. They're coming,
exactly.
They're presenting it to you, saying here's what the change is. You've already approved the first part, but here's what the change is, and there's no action vote to say we approve the change. You're taking a consensus, or you're actually just listening to the report and keep on trucking.
Right, because they just want to bring us more information so we are up to speed on the fact that this is happening.
Dr. Savage?
Well, just to clarify, because we're on the topic of capital, this is a great example to highlight what our revised process has been and how it does actually break what used to be kind of one decision into multiple decisions. So in the phase construction, we have our phase one, which encompasses all the design work. The phase two, before you sink into the extremely expensive part of these jobs, right, it actually does come back to in front of the board for a formal decision. So, and precisely for the reasons of what you just mentioned, like cost escalations and so forth. So you can look at it, or changing conditions. Maybe they're the pandemic impacted. Maybe whatever it is, these changes that can occur. That's why we segment it that way, so that before we get to that point and expend that additional dollars, that's an example of one way that we have what used to be one decision is now multiple decisions, and we think it's a good thing.
A huge improvement.
Yep. And I was just going to say, he does the directing of the staff, or the superintendent. We're not going to direct them.
That's true. You often, though, say, do we have consensus to direct the superintendent, to direct staff to do?
Work with them.
Yeah, to work with staff, yes. Yes, thank you. You're right.
That if it was not, yeah.
Yes, thank you for that clarification, because yes, you're right, the board does not direct staff, they direct the superintendent. Thank you. Okay. All right, do you have the answers that you want around consensus?
But what I heard is consensus on informational, when we're requesting for information. I heard to direct the board attorney or the superintendent to do a project and come back to the board. Those are the two things I heard.
Well, isn't the most recent example the one meeting a month or 2 meetings a month? And we agreed that the superintendent would direct staff to find out information about it. And to your point about staff taking time to do all of that and then we decide against it, there's that strong possibility that they may spend whatever amount of time is necessary to find out that information, come back and give it to us, and then we have a decision as to whether we want to follow that. It's kind of the nature of the beast, so.
Right, because we're better informed at that point.
Oh, definitely, but that's the whole point, is to be better informed.
We'll draft some language around that and bring that back as we bring the protocol manual back. Okay, so based on time, it's almost 4:30, so I'd like to go ahead and move up the chair, vice chair discussion so that we can get that in before Ms. Patrica needs to leave. So I will open that for discussion.
Are we opening for suggestions or nominations or what?
Well, we don't do nominations until the actual action meeting, when there would be a vote. But you can have discussion about who might be interested in that position, about what characteristics you're looking for in your chair and vice chair. So maybe that's the best place to start. So when we're looking at chair and vice chair, what are the expectations of that role? And those are pretty well defined in your protocol. And so what are the skills and the characteristics that you're looking for in a chair and a vice chair? Ms. Jordan.
I wrote something, so. And I am going to put my name back in as the chair. I've had many people approach me from the outside to put my name back in. I believe that this, at this time, knowing that I can be that neutral person is a good decision. I respect each and every one of you and have the ability to work with all of you. In the past year, I have had the honor and the privilege to serve you, all of you. I have learned much during this term. For the second year in a row, we had extraordinary year with the reopening of the schools and the adapting the process to accommodate the new waves of the Delta variants. We conducted the search for and hiring of the interim superintendent, Dr. Savage. We have continued to move to the future superintendent search, moving that forward, which we will continue to do and complete in the next coming year. And just hearing some of the comments which were, excuse me, which were made, who we are, looked upon by staff and public, truly hit hard. And I know that we can do better as a governance team. I have put endless hours into this position because I believe in the why. We are here, and I will always continue to do that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jordan. Any discussion around that?
And then also, I just wanted to add that this would not be the first time that someone has had a consecutive year.
Ms. Vaughn.
Well, I was actually going to add the opposite, that I believe when I first came on the board, we had the opposite discussion, even though it's not unique, that, you know, kind of spread it around a little bit, and nothing against Ms. Jordan, but just I really don't like the idea of having 2 years in a row on that position.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
Well, the thought I want to put forth is, I think being equitable to everyone and giving everyone opportunities, which is and you're saying we're not supposed to say names at this point?
No, I didn't say that. You can discuss names. I said we're just not putting forward motions or having any, we wouldn't be
No,
coming
because
to
we
any kind
can't
of
do action
consensus.
at this meeting,
No.
but one of the things, and I listened to Ms. Giovanelli when she spoke at our last meeting about her desire to be chair. And I thought about that. I think that we give everyone an opportunity, and I don't think anyone at this table that's an elected official does not want to move to their highest potential as well. And if we have given that opportunity to, I know I've had that opportunity, Ms. Jordan has had it, but we came on after Ms. Giovanelli, and she has been here and has not had that opportunity. And I know others will say the same thing, but she has requested and said that she is interested in doing it. And I think that we need to at least look at that very seriously. And not that you haven't done a good job, or, I didn't when I was chair, or whomever. I just believe, and in some districts, it's kind of a taking turns, and everyone gets that opportunity. So I just feel that we should really consider that, the fact that someone is in their second term and is willing to do so. I think we should at least give her that opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher?
So you have your hand up first, Kathleen?
No, I was just putting my hand up when.
So I just have a little bit about the skill set, like what are we looking for in the individual? So an effective chairman should have the talent of clarifying generalizations, the skill to articulate clearly, the ability to grasp the importance of public relations, a sense of compassion and sensitivity, the presence to instill trust and respect, and this was some of the conversation we've had this past week, the capacity to demonstrate wisdom, tact, good judgment, and knowledge, and the art of punctuality. So I think I do want to compliment Debbie. I think that you've done an amazing job in the worst of circumstances, and this has been a very unusual past year, but you really held it together, and I particularly appreciated the way you communicate with everybody and respond to the public.
Yeah, so I want to, I'm sorry. Did you have your hand up?
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, so, I've been thinking, we have spent almost 30 hours, or by the time we finish the process, we will have spent 30 hours talking about how, our work culture, how we need to change our work culture. And so I think in a board chair, assuming we can wrap up this process of agreeing on the work culture that we aspire to, the parameters that we're going to adopt to, or guardrails, I think that it will be the role of the chair to hold us to that commitment as a group. And so that's what I'm looking for. We've put a lot of work in. We don't want it to dissipate. We want to make certain that whoever is chair has the ability to hold us to that commitment and those standards. So that's the only comment I want to make.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gittens. Yes, I think that I would love the opportunity. I haven't had the opportunity. I believe that I work well with the new superintendent, and that, to me, will be an advantage that has changed my whole outlook on things. I feel like I finally have a voice with the new superintendent, at least the respect that I never had before even walking in here. I've never been the chair in my 5 years. I think that we, as a board, if we are genuinely committed to what we've been doing for this past week, that that process would, by me being chair, would show that we are a collegial board and that we do want to work together. I feel that if that opportunity isn't there for me, that I don't really think that everybody's work that we did was genuine, because we should be the ones leading by that example. We want equity throughout the district. It should start, again, like I said earlier today, it starts at this very board with each of us. I work well with our local delegation. I have a personal relationship with almost every one of them. The only one I really don't even know that well is Mr. Bontana, and he's new to their House rep. So, everything I do with conviction anyways. And I would hope that people would see through some of the last 5 years, that the experience was very limited for me. And I believe in having the peace and harmony. And I believe that I have a lot of community support, the public, and my constituents surely said that, because I had over 65% when I got reelected. So that says something, that my constituents believe in me. I would hope that this board would finally pull it together and have the same feelings that my constituents did. So thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Ms. Patrica?
So I think that our norms are really important. I think that we need someone who's actively engaged and can get each board member actively engaged in an equitable way. I think we need a chair who can keep us on topic. I think we need a chair who can show respect for everybody's ideas as they come up to the table. I think we need a chair who can make sure that our time is divided equally and equitably. And I think we need a chair who can help us begin and end on time. In addition, if never having been chair is the criteria we're using to determine who should be chair, I should be considered as well. However, I know that, I'm a lightning rod, and I would not be a good chair for this board at this point. And I would ask us all to reflect on our behavior at the table over the past several weeks or months and determine whether that behavior has led us to the need for this retreat that we've had all week, and if you've been engaging that behavior, whether you're the best person to lead this board going forward. And the final thing I'll say is, I would have a really hard time voting for someone who's running for re-election at this point, because of the tremendous amount of work and time associated with having to run for re-election in a time that is more politically polarized than I have ever experienced in my blankety blank years on the earth, would make it difficult for me to support that. So those are my comments for now.
Thank you, Ms. Patrica. Ms. Gittens?
That was a comment that I was going to bring up as well, Ms. Patrica. And we had this discussion at the table at some time a while back about whether the person that sits in the chair seat should be doing so during the time that they're running for office. And we pretty much agreed that at the time, we didn't take consensus, but discussed the fact of how difficult that would be. If that wasn't the case, I would put my name in as well. But the other thing is, we are in the midst of turmoil, of different, issues that we're facing. And not to say that you didn't do a good job, but sometimes when you're in the midst of things, it's time to make a change, and perhaps a very different change of someone who has not had the opportunity to see if maybe that dynamic could shift us a different way. Otherwise, we're saying we're going along this path, we're meeting and talking about what we need to do, but we're going to keep things the same. I think that at this time, if nothing else, we need to make a change. We need to, if this isn't working this way, then let's see if it would work this way. And like we said, everyone here should be able and capable to be chair. Nobody is left out of that opportunity. I just feel that we need to make a shift. and it's an out-of-the-box shift, if you want to say, for someone who's not done it. But maybe that's what we need, is a new perspective, not the same perspective. So.
Any other comments? Ms. Giovanelli?
Well, and so I'm a big supporter of being very inclusive instead of exclusive. And this would be, this decision, and it really needs to be a unanimous decision, because that's going to send the best message to our district, that we're committed to our district and to our staff to be the best that we can be and to be the best board for this community. And I think that putting all our junk aside, and I'm willing to do that, to do what's best for the district and lead and be in a neutral position just to run the meetings, because that's all that position really should be doing, is running the meetings efficiently and effectively. And that's what I am willing and prepared to do. And I think that why not lead by this example and do exactly what we actually teach. That's what we teach. We teach to do and lead by example and be the best that we can be, and we have to lead by that, by what we teach, not exactly by what we preach. Thank you.
Do we have any other comments?
And the reason that I seriously was not even thinking about this until I had been approached by many people from the outside. And if I'm running for an office again, that has no bearing on my job and the way I do what I do here. I work a full-time job, but I am still 24/7 with this position, because I believe that we need to be here, and it's for the benefit of all. And as far as, you know, it's great when we say that we're not going to do something, or we believe in this, we believe in that. That is, as our bus drivers have said to us, how other people have said to us, we have to show that action. Action speaks louder than words. So when we're saying what we are going to do or what we believe that we can change, we need to see that. And when we're supposed to be here for a meeting for the staff or the community, if we say we're here at 1 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 8 a.m., I don't care what time it is, we need to start. We need to be here. We need to be present. We need to be on time. We need to conduct the business, and we need to allow people to speak and go home.
Thank you. Any other discussion? At the next board meeting, that will be the time to bring forward motions, and we'll allow for further discussion at that time, so you can consider the conversation that was had today and be thinking about your decision at that point. Thank you. Okay, I would like to back up now, and oops, again, I'm on my computer and not this one. And we have a couple of items that we did not discuss in order to go to that one. First was the use of the district logo. I know that there has been some discussion about when it is appropriate to use the district logo. So I first would probably go to Attorney Dupree Bruno and say, do we have any legalities around that?
So I caution using anything affiliated with the district, letterhead, logos, anything affiliated with the district that can expose the district to liability. That's my only caution. Otherwise, I think it's up to the board to decide the parameters of that use.
So I know at one point there was discussion about Zoom meetings and Zoom meetings for curriculum advisory for the advisory committees, board advisory committees. And would it be appropriate for everyone to use the district logo in the background at that point if they were if they were a liaison, or if they were the board liaison or a staff liaison? So would that be an appropriate use of a board logo?
It's really, the board has to decide its parameters and its protocols.
Okay. Ms. Fisher and then Ms. Patrica.
Okay, so when we're elected and we come on board, we're given board stationery, board cards with the logo. I have a few shirts with the logo. We are elected by the public as part of the board of directors of this organization, and we represent this district. And so, in my opinion, I have never been given any limitations about using the logo. In fact, you know, upon being elected, I was handed that and told that this is your stationery, this is your business card, have a shirt or two, and I think that using the logo as a backdrop on Zoom is appropriate.
Thank you. Ms. Patrica?
So I never got a shirt.
I bought my shirts.
Bought the shirt, okay. I think anytime we're wearing our name tag, we should, I
Yes.
mean, the name tag is
Has the logo on it.
old-fashioned version of a Zoom backdrop. I mean, it's, you know, whenever you would use your name tag, you should be allowed to use your whatever.
So I,
Name, title, district logo.
okay.
Sometimes I, you know, pump gas with my name tag on. Am I representing the district as I pump gas? No, it's my personal car, but you know what? I'm a school board member, and sometimes people will come up to me in the grocery store with my name tag on and say, not nice things.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gittens?
I think the differentiation in this is representing yourself as an elected official, wearing a name tag, as opposed to representing us collectively in a situation that people can believe is a consensus, a vote, or whatever that is coming from the collective board. And to me, that's the differentiation. If I sent a letter to county officials on my email from the district and talked about something that we as a board were talking about or going to be voting about, what would you say to me?
Copy us all.
What?
Copy us all.
And if we were not copied on it? So, I mean, I have,
Then you were speaking for the board or yourself?
and that's the question. If something goes out, and when you send an email, it has the logo on it. It says personal, passionate, and progressive. It has the logo. And especially if you are in a position and you, and within it saying the word "we," I'm determining that you mean we collectively. So that's the issue that I have. If it looks as if it is a statement coming from the board, and I've said this before, that I always, when I do my town halls, I have the caveat at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end, that I am speaking on behalf of myself and no one else. I do not have the logo anywhere in there. I don't call any of you and ask you what I should talk about. I say that if you would like to watch it, that's fine, and please do so after it's over. It will be posted in several places. But any time that it seems as though, and people have gotten that interpretation, that information that has gone out on the digital logo and says "we," and it's coming from this board. I think that, yes, we wear the name tag, but I know personally, whenever I have my name tag on, I'm very, very careful what I do, where I go, and what I say. When I went to the county commission and I spoke as a citizen, and I said, I do not have on a name tag. I'm not an elected official in this occasion. I am Gwen Gittens from Lehigh Acres, Florida, and gave my, and said, this is why I'm here. I am very, very aware and clear, because I don't know if you guys felt the same way I did about some of the stuff that they were talking about, but I know how I felt. But I did not in any way hold myself up to be representing the whole.
Thank you. Okay, Attorney, and then Ms. Vaughn.
So the law says that the board only speaks collectively. Individually, there's no power. It's only collective. And the law says that the board only speaks through its minutes, through its actions that are recorded in its minutes. The issue is that the public does not understand the nuance in that law. So when board members go out, they don't understand that you're not really speaking for the entire board unless you make it very clear that I'm here individually and I'm not speaking for the entire board. Same with correspondences, same with everything else. So I think that's where the problem is, and that we need some protocols and some guidance on that and how the board wants to handle that part of it to make sure that the public understands. And it's in your board policy, I believe it's 1.05, I'll double check, that specifically says that individually, you do not speak for the board, only collectively. Now, the other thing is, when you are the board liaison for a particular thing, what does that mean? When you go to those events, are you speaking on behalf of the board because the board has appointed you as a liaison? So those are the things that I think we need to clarify a little bit in our protocol manual.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn.
I think it's simply boils down to, if you're in a situation where you are saying to the people listening to you, this is me, an individual, I am not representing the views of the board, then you should not be using the logo. In situations such as Mrs. Dupree-Bruno just said, especially now that we have so many Zoom meetings, even for some of our advisory committees and some of the other places that we may be the representative or the person chosen to go to a group by the board, then it would be legitimate. But otherwise, I say no.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher?
Yeah, so I think that when we do go as liaisons from the school board to different organizations, and I've been on many Zoom meetings lately where people have their logo of their company behind them. And so I'm on Healthy Lee and the Drug Free Coalition, and I have my name tag on or my shirt, or, you know, and I say, if there's a question, and it happened at CSI last night, there was a question answer, and I said, this is my own personal opinion. This is not, I'm not speaking for the board right now. I was there as the liaison listening for the board, and, you know, can give my report later. But I mean, I think that the logo is part of our identity as an elected official, part of the board of directors, and I think it's perfectly appropriate. It helps people understand that I'm there as the liaison from the board, even though I make sure that I clarify when I do say something. It's either a report on behalf of the board or it is a personal comment. And I think as long as we make that caveat, we're fine. And I learned that at FSBA years ago.
Does anybody see a difference between the logo, the letterhead, the shirt, the name tag? Is there a difference?
I do. Yes.
You do see a difference?
Yes, like I said, I mean, Chris mentioned going to the gas station or wearing your name tag. That's different because I do identify in the public as an elected official on the school board.
Exactly.
But I don't wrap my car in the, you know, in the logo. And I don't, you know, it's not, the personal items, the tag, all of that, the shirt, are different from an actual logo to me. When you are speaking to the public, it denotes official speaking for the board. That's just the way I see it.
Ms. Vaughn? Ms. Vaughn, you had your hand up a moment ago.
Oh, well, I said, I gave my comment. I can clarify a little bit, because after I gave my comment, Ms. Fisher said something that I don't agree with 100%, because she said that as long as you say that you're speaking for yourself, you can still use the logo. I don't think that, I don't agree with that. Again, use the logo. If, she started out saying, you're on a board. Well, even the other night when I was liaison, and this happens fairly frequently, when there's some things that I would say, like a board report to EDAC, and I'm speaking as a board member, and I'm telling them, we did this as a board, we did that as a board, we did this. But then later in the meeting, there might be, and there often are things, well, Ms. Vaughn, how about, and I will make it very clear, this is my personal opinion. So again, when you're in that official position, I think it's fine if, let's say it's a Zoom meeting and you have the logo behind you. You can then clarify, but I think it's only when you're in those official positions as a liaison, or the representative from the board to attend, like Learning for Life and those organizations that we're all liaisons to.
May I ask for a little bit of clarification around that? I know you need to leave, so go ahead and give your
Just tell you I'm going to call in.
Yes, thank you.
So I've just asked. All right, go ahead, finish, and then I've got to say something about the next item, because I was hoping to be able to say it in order, but go ahead.
Can she call in and we just put her phone up here? Can she call in, Lauren? Can she call in one of our phones and we just put it at the mic if she wants to speak?
You can do that for sure, yes. Absolutely.
Okay.
So who do I call?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Having her call your phone, Kathy.
And am I going to be able to hear what's going on?
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out.
Okay, thank you, guys, sorry.
Do you need to make a comment before you go, just in case?
My most important comment is on the next item up there.
Which is?
Go ahead, real fast.
Sharing of individual calendars, I don't feel safe having that information out there, because I don't feel safe with that at this point.
Okay, thank you, we'll come back to that, thank you. So, thank you. And Ms. Vaughn, the clarification I was going to ask was, I think it was clear that you believe that if you are an official liaison to a committee, then it is appropriate to have the logo, and then you just define when it is your personal opinion.
Yes.
What about when you are invited to speak at a public event such as a Kiwanis Club? If someone invites you to speak at a club, they're inviting you because you are a board member. Is that an official position?
No.
So I have a no. Yes, ma'am.
So I have a question. So again, what's your fiduciary duty? And who are you responsible to? You're responsible to your constituents. One of your strategic plan is to be able to go into the community and develop those community partnerships and business interests. So if you're going into the community as a representative of the board to form those partnerships, you're going there as a board member, right?
Yes.
But I think that's it, you're going in as
Official
a board
capacity.
member, individual board member, so you're speaking on for
You
yourself.
can have
as a
your
member, just as
logo
if-
on, and let's say that Finemark Bank is having a meeting and it's all via Zoom. I'm here representing Lee County School Board because we want to continue a partnership with you or have a partnership with you. Can I put the logo on? Can I put my badge on, my name tag? Can I put my shirt on?
Anytime you have your shirt on, anytime you have your name tag, I don't care if you're working for the district or the restaurant down the street, you represent them.
Right.
Because they know who you are. So you are one of the representatives. But as far as the logo, and if you're speaking on behalf of them with Finemark Bank, again, you're speaking on behalf of, you're still an individual unless we all have sent you there for us. So you're still an individual elected official, one person.
Okay, Ms. Patrica is on my phone.
Ms. Patrica, can you hear us?
I'm here.
Great, thank you. Okay, so the conversation right now is around it seems that we have agreement that if you are in a capacity of an official liaison, like to DAP, that it would be appropriate to have the background up when you are on a Zoom meeting, to wear your apparel, that one's pretty there's a lot of agreement around that. The discussion right now is if you were invited to attend, say, a Kiwanis meeting, or you have a meeting with Findmark Bank, and you are invited to attend because you are a board member, then, and that is why you have been invited to that meeting, then is it appropriate for you to present yourself as an individual, but representing the board? So that's the discussion right now. Would it be appropriate to have a logo up at that point? And we've had some back and forth with that.
Thank you for catching me up.
You're welcome. Ms. Giovanelli.
So I initially was agreeing with Ms. Vaughn, and I'm not changing it because I think there's official capacity. But here's where the problem arose, was the fact that one board member was privileged and had that logo over. If we were all handed our badge and our shirt, which I don't have a shirt either, but all at the same time, our letterhead and everything, and including that at the same time, then that's equitable, and I don't have a problem with that, because I think with the law, we are an elected official, and that doesn't deviate when you go home and when you come to the office or come to the district. So I think you should play that role because that's what you are elected to do. But I think it's the inequitable side of it that some people have some things over another. I'm hopeful that's changing, but that's what we have to identify, how someone has something and another person doesn't. We strive for that for our students, but we don't strive for that for us as a board members and care about each other. And that's where part of our disconnect has been, because we've all just, it was this, right? That picture. And instead of this. So that's what I really want to focus on, and I'm going to recommend change. Thank you.
Attorney Dupree-Brenner.
So I just want to make sure, is the real issue the fact that one person had the logo, or is the issue the use of the logo?
Ms. Gittens.
In answer to your question, I'll take this down because she can hear. The answer to your question is, it is the issue of the use of the logo and the content. So in other words, there's a couple of things. Were you sent? Is the board aware of what you intend to do? Or did you even say to the board that this is what you intend to do? If you're going to be speaking at Rotary at the breakfast, and this is one of the things that brings up the calendar to me, if you have things that you don't feel comfortable about, you just push the little button that says private and nobody sees it. But if you're going to be speaking at the Rotary, or I'm going to be speaking at the Lions Club, why wouldn't I want you all to know that this is what I'm doing, so at least you have an idea? You may run into one of the Rotary people on the street in your travels, and they will say, oh, yes, Gwen Gittens was there, and she said this, and you're going, oh, no, I never heard that. So if we are going to be unified in our message, we're never going to be unified in how we each think, because we're 6, 7 individuals. But in the message in general that we present from the board, the factual messages, we should all be privy to those facts. We should all know, oh, okay, yeah, I know Gwen's going to speak at the Rotary on Tuesday. Why is that an issue?
I'm confused about that. I have my calendar, and I know that the ladies in the office know where I'm going, but I don't have
No, we
access to all
don't,
your
but
calendars.
previously we did, and that was the question that had come up, whether we would share calendars, and I think that's coming up.
That is the next item on our agenda.
I have never had anyone else's calendar.
Yeah, the first couple of years I was on the board, everybody saw everybody's calendar. We received a copy of where everybody's going to be. And the one last thing I want to say,
The secretaries ran
I
that
can
for
barely
you.
keep up with what I'm doing.
okay, well, and it's not that we're trying to follow and see where everybody's going to be. It's just like, honestly, I feel we should have some semblance of a calendar for the superintendent. I mean, what if he were going to be at something that we would like to attend? It's just, I don't understand the secrecy. But the last thing I want to mention too, when I first got on the board, I remember I was writing a letter to someone and I was going to use my letterhead. And Ms. Johnson informed me emphatically, you can't do that. This letterhead only can be used for this, this, and this. And she told me I could not do that unless it was some approved. I don't remember all the stuff she told me. But I learned that like right from the beginning, that you can't do on letterhead exactly, you know, what you want to. It is official, she told me. And that when you're using that letterhead or whatever, it has to be something that is, you know, agreeable to everyone. So you can call her and ask her what she told me, but that's what I was told the first month I was here.
Ms. Morgan?
The only thing I was aware of with respect to personal using personal stationery is that everything we put on letterhead, whether it's a little card or a letter, there has to be a copy made available to the district so that it is seeable as a public record. That's the only rule I recall with respect to use of formal stationery, et cetera.
Yeah, I was told different. But.
So if I can bring us back to the use of the logo, particularly, and I think that we all know it was brought up because of being used as a backdrop. The backdrop is available if you ask communications, they provide that to you. And I was looking, I think it may be on the website, but
It is.
I was pretty sure that it's there, but I can't put my finger on it, so I don't want to take time to look for it right this second. But, so it is available to all board members and always has been available to all board members. So now it's the discussion of, I believe, come to agreement that if you are in a role as a liaison, that's clear, that is appropriate. But we still have not really clarified if you are at a meeting by invitation as a board member, and you have been invited because you are an elected official and are being invited as a board member of Lee County, is that an appropriate time to use the district logo?
I think
Fisher.
absolutely. We wear our name tag. We are invited because we are a board member. Our constituents are who we answer to. And we're elected to represent the district as a member of the board of directors. So whether it's a T-shirt or a backdrop anyone can get the logo for Lee County School District or for the Sheriff's Department or anything online. I mean, it's so easy. And I see no problem with using that, especially if you're a member of a committee in your community and you're on a meeting where people are identified kind of by their organizations.
Thank you. Mr. Brunner.
I have a question for Dr. Savage. Dr. Savage, is it possible that when there are things like anything that would help facilitate the board's work, if one member requested, for example, the logo, and staff knows, oh, one person's asking for the logo, just send it to everybody so everybody has it. If one member has ordered a shirt, can you just say, oh, I want to make sure the 7 of you, anybody else wants to get this shirt? That way, I think that the equity, which is one of the big things that they have, I think, can be resolved, at least a little bit by staff, by just making sure everybody has it. Because I know when I send stuff, I send it to everybody.
Yeah,
everybody has it.
Typically, that is, like, I didn't provide the logo in this case. That predated my time. But I would say, again, the idea is everyone, we want always to have board members have equal access to everything, information, materials, resources. That doesn't mean that all board members engage in the exact same way. I think there's a different level of engagement that happens. I think we strive to even that. We want everyone to have that equity. I think the question that is more in my mind, because I'm listening to Ms. Fisher kind of explain that piece. I think the larger issue is really about, does the individual board member clearly identify that the views expressed, that they are not empowered to speak on behalf of the district?
Yes.
As long as they are making the disclaimer, and I think that whether that's in a written disclaimer, whether that's a speaking engagement, if maybe as part of the protocol, it's an understanding that I am speaking, I was duly elected, but I do not speak on behalf of the school district of Lee County for these views. I think that part is the one sticking point, really.
So the last time I spoke at Rotary, I took with me the last district report, and I shared information with the Rotary that they had indicated they would be interested in. I did not have information about career in tech and early childhood because it wasn't in that last report. So I solicited some, and Lauren helped me get it, and I went armed with that information so that I could be accurate. I was representing the school board. That was why they invited me. However, whenever there was a question that was not part of the information that we have already published and put out, and it was more of like, what's your opinion? I would say, I'm speaking for myself right now, but, you know, there's what I think. Or I declined to answer some questions. But I think we're all professional enough and understand the rules. We've all been to training at FSBA, and I think that we can make those decisions based on the fact that the community had enough faith in us to elect us to this office.
I have a question for Ms. McClung. Is there anything in protocol or in the past where if a board member was going to make a presentation, a formal presentation to a group, that the rest of the body would know that the person is going to make that presentation?
There's nothing in protocol this time.
We're all going different directions.
And that, my issue, you know, we have protocols for everything else. I'm almost thinking we need to do that, because it's not so much having the logo behind you or seeing or having your badge on or a shirt. It's the content. And as the superintendent said, if you do not say, and maybe that should be part of the protocol, that you say the views expressed are mine, and have every, I mean, I know I do that. My concern with this situation, I did not agree with the statements that were made. And as we sit here, you all know, people look at us and say, that board. And when they hear comments or see people saying things, they don't say, that's Miss Gittens. They say that board needs to whatever, and they collectively see us. So, Ms. Fisher, I don't know if I agree with you that we know when and how that we're representing ourselves and representing, we're always representing the board, of course, but unless you give some kind of caveat to your content, I would not have said some of the things that my fellow board members have said. And to see the logo, it is as if to somebody out there, they're going to say, this is what logo the Lee County School Board believes, that this is their main issue. That's what the issue is. I'm not trying to censor anyone, but to say, if you're going to step over here and give these opinions that we know nothing about, I don't want to be part of that. I don't want it to say the Lee County School Board is saying this. I don't want to say to county commissioners, do this or don't do this, or we are asking you not to do this. That should either be us individually in our individual capacities and relationships with people, or we should say that. It's the content and the perception that it is a board thought.
And I understand
Can
that, but I feel.
Can I jump in? Can you hear?
I had not asked you if you had any comments. Go ahead, Ms. Trico.
That's okay. I've got two things. Number one, if you guys could speak close to your microphone, that would be great. I can hear some of you really well, and others I can't really hear at all. Perhaps a solution would be, it is very rare that I am asked to speak to a Rotary or a Kiwanis or any group that they don't ask for a bio. So perhaps we can add a line to our bios that says, this board member is speaking as an individual member of the board. That way it's covered and we never have to worry about it ever again.
Thank you.
Good idea.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Thanks for waiting.
So, trying to put it in a slightly different context, there is going to be a strategic communications plan, and we have talked for years about a speakers bureau. Why can't invitations to board members be managed by a speakers bureau? That way, there is knowledge about who is speaking where about what. Now, that's not about the liaison role, but it does address who's out there in the public talking. So just a suggestion.
Thank you. I believe Ms. Vaughn was next.
Yeah, we're entering election season here, and I can see a lot of misuse, not just people sitting here, but just in general. And when you think about for instance, if you're already the President of the United States and you make the decision that you're going to campaign and have the seal of the President and have it on the White House lawn or all of that, is that correct? So that would be an issue, and I think that would go back to, it's not exactly what we discussed earlier, but it would be using our position in what I feel would be an unethical way. Also, I think that we have to be really careful. I see the name tag as a lot more informal than having the logo behind you, because lots of times you'll just go, like a luncheon or something, and oh, who's that? And you're wearing it, and you're not even speaking, it's just there. But sometimes we have, now, for instance, and this even goes to the sharing of individual calendars. So Chair Jordan was at the meeting that was held by the district, not the NAACP, the district, and I understand that you just attended and you wore your badge, and from the little video that I saw that someone who was in attendance took, you were standing in front of the room walking back and forth, and yet it's my understanding that you weren't playing an official role there, that you were just in attendance, and yet you were identified as a school board member, you're walking back and forth, and you are running for re-election. So to me, that's very unethical, and to me, it's also sharing of individual calendars, because as it turned out, Dr. Savage and his team took notes and did an excellent job of sharing the notes from that meeting so that we could understand what some of the concerns of the bus drivers were. And actually, I was very happy that there was kind of a bootleg video out there, because it wasn't just what they were saying, but there was a very angry tone in the room. So, there's a huge difference between knowing what you're supposed to do and maybe taking advantage of it, and I think it's only going to get worse as this election season goes on. And I'm speaking now of both wearing the badge and walking around in the front of a room when you had every right to sit in the back and listen. I would have liked to have done that. But you came off as the official business there, and it was run by staff, and it was run by the superintendent. And I really think that there are too many times when we kind of wear you know, hey, I'm an elected official, we kind of wear it as a tiara or something, that we have to kind of figure out what is our position in this when we talk to a Rotary, or when we talk to, as many of us will in this upcoming election season, talk to political organizations. It may not be Republican, Democrat, but it may be like a women's group, or LGBTQ group, or whatever. I think we're in very murky territory here, and that we really need to watch what we're doing, where we're going, and how we are portraying ourselves as official or not.
I have the attorney, then Ms. Jordan, and then Ms. Morgan.
If I may, thank you, Ms. Vaughn, for bringing that up. And actually, I was not running for office at that time, but I wanted to tell you thank you. I am very capable of separating. I do not mix business with pleasure, ever. I do not mix things. I would never mix my personal with work, ever. It does not happen. I don't believe in it. I've never had. Dr. Savage spoke about this meeting. You were welcome to come there. He spoke about that meeting.
Mentioned it.
Yes, he did. And when they were here, I heard, I listened, I wrote it down, the date. And guess what? I went. I told them that night, I will be there. And guess what? I was there. And I'm not going to listen to the back of their head when they're speaking. And just like I with student advisory, when I'm at student advisory, I'm up walking around because that's who I am. Not because I want to show these children that I'm an authority, because that's who I am. I walked in, I was welcoming people because I was really appreciating. And a lot of those kids I know because they have gone to school with my kids. So it's not, but I wanted to thank you for sharing that.
Well, however you're thanking me, sarcastically or not, let's face it, everybody who's up for election is running, whether you are officially filed or not. And what I'm saying is that there was no official role for, I'm not saying you shouldn't have gone. That's fine. I might have gone. I didn't, but I'm not saying that. You're not listening to me. I'm saying you're up there in the front and playing a role, an official role, when it was
speaking,
not,
and I'm looking at people when they speak.
Fine, you were standing up, walking back and forth, and I am just saying those are the kinds of things why I'm for a shared calendar, and I'm also for being very, very careful about, it's one thing wearing a badge, going, sitting, and quietly greeting people. It's another thing to be walking up and down in front, pointing at people, and I'm just saying.
Thank you. Attorney Dupree Bruno.
I think that some of this can be resolved, going back to Ms. Morgan's point about the Speakers Bureau. On your website, you actually have a speaker request under school board that says, do you want to request a school board member to come and speak at your event? And if so, there's a form that's supposed to be filled out and sent out. So if you, because I think the answer is right there, if you follow that policy, it may not be in the protocol, may need to put it in the protocol, but it's on the website. And that way, everybody knows who's going to speak at what and what the topic is. That's all you really, I think need to know. I'm sorry? I didn't hear. So that was my comment.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Morgan.
Yeah, so my comment is, we don't have to solve this tonight. We have been working since 9 o'clock this morning. Most of us are going back to work 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I think the board attorney has had lots of opportunity to hear what the issues are, and perhaps she might be better served by having an opportunity to see what other districts, how the districts handle this. and perhaps come back with some questions or suggestions that will help our discussion get a little bit more focused. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanelli.
And I was just going to add to what Ms. Morgan spoke earlier. I think it's all about the content and this message being the same. And the only way to do that is to have the same information, and I think that's the process. I mean, that starts it. And so I was just going to piggyback off of that. I think it's about the content, and we want to send the same message, right? I mean, that's, to me, that's what a unified board does. So we are a board, 7, and with one idea that should be the same message. So thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And so my understanding is that Board Attorney Dupree Bruno will investigate if there are other districts that have that in policy or protocol, and we will bring this discussion back at that point. So the next item was the shared calendar. We've heard quite a bit of discussion around that already. And I just want to clarify that my understanding is you are asking not to see the individual's full calendar, but merely when they have speaking engagements where that's part of the board.
Yeah, it was the special things, and we did it for 2 years.
Yes, we did.
Ms. Morgan, then Ms. Gittens.
Let me just add, one of the reasons we did it was because all of us get invitations to certain events. And the original idea was we wanted to make certain that there was coverage of an event. So there was somebody going to, if the 5 of us were going, 5 of us were going. But if nobody was going, then there needed to be something that said, nobody's going to this, do we want to have coverage? So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli, then Ms. Gittens.
And so now I just ask Lizette, like, is this, who's in attendance, or do we have it covered? I just have to usually ask her when she asks me about something, and if it's a conflict with me, and because otherwise I will try to rearrange what I've got going on if I see that it's not covered well and so forth. So to piggyback off that, so yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens.
And I think if we are working as a team in the sunshine, the events that we are doing where we feel we are representing everyone else should be obvious, and I don't see why that would be hidden from the rest of us. Like I said, it is very, I'll take this off so she can hear. It is very simple. There is a little button at the bottom, and all you do is push that over for privacy, and not even the secretaries can see that, or can after you put in your code. You go in there and you go, I don't want anyone else to know I'm going to shop at Macy's this afternoon. Push private, and it's not out there. And the only thing we're talking about, if we are Sunshine and if we are a team, this is the group that so-and-so is going to go to, and so-and-so, you know, we may want to say, how was the Kiwanis event, or what are some of the issues that are coming up, and discuss that. I don't see the hiding.
And it would not necessarily be a matter of sharing that calendar as much as it was sharing the event with the secretaries who would put it on a shared calendar.
Events.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Patrica, did you have comments around that?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I think we just had the conversation that, you know, we never speak on behalf of the board unless we're at the board table, or we're an official liaison. And we all have access to when those liaison meetings are, or the committee meetings are. I started to say this when I left the boardroom. I do not feel safe with my calendar being available proactively to the public right now. I have had a camera in my face nonstop for 6.5 years, and the recent activities surrounding recordings of my behavior have made me feel very unsafe. And I'm not saying that I don't trust any member of the team, but I am saying that that is something I will not participate in. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a hard line there. I'm a hard no. Unless and until the sort of temperature of the community changes, I don't feel comfortable sharing that information with anybody at this point. Those are my comments. Thank you. Wait a minute. I do have one more comment. You know, how did things go at the Rotary Club? How did things go at the Kiwanis? Are there any new trending issues coming out? That's our responsibility when we report to the board. Every 2 weeks, I look at my calendar and I look back on what I did over the last 2 weeks, and I report to the board what I did over those last 2 weeks. So that's how you share that information. And that would be how I would share that information in a way that makes me feel safe.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
Not to be adversarial, but when previously, as Ms. Vaughn said, we did share calendars, and that was a while back. And the reason we stopped was at the bequest of Ms. Patrica, and there was nothing at that point that I thought was going on. So it was her decision back then to stop. And anyway.
Okay, I'm looking at the time. I'm thinking that we are not going to come to agreement on this one today. It is 5:30. We are past time, and we have lost two of the members, one on the phone, but Ms. Fisher has also left. So I'd like a decision as to whether you want to address any more items today, or whether you would like to come back and finish up the items. So very quickly, the things that we still need to address. Finish that page. We still need to address we need to finish up the sharing of individual calendars, need to address protocol related to quarterly office manager review of the budget with chair and sharing with board members, the board liaison to the audit committee, and that's just a formalization because it's never officially been added because we did not have an audit committee, but now since that committee is about to begin, we just need to add that. My understanding is that member is Ms. Gittens, correct?
Well, it was a year ago. I guess it still is.
Yes, well, we haven't had an actual meeting, so we just need to add that to the list. It was never added. So we don't really need to address that. If there's agreement, I can just add that. But I just wanted it to be.
I'm in agreement.
I just wanted that to be heard and placed on that agenda. And then we need to talk about the code of ethics for school board members and compare that to the current standards for school board member boardsmanship. And then the article assignment. So we do have quite a few items that are left. What is the pleasure of the board?
There was one thing, what was the second or third thing? There was something, where are you reading?
I'm on the second page of the agenda.
You said that I wasn't aware of.
What's articles? What is that?
The monthly articles.
Oh, the monthly articles that you send out.
Those,
them by
okay,
month.
okay.
But until the board chair is in place, there was a suggestion that we wait until that's been decided.
I understand. I thought we had to read an article or something.
No, I didn't assign you homework.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, so what is the pleasure of the board?
I would just like to see a breakdown of the monies that we have spent, the board, and I don't remember us really having any big input into the budget like a year ago or whenever, when Susan and Mary were still in the office. Am I just not remembering?
I can't speak to how it was developed. I can't.
Am I right? Yeah, and I mean, it's in our protocol, and we're supposed to be having input into the budget, and I can't remember that happening since I've been on the board.
Yeah. So before we continue that, can we come to agreement? Do we want to address any additional items today, or do we want to bring these back?
We probably want to.
Just if in the next couple days, there can just be a breakdown sent to us on how much we had, how much we've spent, where it's gone.
Yes, I've already spoken actually with Ms. Roman about that, so yes, that can happen.
Quite a bit on here.
There's still quite a bit on here, so my suggestion is that we schedule a time to bring these back.
So we could have the girls look again for a time that is suitable for everybody and put a hold on that.
Well, I'm thinking just send it to us so we can look at it.
Well, there's several other items. That particular item is an easy one, but there's several other items that we still need to address. Probably an hour, hopefully would yeah, silly me.
I ask a quick question, and maybe it's been covered, but as far as us doing, and this is to the attorney, are we allowed to do in any Zoom meetings?
I'm sorry?
Are we allowed to do any Zoom
You mean
meetings?
as a board doing business
Yes.
to conduct? No, you're not. You are not an advisory committee.
Okay. No. I wasn't sure if a workshop or something. I know action meetings where we vote, but I really wasn't sure because it's been so back and
So
forth.
the law was changed solely for the board advisory committees that they can do video conferencing. The board is still required to hold their meetings in person, including workshops, briefing, and action meetings.
Ms. McClung, so
ma'am.
you're saying that we need approximately an hour to complete that?
Yes.
So maybe, I don't know.
So maybe schedule 2.
Right.
If we look at an hour to 2-hour time, an hour and a half, I just want to make sure you have time for the full discussion, as we've talked about today. But yes, I think those items, and I'm looking, I don't believe there are any that require an action vote on December 7th, so, so it can be scheduled, and our, if the secretaries would be kind enough to send out a couple of times over the next couple of days. And
Perhaps the days we're already there, so that way they can just add it on.
Or possibly extend a briefing or a
If it's
workshop
only
one
an
day.
hour and a half.
Yeah. See
Is that-
what's
you had a
available.
question?
Yeah, I'm seeing a yes.
What's your question?
Time, her question was time.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Are you talking to me?
No, Lizette.
Oh, yeah. I was like,
I said Ms. Vaughn.
I was like, what?
So with that, with agreement that we will come back with these, I really thank you for the time. I think we've had some great discussion today, and I really appreciate the input that was provided. I will be working on the draft of the protocol. I probably will not bring that back at that meeting because that's going to take some extra time, but we will come back to it soon. And with that, I turn it back over to your chair.
Thank you. Well, we have, good to the order, so I'm going to go around real quick to see if anybody has anything. Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Dr. Savage? Ms. Gittens?
No.
Ms. Morgan?
No.
Mr. Bruno? Mr. Giovanelli?
No.
Okay,
Thank
at
you.
this time, seeing no other business, this meeting is adjourned.
thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I thought she was gone.
So anybody going to the Cape has 20 minutes to get across the bridge before it closes.
Bridge?
Why?
Having the bridge run tonight. So my husband will be running the bridge. I will be
That's
driving
probably why
around.
Mary left.
Thank you.